after the impact, when the sun went dark, like they'd always been there, waiting in the shadows.
If you hurt my sister, your last moments will be excruciating.
A stake to the heart only incapacitates it.
How you kill one is you cut off its head.
What's up, folks? Welcome to Skybound Xpo Creatorfest. I'm Karama Horne, aka the Blurred Girl, and I'd like to give a special welcome to my co-host, Malik Forte. This is his first Skybound Xpo. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? Super
you
pumped
excited?
to be here with you today.
You're excited? Cool. Now, we've got a lot going on at Skybound Expo today. We've got, of course, can't miss panels, exclusive drops. We also are going to be celebrating the finale of The Walking Dead, among other things, the anniversary of the
Ooh.
first season of Invincible, and the
Oh,
beginning of
yeah.
a brand new and the beginning of a new podcast, Impact Winter. I think everybody just saw the trailer just now. So you're not going to want to miss a single minute of this show today. And as usual, I know y'all aren't here just to hear us talk. You want the gear, the drops, the exclusives. So after each segment, there are going to be some exclusive drops, kind of like some of this new stuff that I'm going to show you right now. There's some really new gear that is coming up. I think we have some other Impact Winter stuff. I think there's some
Yep.
Attack Peter gear. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if we've got a slide on that, but there's tons of stuff that you're gonna want to get, and you're also want to. There it is. We're gonna
There it is.
That's actually some really nice gear. Look at
I
that.
need that hoodie, yo. Give it to me.
Yeah, that's nice. The black with the thing, and oh, as usual, see that QR code on the side there? Everybody, this is what you need to do to get the stuff. I know sometimes we give you a lot of codes and stuff in the chat. What you need to do is just put your phone on camera, hold it up to the screen, grab that QR code, and then you will be taken directly to the Skybound site to get exclusive gear. But all this talk about Impact Winter, Malik, tell the folks about this new project because I think it's really exciting.
Yeah, no, Impact Winter is great. I would definitely recommend people check out Skybound's new podcast. Impact Winter is on Audible, and basically it's a post-apocalyptic vampire thriller. And you guys are gonna love it. You're gonna love it, and you're going to also love the new merch that we made for Impact Winter. I need to get one of those bags. I need to get a mug. I need to get a hoodie. I need to get something out of this. So, guys, scan that QR code if you want to listen to Impact Winter. If you're a fan of scripted podcasts, think like Wolverine the Long Night. Sort of like that. It's one of those scripted podcasts that keeps you on the edge of your seat with every listen. And so, yeah, we're going to be giving out some Impact Winter gear today. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It is. It's absolutely going to be a lot of fun. The what I'm also really excited about is all of the panels and the really amazing people that we get to see today. What are you most excited about with
Yes.
Skybound today?
Whew, man. I mean, we got a lot going on. We got a lot going on today. A lot of incredible talent on the schedule today.
Yes.
So it's kind of hard to single one out, but if I had to choose what I'm most anticipating or who I'm most anticipating hearing from, it's definitely Gary Anthony Williams, who's part of our State of Animation panel later on today. We talked a little bit about it during rehearsal, but the guy's a legend when it comes to
He
voiceover
is.
work. He's done
He
so
is
much.
a voiceover legend. Yes.
Yeah, he's done so much across all these animated titles, and most notably Uncle Ruckus on the Boondocks for any Boondocks fans out there. I know there's some out there. There's got to be.
I'm so sad that show's not coming back too. Like I was excited to hear him in that role again, but
Yeah, and I
man,
feel like there's plenty of social commentary these days for the Boondocks. They could have really dug into a lot of what's going on out there. But I think Gary will have some good insight and an interesting perspective on the world of animation. So I'm looking forward to that. What about you?
I'm really looking forward to the comic book panel. there's a lot of people that are in there, like Sean Martinborough and Kari Randolph, but there's also some new
Yeah.
people that I think a lot of people are going to get introduced to, which I love. And I'm also excited. I'm always excited when the Tack Peter's in the house because I'm just a huge Tack Peter fan. I love all of his art, and he showed some stuff on Instagram a couple days ago that was like Godzilla, and there's like
Oh
a whole bunch of things that
yeah.
he was teasing, and I can't wait to see that. And then Schmodown. There is
Oh
a
yeah. Of course.
Schmodown that
Of
is hitting.
course.
Well, the Schmodown is usually here, but I'm just excited because I want to see a couple of the guys that I know from Blurs in the Hood are showing up, and I'm just excited that Winston Marshall, Jay Washington. So just and I think what's really also really cool is some of the people that we're seeing on some of these panels today, I know personally, like I know Cheyenne Owulu
Oh
and stuff like that. And so
yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
really excited. I'm always hyped when I see my friends getting some, some love and people I know getting some hype. So yeah, I'm super excited. But I don't want anybody to forget because if you're new to Skybound Expo, these exclusive deals run out fast.
Super
So
quick.
yeah, like, please, I'm
Yeah.
not joking, because there's always somebody that's in the TMs afterwards, like, "Oh, I didn't get this," or, "Oh, I wanted to get that." Get in the whenever you see that QR code pop up on the screen, you must get yourself some gear. Put it on hold, put it in the shopping cart, something, so that
Just keep your phone
you
on
can
deck.
exactly,
Keep
keep
that
it
phone on
charged,
deck and
keep your
scan it.
charger close. So, but I'm really excited that you're doing this with me today, Malik.
Yeah.
You've been on my show. I've seen the work you've done in like gaming, and you've been hosting for like a really long time. And so I'm just so excited. This is our first time actually like working together.
I
So I'm
know. I
really
know.
excited about that.
So it's a long time coming, and I'll be honest with everybody. I'm not like a comic book expert. I read a lot of comics. So coming into the show, I had to really consume, all of Skybound's offerings, and it was a lot of fun, especially Excellence. I think Excellence probably superseded my expectations when I read that whole thing. I was just like, man, I've been missing out. I've been missing out. Comics are in a really good place, and I think we're gonna feel that as we go throughout these panels today. So yeah, I'm super excited to be here and to do this with you because I feel like this was a long time coming.
No, I absolutely agree. And you know what's really funny? I didn't realize until we got this that the showdown was actually going to be about like black films. I mean, Black History Month, of course, but I didn't
Oh
even
yeah,
process that until I saw the thing, and I was like, "Oh, so this is going to be really, really interesting." And I'm curious about the genres they go through, and I'm really interested in seeing what they hit. And you know what? I completely forgot to mention that Big Clutch is coming back. We are
oh
having a
what?
Comic Vault live. Yes, in fact, he might have two Comic Vault lives
Oh
today.
yeah,
I'm
that's right.
not sure. Not so I have to check the schedule. I got to check with producers and stuff, but we're gonna see a lot of Big Clutch today, um, and I'm super excited for that. But yeah, Impact Winter sounds really interesting. Like I'm here for vampires. Everything's post-apocalyptic now, anyway, isn't it? 2022. We're living in the
Yeah,
post-apocalyptic part, so let's.
yeah, but the post-apocalyptic, but like in like very cold, winter settings, it's completely different. It's a different energy, when because you're trying to survive not just the zombies, but you're trying to survive the elements as well. So I like
Absolutely.
this. Yeah,
I
yeah,
do, and you
and
know
I
what?
just like
I want everybody to see these Impact Winter this gear though that they're going to be able to get. So
yes.
there's Impact Winter sale items, and then there's also general sale items for the con. So if you are an Invincible fan, if you are a Walking Dead fan, if you're a Grimm fan, look at that. Um,
Mm.
you can get your hands on all of these items today. And here's the thing, you got to hurry up though. Like we said, if you don't hurry up, you're going to miss out. But I really, really want to make sure that everybody understands that that QR code is your key. That is the focus, the lock to get you inside to a lot of these.
Oh,
Excuse, he's getting
uh,
it now.
I wasn't. I'm not participating. Don't worry. I'm not. I'm
Now
just.
listen, we're not gonna take up much more of your time because we want you to get into these panels. So I believe we got comics on deck first, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
We have
we
our
have
comments now.
We have some incredible comic book creators that are gonna actually talk about the creation of comics. I mentioned Sean Martinborough. We also have LL McKinney. You know her from creating Nubia. Karen Randolph. He's done Excellence. Brandon Thomas. Not only has he worked on a bunch of Skybound titles, but he also has done some stuff for Milestone. So this is actually, if you're really into creating comics and figuring out how to get in to the space, this is going to be the panel for you. So if you are a comic book creator, also like I mentioned, Cheyenne Awulu, Cheyenne the Geek is our host. So definitely stay tuned for creating comics, basically Skybound 101 creating comics coming up next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Skybound 101 Creating Comics panel. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will be your moderator, Cheyenne Wulu, also known as Cheyenne the Geek, and I am a geek entertainment host within the geek space, as well as a plethora of other things. But who cares about that? Because I'm here with people who do even cooler stuff than I do, and I'm really, really excited to talk to them. So if you're tuning in, then you're probably curious about what it takes to get in this comic book industry. Maybe your dream gig is to be a comic book writer. So I mean, this is the place to learn about it. You're going to be learning from the best. So we're going to take you through their journeys, and they're going to offer, personal advice and things like that. So I'm really excited to dive in. So let's go through our amazing panelists, starting with Brandon Thomas. So Brandon Thomas, he's the writer and co-writer of critically acclaimed comic series Excellence from Skybound and Image, Horizon, and The Many Adventures of Miranda Mercury. Brandon, how are we doing today?
Doing great. Good to be here.
Doing good. Yeah, we're good. It's good to have you. And we're going to go over to Kari Randolph. Oh, was that? Did someone just say something? Sorry. Okay. We're going to go over to Kari Randolph.
Look, see, it's always Brandon. Anything that goes wrong is Brandon's fault. I'm telling you
It
right
is.
now.
Hey, get off Brandon. So we're going to head over to Kari Randolph. Kari Randolph is the American comic book artist, and he's worked on such series like Starborn, Curtis Magic, Tech Jacket, Mosaic, and Excellence, and has published comics for Marvel Comics, amazing, Epic Comics, even more amazing, and DC Comics, super amazing, Aspen Comics, Image Comics, and Boom Studios. How are you feeling today, Kari?
I'm like a 7 out of 10 right now.
You just came back from a trip. Is that what we heard?
Yeah, I was just in Costa Rica for a week, and I got back late last night. So I'm here, and I'm happy to see all of y'all. But am I tired as hell? The answer is yes. But thank you for having me.
I believe it. I believe it. And we're moving on to LL McKinney, Latrice L. McKinney, better known by her pen name LL McKinney. She's an American writer of young adult literature. Her debut novel, A Blade So Black, was released in September 2018. McKinney created the Publishing Paid Me Twitter hashtag in June 2020 to highlight racial disparities in writers' advanced payments. Now, I'm so excited that you're here because you're kind of a legend. You're all legends, but like as a Black, female comic book fan, you're pretty much like amazing. So, how are you doing?
I'm doing great now. Gas me up. I'm doing amazing.
When the sisters are involved, we gotta hype each other up. You know what I mean? Like,
still catches me every time, even though I know we have to do it. I'm still just like, oh, thank you.
And last but not least, we have Sean Martinbro. And Sean Martinbro is an American comic book artist, the longtime artist for Robert Kirkman's Thief of Thieves. Martinbro is known for his film noir influenced drawing style. How are we doing? How are we?
Very good. Thanks for having me. It's cool seeing everybody here on the panel.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to dive into a lot of comic book industry talk. But before we kind of get into the nitty gritty, I want to do a little icebreaker. What are we all reading? And it doesn't even matter if it's your stuff. Go ahead and plug it. But what are we reading? Right? What comics are we into right now?
Huh.
Ooh.
Starting with Brandon.
Okay. I'm
Let's go,
reading
Brandon.
so much. Right now, I'm rereading a really cool DC series called Challengers of the Unknown that Sean Martinbro provided artwork to. I don't know what year it was from, maybe 97. It's from a while ago, but it's still just a great series. Amazing art from Sean and John Paul Leon. And that's kind of what I'm doing that. And then I'm also rereading Matt Fraction and Sal LaRocca's Invincible Iron Man. So, and 20 other things, but we're just going to stick with those two.
I'm fine with that. What about you, Sean?
I got mad reading piles in various areas of my apartment. So I'm like super behind and I'm a super slow reader. So in terms of comics, I literally just burned through, I think, all of the milestone books. So shout out to Brandon on hardware. I think number 3 was that the Singapore one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm current on that. Current on Icon and Rocket and Static, and I'm now about to tackle the Human Target series, along with the Jock Batman. Was it One Dark Knight thing?
Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And then I just got the new Mandalorian concept art of the Mandalorian season 2 from Amazon. So that just went right on the big stack of book pile. So yeah, I'm just
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Mandalorian, yes. What about you, Elle?
I'm also very behind. I'm currently on one of many deadlines. So reading just sort of takes a back step. I gain it through osmosis, what I should be reading sometimes. But what I have on my pile is Nubia and the Amazons, because of course. Also Static. I am a huge Static fan. Have been. The show is what got me into it, and I was tiny thing. So that's currently all that I have that I can remember. Ask me again in 5 minutes, and it might change.
I mean, you're all booked and busy. I don't expect y'all to like have a long list. I mean, you're busy about your own stuff, so, you know. But same though, like Static, the new run, so fire, so good. And what about you, Kari? What are you reading right now? What's your interest right now?
Well, I can. Most of the stuff I've been reading these days is scripts for stuff that I'm working on already. But I can say that when I was on the beach, this is not a stunt. I'm just saying what happened. I was on the beach, and the 2 things that I read on my Kindle were Human Target by Tom King and what's his name? Greg Smallwood, which is amazing. And I was also reading Nubia, Queen of the Amazons, for reasons that I can't say just yet, but I was also reading that and enjoying quite a bit. So that's what's fresh in my brain right now.
And those are all really good titles. Yeah, so yeah, I've been reading Static, and it's like so good. I need to get the new Nubia Amazons one, because that's my girl. I got to pick that one up. But yeah, I mean, all good stuff.
Do you like the covers on Static?
Do I like the covers? Oh yeah, they're amazing.
I was just wondering. Okay.
I got you. It's okay. It's okay.
Inside's good too. You know, I just wanted to know if you saw those covers though.
Oh boy.
So man, I'm I'm really
Now he's
excited
messing it up,
because I
Carl.
mean I'm in a room.
Sorry.
I'm really excited because like I'm in a room full of, you know, black faces, and it's like it took a while for I feel like the comic book industry to like really get like to where we had a lot of like black talent, you know what I mean, within the industry. So I kind of want to know what was your, I guess, journey? How did all of you get into comics, or like what made you think like, you know what? Comic books are like where I see myself. We'll start with you, Elle.
So my journey isn't, well, I don't think anybody's journey trying to come into these spaces where we've been excluded for so long is going to be the traditional route. You know, we're there, and our presence in and of itself um, can constitute some form of activism. But my journey was, I started in books first. That's where my love of writing came from. I was always a fan of comics. My grandmother gave baby Elle Amazing Fantasy. The first one was Spider-Man. I was a tiny thing, and Spider-Man's been my favorite ever since, and that's how I got into comics. So I've always been a reader, but I didn't think that that was something that I could do. Like, the comics just appeared by magic. In my mind, I didn't know people made them, and it wasn't until after I started trying to, you know, become a prose writer where I was like, comics might be a thing that I could also do. I mean, why not? I'm telling myself no. So I'm watching all the shows and reading all the things because I also love anime and animation and cartoons. And Young Justice, when it was in its, not in its heyday, but before it got cut off and got reborn, I was on Twitter screaming about how I want to write for Young Justice because I love it. And Michelle Wells from DC, who had read my prose work and really liked it, messaged me and was like, okay, so let's talk. And I was like, okay. So they asked me to pitch a graphic novel for Young Justice. And in that graphic novel, I was like, I'm going to slip Nubia in here. Y'all going to print Nubia again if I have anything to say about it. Because I've been hollering about her for 15 years.
Yes,
I was
yes,
mad.
yes.
So I put her in there, and I maybe kind of made her a main character accidentally. Like, it happened. And they were like, okay, so could you pitch us her? Just forget the rest of them, just pitch us her. And I said, okay. So I went back a couple months later and I gave them what would become Nubia Real One. And they were like, yeah, we're going to run with that. The Young Justice pitch was amazing, but this could be a lot. And from the Nubia pitch is when they asked me to do Future State for Wonder Woman with Nubia. And being part of her resurrection has been my biggest dream because I'm a fan first and foremost. So that's kind of how I got into comics. And then the same thing happened with Power Rangers when I said I want to write for Power Rangers. And then somebody on Twitter was like, can we talk? So it literally, like, I think about it and I'm like, what did I do so I can keep doing it? What lined up right there in those days? So that's how I got into comics. Most of my struggle was getting into just the publishing industry, period. And that happened on the pro side. Once on the pro side, you couldn't tell me that I couldn't write because I was already doing it. So the usual lies that they would try and tell people, Black people in particular, you don't know how to tell stories, you know, you're not able to string words together or whatever, or able to, no, you can't tell me that because here it is already. So now what? Yeah.
Dope.
Oh, period. Yes, 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 yes. And I'm so glad that you got to tell your story. Sean, do you want to go next? What was the beginning of your journey? And also feel free to mention what your first comic book was. I would love to know.
Geez, I don't remember what the first comic book was. I love comics from an early age, probably elementary school into junior high. And then once I was in high school, I'm a native New Yorker, so I went to the high school of music and art. And in my freshman year, a buddy of mine was like, hey, he's also a comic fan. And he said, hey, I go to this nonprofit art school called the Children's Art Carnival in Harlem on Saturdays. And they had Black professionals come in and teach free classes. And he's like, I take a cool cartooning class. Would you want to go? So I'm like, sure. So Saturday morning, trekked up there, and that's where I met my two mentors who really were very formative in terms of how I approached getting into comics and getting into art. One's name was Gil Ashby, the other's name was Michael Davis, and they were two very yin and yangs. Gil was like, you got to learn how to draw, the foundation and the perspective, anatomy. Davis was like, it's a hustle, it's a hustle, it's a business, it's a business, it's a business. And which is great because they don't teach business to art students in any of the schools that I went to. And so Davis really would introduce his class to his friend. He had professional industry. So in my early days of high school, I was meeting people like Dennis Cowan, Bill Sienkiewicz, Walt Simonson, Louise Simonson. And these people were just showing me that, okay, not only is it cool to meet, working professionals, but also they were working professionals, so I could do that. And so that really just gave me a really strong focus to follow art and then go to college. I went to School of Visual Arts, and I got my first professional work when I was a junior in School of Visual Arts because I was determined not to wait until I graduated to look for a job like every other student. So so I got my first work working for Marvel in 1992, 1993. And I've been working as a professional artist ever since. So that's how I got my start and how I got into the industry.
Cool. All right. I think I'll go next.
I want to know what part of New York that you're from, if you don't mind me asking.
Bronx, Bronx, New York.
Oh, Bronx. Okay. Yeah. Bronx. Okay, Queens over here. Queens over here. Okay. So, Brandon, yeah, you can go next.
Well, one of my.
What did you say? You just cut off. Sorry, Sean.
Did you say something funny, Sean? Say it again.
No, I just said I have family in Queens. And the funny joke is most New Yorkers know their borough and one other borough, and no one goes to Staten Island. But that's it. Okay.
Cool. Well,
All right, Brandon, your time to shine. Let's go.
Okay. I'll be as brief as I can. One of the first comics I ever had was I don't know if anybody remembers like the Batman serial from 1989, the Keaton movie. One of the many thousands of pieces of merchandise that came out from that was a Batman serial. And they had this thing where if you sent back like 3 or 4 like box tops, they would send you like this 3-issue ash can set of comics, which are basically just, for people that don't know, they're just smaller comics. And it was kind of like it was like a retelling of the Batman origin story in these 3 like little ash cans. So those are the first, kind of comics that I officially had. My first like real comic was Amazing Spider-Man. I think it was 331. It was like an Eric Larson cover, like a Punisher guest appearance. I can still see it in my head, like really, really clearly. But just growing up, I loved reading. I just loved reading. Like I was that kid that when I was introduced to like the public library, I remember this distinctly, like going in, because usually the only library I had any experience with was the one at school, and you had like limits to how many books you could take out. You could only take out 2 books at one time, which I thought was just awful, just oppression, to a little 8-year-old or whatever I was. So when I went to the public library the first time, I remember asking, how many books can I take out? And they're like, you can take out as many as you want. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's no limit. Like, as long as you bring them back, you can take all of them if you can, fit them in this cart. And so basically I was just, down a rabbit hole from that point on. So it was just like reading and Saturday morning cartoons, Thundercats, Voltron, Transformers. That's kind of like my holy trinity of Saturday morning cartoons. And just all through kind of like grade school, I thought that I was going to write novels. Like I thought I was going to write like adventure novels. And I officially got into comics in 1992. My father took me to my first comic shop, a place called the Fiction House. And that became like our monthly kind of voyage. So we would go to the Fiction House every month, and he would basically set me loose inside there. And there, again, like the library, no limits. So every month I would just go to the comic shop, and we would just leave with a giant stack of books. And it was like, it was perfect. It was just Like, because my father knew that I love cartoons and he knew that I love books. So it just seemed like a very natural progression. And that basically changed the course of my life. But even all through high school, I was still planning to just write novels. And I went to a comics convention, I think in 97, 98, right before I went to college. And I went to a seminar that was put on by one of my favorite writers at the time. And in those 45 minutes, I was completely redirected from, a life in prose to like, oh, I could write comics. Like, why didn't I think of that before now? So, I spent college basically kind of training myself to kind of break in. I started writing letters to comics that I was reading. So I started corresponding with editors. Then I would meet up with those editors at conventions and, get tips like, how can I break in? Like, what are you looking for in new writers? And that's kind of how, how my progression went. I started an online column called Ambidextrous for a comics news website. And when I started it, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to use this column to, break into comics. It's going to take me like 6 months. It's going to be awesome and I'll be done. And several years later, I was still doing it, and I got into comics. Maybe a couple of years into writing the column, but I kept writing that, kept building up contacts through the column. My first couple of jobs, and just tried to keep it going. Just try to get that next job. So any little thing that I got, any little assignment, I just tried to do a good job on it so I could get the next one. And, fast forward to today, I think I've been writing like exclusively, like without, like a day job, maybe for, I don't know, like 5 or 6 years. So it took a while, but, it was worth it. You got to have a lot of persistence in this game. So, that's the brief version.
Yeah. You made it. You made it. You're where you're where you wanted to be.
Yeah.
And Carrie, what about you? What inspired you to want to get into comics?
Well, it's interesting. I was always a big reader. My mom was a school teacher, so she was always bringing me a lot of books home, and so I was reading from a really young age. But I wasn't necessarily into comics at first. I was into what we now consider pop culture. So I was into the cartoons and the video games and stuff like that, and all that stuff inspired me. Just like Brandon said, like Transformers and GI Joe and Ninja Turtles. That was like what I was into. It wasn't until I was like maybe 12 or 13 when Image Comics came out, and there was like an energy that all those artists were bringing to the table that like spoke to me, to my brain at that time, to where I was like, the stuff that was in comics before was cool, but I was like, this is the stuff that I want to do. The stuff that these guys are doing was just like fresh, and I could tell that it was by dudes who were just young and were clearly breaking rules, but were having a good time doing it. And I always wanted to be that type of artist. And from like that point on, I was like, all right, I don't want to do anything else in my life but become a comic book artist. And so for the rest of high school, if I had if I had an assignment due or something, and it was like the night before and I had started it, I would just like turn that assignment into like a comic book. Or I would draw all over desks. I was the kid who was just like invested in art nonstop. And I know it drove my teachers crazy, but at the same time, they all saw something in what I was doing. So they actually let me get away with some of this stuff, which is kind of crazy. But like it really, art was like my salvation, because I'm from Boston and my neighborhood was like really, really rough at the time. And so I kind of was just in my own little introverted world, creating these little realities, and that was what kept me in the house and kept me not getting in the same trouble that a lot of my other friends were getting into. Um, so I kind of feel like in some way, like comics saved my life, because there was a lot of kids I knew who were like really getting into stuff that I didn't wind up getting into because I was so invested in being a nerd, you know. Um, and eventually I just said, I want to do comics. I'm gonna move to New York, go to art school. I did that. I went to the same school as Sean mentioned, School of Visual Arts. And I had a bunch of great mentors there, like Gil Ashby, as he mentioned, and Klaus Janson and Joey Cavallari. And then I interned at DC Comics as a junior in college, and I met even more mentors there, like Joe Illage and L.A. Williams, and there was always a few people that kept giving me that push that were like, yo, you have something in you, just keep at it. Because it always felt like there was something against me, and I didn't know exactly what it was, but it just seemed like I was good, but doors weren't really opening up like I wanted them to open up. So, I kept working, and I got work in my senior year of college, but it wasn't comics. It was actually licensing artwork. So it was actually, if you remember, there was a show called Teletubbies back in the day, and I was doing like licensing artwork for that show, and that transformed into doing licensing art for like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff like that. And eventually in 2003, I got my break in comics doing some Spider-Man books, and it seemed like I made it. And I was like, I'm in now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I quit. I had a full-time job. I quit that. I was like, yo, I'm doing comics. Let's go. And then like that lasted for maybe a year. And then comics was just like, nah, nah, you're not really here. And it just seemed like the work really dried up for me. And so I had to get my hustle on again, and I wound up kind of just falling into animation due to the stuff that I had done before from licensing. Like, it was the easy transition into working on cartoons. I worked on a couple cartoons. I worked on the Ninja Turtle cartoon. I worked on Boondocks. I worked on Hellboy. And then in 2009, once Ninja Turtles wrapped up in 2009, I was like, all right, this is my chance. I'm gonna try to get back into comics, and I re-broke back into comics, and for whatever reason, it stuck, and I've been working in comics pretty much ever since. So that's it.
Wow. All different journeys, some similar, some went to the same schools. Yeah, that's amazing. Wow. And you're all, here doing what you love, and that's pretty awesome. So let's get into the industry for anybody who is watching this, somebody who wants to get started in comics, somebody who wants to get started with writing or being a comic book artist. Let's start with networking. I feel like that's probably one of the main things that people, I guess, struggle with. Like, oh, how do I find who do I pitch my comic book to and things like that. Elle, you said something interesting earlier where you said that someone found you on Twitter or on social media. Do we feel like social media is maybe like a big tool when it comes to trying to get your work out there for other publishers and things like that to see, or agents and things like that?
I feel like it
We
can
can start with
be.
you.
It's well, because of the nature of social media, where everybody puts their best foot forward. Like, you hardly ever see somebody falling apart on the timeline. I mean, it happens, but it's not a regular thing that people do. We always put the good news that's happening. I got this contract, I got that. Not, I got rejected for the 9th time today. So I think it's a great tool, and it has worked tremendously for me and for others. My only caution would be, just don't put all your eggs in that basket, because it wouldn't have worked for me if I hadn't had the pros that I already had, built up to. And I do know that the artist Robin Smith for Nubia was found through her Etsy shop. I think she had a shop where that's where her email address was, and it wasn't available to the editor who wanted to hire. So her editor had to go and find her email address in this like convoluted way. And Robin was like, that is a life lesson, and I will tell everybody, put your contact information everywhere at all times. So that, I think that would be the bigger thing, is to just make sure that when you're putting, because I can only speak to the writer side. I don't know how it works as an artist. I don't have portfolios. There are people here who could tell you much better than I could. But for the writer side, without, like, you can't really just put your product out there unless you like start handing your words out, like whole books, just giving them out. You can't post a book in a snapshot on Twitter. So it's not as easy is not the right word. It's not as overall effective, because when you see the work that an artist has put into this picture, you can take it and look into it. When they've offered for you the chance to, please don't post people's art without their permission. When they've offered you the chance to see something, you can take a look at this panel and break it down. You can't do that with word, like a whole book. You can't put a whole book on Twitter, is what I'm saying. So I think you want to always have what it is that you're trying to do in the background, and your social media should be an avenue for you to tell people, hey, come look at this. Hey, come look at this. Hey, come look at this. Social media, in my opinion, isn't the end all be all. It's a great tool. It can be used. It can lift you up, but don't rely on it wholly, because it can very much turn around and bite you in the ass. It really can. So, can I say ass? Sorry.
Yeah. You're fine. You're fine. It's okay.
I think you can. I think we're fine.
I do like lots of YA things, so I always have to ask, because I'm usually talking to teenagers, and the teenagers don't care, but the parents do. So
the teenagers watching this probably just want the information. They don't care about any curse words or anything. So, so Sean, I want to move on to you. Same question, but I'm going to like condense it a little bit. What I guess advice do you have for people who want to network within this industry? And what would you say would be the best approach for that?
Well, I mean, listen, I'm a dinosaur in terms of age. I'm 50. So back when I was in, growing up, there was no internet, if anyone can even imagine that. So the only way you could get your artwork to editors is either photocopying them, mailing them copies, faxing them. So the fact that there's the internet here and you can sort of create a paid artwork and people can come see your stuff is a huge advantage. The problem is that I see with a lot of young aspiring artists is that they kind of confuse, hey, I'm going to go talk crap about a movie that I saw that I thought sucked, or I just had a really bad sandwich at a restaurant. And oh, by the way, I'm an artist, writer too. Like you have to realize, you have to think about like who you're presenting yourself to. All right. And a lot of people, even though like Facebook is for older people, the people that still pretty much hire you are older people. And so you have to think about how you're presenting yourself. So if you want to be an artist, you need to curate your feed so that you are showing your best artwork. Now, being a writer, like I started off as an artist, but now I'm writing as well. And that was always part of the plan. And unfortunately for me, over my career, I've worked with some of the best writers in the industry. So was like great. It was like getting a lesson in writing by working along with writers and seeing how they could construct a story and everything like that. So it was very easy for me to sort of transition into writing because I had relationships with publishers. And so I could say, hey, okay, like, so if you put something out there, they'll say, oh, you write too? And then that's how I sort of transition into writing in addition to drawing. But it's very hard to get in as a writer, as Brandon can tell you, because, is that if you're showing your artwork to someone can evaluate whether or not you're skilled like that. They can say, okay, the anatomy's jacked up, the perspective's jacked up, you don't know how to tell a story from panel to panel. But to assess someone's writing, it has to take time to read what you wrote. And most editors do time. Most professionals don't have time. And so if you're on social media, and I get this all the time, people say, hey, can you read my script? Or hey, I got an idea for something, can you read this? I'm like, listen, I can't, because I can barely read this, keep up with the amount of scripts that I have to read that I'm drawing or that I'm writing and I'm giving notes and stuff like that. So I would say that I kind of look at it. I always use one of the cardinal rules for stand-up comedy in terms of like how I approach stuff. Keep it tight. Keep it tight. Always leave them wanting more. So if you reach out to someone or if you present something to someone, keep it tight. The more you want someone or the more stuff you show to someone, the more mistakes they can find in it. So rather than show a portfolio of 10 pieces, maybe keep it to 5, tight, your best pieces. If you're going to reach out to someone in an email to introduce yourself to them, keep it tight. And I always tell people who don't know me that approach me, okay, listen, I'm happy to share information because that's one of the things that people of color tend not to have access to as information. So I'm always happy to share any insights I have in terms of the business. However, don't ask me a question that you could easily Google yourself, because then that shows how serious you are. So be very specific. And also, you have one shot. If you ask me like a jive, janky question, I'm gonna be like, okay, this person's not serious. But if you ask me like a very well thought out question that I couldn't find online, I'll say, okay, you know what? I'll take out a couple of minutes to respond to you and follow up. So I would say that yes, it's a great tool to get you seen by a lot of people, but it doesn't lessen the need for you to prepare and study. If you want to get into a certain industry, if you want to work with a certain editor, if you want to work for a certain publisher, do your homework and see what do they publish? Do they publish what you want to do? And you have to be prepared. You just can't be like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna roll and ask somebody for a favor or to ask me or to ask for a hookup, because it just doesn't work that way. And most people are not going to pull you aside and tell you, you're out of line, that was whack the way you came at me. They're just not going to respond. So you got to think about that when you try to like network with people. So always think about putting your best foot forward, be respectful, and treat this like a business, even though this might seem kind of casual because we're on social media.
Yeah, wow, I mean, that's so true. That's so true. So, I feel like I definitely learned something from that, like for sure, for sure, for sure. So I want to move on for the sake of time to the next, so we can get some more questions in. But Kari and Brandon, I would love to hear your thoughts on this one. So how does an artist find someone to work with on their script? What is the best approach? Starting with you, Kari.
Well, I can tell you, and this kind of leapfrogs off the last question too. Um,
Yeah.
So when I was trying to break in, I was told this is how you break in. You get a physical portfolio together, you show it to editors, you get feedback, you do all that stuff, and eventually someone's gonna give you some work. And let me tell you, none of that works for me, like at all. Like they all said I was good, but you know, I never got work out of that. What worked for me was honestly, I went online, found I found other artists who were like the same age as me or into the same stuff, and we just kind of vibed and clicked. And once I basically, this is back in the message board days, so it's a little different now. But I just went and found people who were into the same interests as me, and I kind of just clicked up with them. And eventually we all just kind of like created our own little network and started going to conventions and doing the same, sitting next to each other at tables, and just we were like-minded. So if you wanted this type of art, you would go down a row and all three or four of us were all doing the same kind of stuff. And eventually, if one person got a gig, uh next thing you knew, that person would talk to their editor and say, well, if you like this, uh Kari has this, or this person has this, and we sort of like helped each other break in at the same time. So I know things have changed a lot, but I would say like having a network of people that can support what you do and who also can be honest with you about, look, here's what you're doing well, but here's what you're not doing so well. Because the problem with social media sometimes is you might have a big following of people who love you, but they're not keeping it real with you. Like, and at the end of the day, you need people to like check you and be like, yeah, these little pinups you do are cool, but your sequentials suck. You know what I'm saying? Or like you can't draw a background at all. Like you need people to really, because your parents aren't going to tell you, and your little friends aren't going to tell you, but you need like-minded individuals that will say to you, look, this is good, this is not good, you need to work on this, and you should do the same to your peers. So I kind of already forgot what the question was, but I think having a network of people who keep it real with you is incredibly important to your success in this industry.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say a big thing that.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much answered it.
Mhm. Okay, I can jump on that.
Oh, you can go ahead,
One thing,
Brandon.
one thing that you always have to that I always try to keep in mind is that, you know, we are in the relationship business, and there are, you know, 11,000 different ways that you can maintain good relationships with other people that are doing the things that you want to do, and people like editors who are basically kind of like the gatekeepers between you and doing what you want to do. And when I started out, I always had a rule for myself that anytime I approached an editor or another writer that I, you know, that I really loved, whose work I admired, I always try never to, don't like ask for things. I always just ask for advice and for information, right? So when you're new to the game and you're approaching editors, like, I would never just ask for, you know, how can I get you to send me a check, right? And I used to try to also make, if you can do this, social media helps a little bit with this, but I've also found, for me, building relationships that were not around and about comics were also valuable for me. So like, if I'm talking with an editor or a writer that I know is also obsessed with, you know, the NFL like I am, then that's what our relationship became about. Or it became about how we, you know, had dogs. So, you know, anything that I could, you know, I just tried to make the relationships about something else that wasn't, like, not 100% focused on comics. I always found that that was pretty productive for me, because when you approach people, you don't want them to be like, oh, okay, here comes Brandon. He's going to ask for some, you know, for some comic stuff again. You know, can I get a deal? Can I get this? Can I get an 8-pager? So, you know, having relationships with people that were in comics, but not necessarily about comics, I thought was very kind of advantageous to me too. And you also have to be, it's very, very hard because, you know, you're so hungry and you're so desperate, but you have to have patience. Like, you never know, you know, where these relationships or where these connections are going to go, right? You may be talking to an editor who's working at an independent company right now, but in 6 years, they may be at DC, they may be at Marvel. So if you have like a real relationship with that person, it is going to help you kind of move yourself kind of along the line. To get you where you need to go. So just trying to find that perfect balance of like patience and, you know, persistence and perseverance, I find has always been, you know, great for me. And now, you know, I get to be kind of lazy in a sense, where now for excellence, I kind of pitched that to Skybound, like the editors at Skybound, and we were kind of developing it. And then we started having the conversation about, you know, well, who would you want to, you know, do the art for? And I'm like, well, you know, Kari, but we can't get Kari. And I've also found that this is kind of like, this is kind of like a high level thing. Anytime I challenge my editor, I get I get like the artist that I want. Like, if I tell my editor, like, we can't get him, there's no way we can get him, I found that they take that as like a personal challenge. And so I've done that like a couple of times, you know, like they ask me like, who would you want to do the, you know, do the covers for this book, or who would you want to work with? Like, well, this guy, but I know you can't get him. So, you know, but yeah, it's,
I feel like that really, I mean, well, I was just going to say, you guys really touched on the idea of, I guess, networking across and creating those like genuine relationships within the industry, because not everything is just industry relationships. So I love that you guys really touched on that. I know we're almost running out of time, but really quickly, I just wanted to know, I feel like the big question is, what are, I guess, publishers looking for when it comes to a comic book pitch? Like, how do you figure out what these publishers are looking for when you're pitching? And we can start with you, Sean.
Oh, wow. Okay. You know, I'm trying to think of like my most recent. Well, I have a project that I'm writing and illustrating for Abrams, and it's John Jennings' new Megascope, and that's like a personal story that I pitched to John. John wanted to work with him on the imprint, and so I said, okay, let me think about what story I can give you. And I gave him like a straight noir themed, kind of like, you know, this grounded, gritty kind of story, and he dug it. He dug the idea, and it was a very simple, maybe 1-page pitch. and he liked it. And then he said, okay, can you build this out? And I did. And it was that easy. The guys at DC, like I'm currently working on a Red Hood story for them. I did a 2-part story last year, and they literally reached out and said, hey, we know you're working on your own thing, but could you come up with like a crime story for Red Hood? And I was not familiar with the Red Hood, but I did a lot of research, and I came up with a pretty simple pitch. It was like a 1-page thing, it, and I went to build it out. So I've had some pretty good luck with pitching things. So I think what I tend to do is kind of put the major beats in. What's the twist? What's the reveal? Something to make them say, okay, you know what? I'm interested in this. I want to read more. And so that's the thing that I learned from some of the best writers in the game, which is like always write something that makes people want to turn that page. I have to say, Andy Diggle, who I work with on Thief of Thieves for like 4 story arcs, so good at that. He would write things he was so deceptively simple in his writing. He was very sparse. He didn't overwrite, but every page was designed to make you turn that page. And that's something that I always think about when I'm either writing or I'm pitching.
Yeah, I love that. That's a great answer. I would love to get to all of you, but unfortunately, we are running out of time, and I want to make sure that everybody has time to plug in all their happenings. So, where can we find you, and what are you working on, and where can we find you? Starting with you, Brandon.
I am technically I'm still online, not as much anymore, but I'm on Twitter at bwrites247. Right now, I am co-writing Aquaman, which launches next week, which is, I don't know when this is posting, but it'll probably be out by then. I'm co-writing Aquaman for DC Comics with Chuck Brown. I wrote a humanoids graphic novel called Kill Wolfhead that takes place in the famous Inkle universe. Write an animated movie for Milestone. It's a lot of different stuff going on, but yeah. Those are the 3 I'll point out right now.
Yeah, you out here.
I'm trying to be.
What about you, Kari?
My main focus right now is I just started up a website called Glass Eye Comics. And I'm with my writer, Joanne Starr. We're doing a book called Sirens of the City. It's like a grimy 80s New York hodgepodge of like hip hop and punk and fantasy, and it's like my favorite thing in the world right now. And you can only read it on my website, and it's dope. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then Elle, what can we look forward to, and where can we find you?
You can find, well, you used to be able to find me on Twitter a lot, but I've backed away.
I saw
from that a
you
little
go
bit.
through Twitter for a little bit.
I did. I've been posting every now and then. If something happens, I have to say something. But I've walked away mostly. Again, it's deadlines, and I can only do so many things at a time. But you can find me at llmckinney.com. That'll list all of my social media where I do be sometimes. And the nature of being both in comics and in prose means that things are happening, and I'm not legally allowed to talk about them. So
Of course.
I can't say what's happening next. Just that if you've read my old stuff, just be prepared for similar new stuff. That was vague enough, I
Yes.
think.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's vague. I'm tuned in.
They'll come
like,
get me.
okay.
They will. I can't say anything.
And of course, without breaking any contracts, what can you tell us about what you have going on in the future, Sean, and where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter. I lazily retweet stuff. Instagram, Facebook. I'm currently working on that creator on graphic novel for Abrams. I'm writing and drawing. It's going to be in black and white, which I'm really excited about. Also wrapping up a Hellboy story. And I'm also writing the sequel to my Red Hood story. And hopefully that's actually pretty exciting. I'm expanding the story that I set up in the first 2-parter with The Hill. And the artist should be announced maybe in the next month or 2. I'm really excited when people find out who I'm working with on the sequel, and doing a couple other projects for book publishers. So, yeah. But so I'm just trying to find out where the heck the time goes.
Oh, I'm so excited. Red Hood is one of my favorite heroes, so excited for your So I am so happy that I got a chance to speak with all of you. I hope everybody watching at home learned something from this panel. They dropped some gems, y'all. So I hope y'all took notes. Thank you all for tuning in to the Skybound 101 Creating Comics panel. I've been your moderator, Cheyenne the Geek, and I will see you all on the internet somewhere. Enjoy the rest of the event.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Oh my goodness, how amazing was that? First off,
That was
Cheyenne,
incredible.
another great job by Cheyenne moderating there. But yo, four of the best creators around, taking us back through their journeys, dropping all the gems, a gratuitous amount of gems, and telling us what it takes to come up in the world of comics. Just so fantastic. You know, that point
No,
Sean Martinborough made
absolutely.
about that point Sean made about keeping your portfolio tight was felt deep within the pits of my soul. I always want to be better at condensing my portfolio. So yeah, that was great. That was so great.
And they were so humble. Like you just mentioned Sean. A lot of people don't know he was the first Black man to draw a Batman ongoing series. It was Detective Comics, I believe, 742. And it dropped in 2000. There's nobody before that had been given a full ongoing series. He was the first one. Brandon Thomas, Postal is amazing. I love his work on Horizon, and Elle is being mad humble because not only did she write
Right.
obviously Blade So Black, and Nubia, which she talked about, but her Power Rangers book, Edge of Darkness, is this whole backstory on the Pink Ranger, like the Pink Galaxy Ranger. I'm like, I need y'all to put some light on the work that these people are doing. So I was really excited about
Yeah.
that. And Kari, of all the stuff he's done, he's also was part of the team that did Black. Remember that comic? Like, what if only Black
Yeah.
people had superpowers?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So yeah, there's so much that they have done, and that was incredible. And there's
Yeah.
so many comics that
So many.
they
Yeah,
yes
I
that
want to
they've
say real
worked
quick.
on.
I want to say real quick.
Oh,
Speaking of Kari, I realized as we're sitting there that I didn't mention this earlier, but Kari, the colorist, his colorist Emilio Lopez is a good friend of mine. Of course, you know they work together on the Comic Excellence, and Emilio is actually a gaming buddy of mine. He's done like some crazy commissions for me. I'm gonna show one of them to you, right? Anybody who's a fan of Metal Gear Solid, he actually did this one of Big Boss for me. It might be a little bright.
nice.
There's a little bit of glare, but yeah, it was just crazy seeing him talk because they were talking about network, and there's just so many good people involved in a lot of the work that these folks on this panel do. So yeah, that was a great one. That was
No,
awesome.
it was. But listen, we have more comics to show you. We haven't stopped talking about comics. We've got new comics and merch and stuff coming out. Let's see the slide for the comics that are on sale right now. I believe we have Murder Falcon.
Murder Falcon.
Yes. and
Yes.
and again, new merch on sale. And again, remember, you've got to use that QR code to get in on these details. I'm sorry, get in on these deals and these
Yep.
exclusives. I think we also might have something with Ultra Mega, if I'm not wrong.
I think we do.
I'm
I think we do.
but and there we go. And I'm an Ultra Mega fan because I like kaijus and anime and stuff like that. But Murder Falcon, have you been reading that comic? Have you been checked any of that out? Because I know you said you're kind of new to the comics that Skybound offers.
Yeah. Brian, he hooked me up with it, and you know, I just now got started with that one. Like I said, I ran all the way through Excellence, Murder Falcon. Just got the one volume that I'm currently reading up on. Very interesting, yo. I just like how metal it is. You know?
Exactly. Like that's the thing. Like if you're a fan of metal, like literally the rock genre, you're gonna really see like even I like going through some of the covers and seeing how they're all sort of plays and on rock metal album covers and stuff. So yeah, again, use the QR code to get access to those. But Skybound also has a new partnership with
Yeah.
Versus. Now, like, I don't know if you've ever played the Versus social predicting game. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, I tried it. It's it's basically like you can do everything from playing with your friends with for bragging rights, or you can boost it up to cash prizes and things of that nature. But
Exactly. So
basically,
it's a social predicting gaming service where players answer like a video delivered question, like this guy's doing here, and it's hosted
yeah,
by personalities and brands about a future real world event. Now, rewards for winning range from bragging rights, like you said, to cash. And this week, Skybound asked their own question: Will Robert Kirkman make an appearance at today's Expo? And people are betting on that prediction. And today we have a new question for the second round of the second part of season 11 of The Walking Dead. So we've got a new question. And that
what's the
question
question?
is: Will a human die in episodes 10 or 11? So
Hmm.
I think that might be a really easy one.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, 11, 10. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me say that again. Season 11, episode 10. Will a human die? So, once again, the new question for Versus is: in season 11 of The Walking Dead, in episode 10, will a human die? And if you get your predictions in before Sunday when AMC Plus airs the episode, please do that. Hurry. We won't post the answer until the episode airs for everyone else a week later. So, but you got to
no
get your
spoilers.
predictions in before Sunday in the versus game with Skybound if you want to win. Okay.
Yes,
So
yes, no
don't.
spoilers. We'll wait on that result.
I can't believe that Walking Dead is actually coming to an end. I just can't process that. Like it's been so long.
It has. It has. Well, I mean, if you've been reading the comic, you've been on board for quite some time already. So just imagine being a comic fan and a fan of the show, and just kind of like being there for the beginning of both. It's a long time. It's a long life cycle across both. But yeah,
No, it
guys,
absolutely is.
I would say definitely make sure if you didn't scan that QR code, go back and scan that QR code. Get your predictions in immediately. Um, but
Because
all right,
there might possibly be money involved. We don't know.
yeah, could be.
We don't know.
It could be.
We can't confirm or deny. Now, you heard me yelling about Attack Peter before.
Yes.
You're an Attack Peter fan, right? It's not
I
just
mean,
me.
who isn't? He's the artist currently known as Attack Peter. And guys,
Love
he's
it.
going to be taking point on the show with some very special guests here soon. And word on the streets is that he's providing an exclusive look at his limited edition merch, which we all know that stuff goes super fast. I can guarantee you whatever this man has to offer will not be available for a long time.
Listen,
So
he teased the Godzilla piece on Instagram, and I need to know if it's in here.
yeah, me too. Me too. I'm super pumped to see if it is. Do you have any other maybe hot scoops or predictions of what else he might show us?
I don't, but I am excited to see who he has on this panel because it's usually just him and Gabby, but he's got a guest. And so I'm tuning in because I really want to see who this third person is that he's bringing in, and if he's collaborating with anybody, because collaborations are also amazing. But his work is just so fire.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, as somebody who's an enthusiast in the space, what is it about Attack Peter's limited edition merch that keeps people going crazy, that keeps bringing them back?
Well, for me, it's not just the limited edition stuff. I think it's the fact I'm just a fan of his crafts, because so everybody
Right.
knows that he's got this process of printing, but the fact that
Hmm.
he carves the work first, like, so he's an artist, he's like an inker, he's a sculptor, like it's all
Right.
of these different parts of his artistry coming together to make what he makes. So not only do I like the prints that he makes, I want the carvings, I want the original stuff that he uses before he inks them up. I'm just a fan all around of anybody who can do that with their hands, because I cannot.
Right. Right.
I am not talented like that.
And it's crazy, and it makes sense that there's limited prints on all his work because he does it himself. It's all original, from Attack Peter, which to me is crazy. So I can understand the appeal. I just need to know how I can get my hands on some of this stuff. Now that I'm hosting the Skybound Creatorfest, now that I'm here at the Skybound Expo, is there like any maybe hookup I could get, Peter?
Yeah, I wish, because I'm still waiting on my my black broccoli plushie. So I've been trying. You're gonna have you talk to Hector because he seems to have the hookup. But one last thing I do want to say about the previous panel that we had on, I do think that
Yes.
Thief of Thieves, which was Robert Kirkman's comic with Sean Martinborough, needs to be turned into a live action movie or series. So, Mr. Kirkman, if you're listening, can you please make that happen, please?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you guys want to do excellence, like a live action film for that too, or a show, I'd be down for that as well. I love to see Spencer Dales, on the big screen. I'm for it. I'm super for it.
Absolutely.
All right, I think we're ready for Attack Peter. I know the fans out there are ready for him too. So let's hop on over and see what Sir Pete has in store for us today.
Yay!
Woohoo! We made it.
Yay! This is
We
what
made it
happens.
to the party.
This is what happens when we stay behind the scenes too long. We start doing.
We
this
start
kind
going
of shit.
crazy.
If you're watching the second screen experience on Instagram, by the way, Instagram Live, second screen experience.
In case one wasn't enough.
This is what we do in Miami when we're celebrating.
Everything. Hit everything. Every
It's
pot,
usually a
every
pot and a pan.
pan. Yeah.
And then this.
Mhm. No, we don't really do
Okay.
that. But
All
okay.
right. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Creatorfest 2022. Holy schmagoli. I am so jealous listening to Kari Randolph in the last panel reading off his credits. He says, I got to work on the TMNT cartoon series. I got to work on the Hellboy animated series. And I got to work on the Boondocks animated series. I'm like, bro, where do you go from there? Excellence is a great place to go from there. But the guy is the man. What a show we have today. By the way, Karama, Malik, I can't live up to that kind of hype. So tone it down. I can't. Your hype was
He's
so
gonna
good.
try. He's
It
gonna
was
try
so
to live up
good.
to it.
And
But
then they get to me and it's like banging on a mug. That's what.
this
That's
was-
the reality of what this is. Okay, we have a schedule to stick to because we have an amazing conversation coming up with one of my favorite artists who I've been meaning to have on the show for a long time, Dennis Brown, aka Bagger at Bags43.
Should we do applause?
Oh, obviously, always.
Oh, it doesn't work.
Oh no, they don't have the applause.
Oh no.
Anyway, so yeah, Bags43. He actually was the artist that got to show with me in San Francisco. Next to me, had an amazing show. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Right now, though, I want to kick it off immediately. No fluff, no muss, like Beetlejuice says.
No fluff, no muss?
No muss. Let's drop a brand new Attack Peter print with this hype video first, right now, right at the gate. Hype video now. Hype video. Yes, the hype of the video.
I love those hype videos.
Yes.
Those reels are incredible.
Shout out Mike Aronson from Skybound production team putting
Killing
that video
it.
together. It makes me look super hype. I feel the hype. Guys, brand new print, Akukame Strikes. If you've been following along with everything I'm doing on our YouTube channel, on our social media stuff, you know we're working towards bringing Takero's world to life. And the first product that we're working on, the first project, I should say, is a field guide, much in the tradition of like Wayne Barlow's Guide to Extraterrestrials and other great field guide art books. We're doing that. And the difference is that throughout the year, I'm dropping some of the artwork before the book even releases. And this is one of those pages that's going to be published in that book. So right off the bat, before we get too caught up in anything else, drop a link, my Skybound
Drop
friends. Drop a link for these people. They've been
Make it
waiting.
live.
We want to give them something right now. Make it live. Make it live.
We'll
That's
do
a
it
reference.
live.
Yeah, we'll do it live. F it. So yeah, Akukame Strikes. We have some great detail shots I want to show off. So if we can go to those beautiful beauty shots that y'all have
roll
behind the scenes.
roll the beauty footage.
This is the print, Akukame Strikes. This featuring the two-headed gigantic turtle, the chaotic neutral. Is he an enemy? We don't really know too much about it. We know he's causing trouble. This print, I packed it with as much detail as possible because I know you guys, you love the giant, chaos in these prints, like the Golakiri print, but you also love all the storytelling in the detail. So I made sure we got one of his heads right here blasting this strange radioactive blast at one of these comm towers. That, by the way, Easter egg detail in that one, if you look later, is related to an older print. Old print crew will know. You can find the connection there. Look at these crabs, just showing up, pincing around, breaking things. They're gigantic. They're too big. They're too big and they're too troublesome. I mean, even this head from Akukame is bewildered. Look at him. He's like, wait a minute, I didn't sign up for all this. He's here to cause trouble.
Did
but
he not sign up for the crabs?
He didn't sign. Yeah, he came to get the attention himself, and now he's like, wait a minute,
what is happening?
Like these guys jumped in before we could even get involved. You know what I mean? So like he's like, what's going on? And yeah, if you've seen some of our older prints, like the Beast Rider, here's one of the creatures. I think we named the Pugawog, is made an appearance here with the some of the alien race riding and escaping the chaos. Lots of detail on this one.
Jammed with detail.
Yeah, violence. If you know me, I love
Lots of
violence.
violence.
There's an alien citizen being chopped in half. It's like a darker Where's Waldo. I always talk about some of my biggest influences being like Mike Mignola, Frank Miller, Ryan Otley, guys like that, Scott Morris and Eric Powell. But I love the Where's Waldo books that I used to read when I was a kid. So I think of that kind of stuff when I'm packing detail in. So tons to look at, tons to enjoy. We're only releasing 25 of these prints. Oh, I already see the chat blowing up.
Yay,
So many people got
chat.
one. Raph got one. Bosco got one. Nim got one. Thank you so much, Adam and John and Pedro. Thank you, Jolly Ginger Giant. I appreciate it. That's so awesome. Thank you guys so much. Only 25 releasing today. We'll probably release a few more later in the future, closer to when we release the book. But for now, we're just keeping it limited for you guys today. Each one will be signed, each one will be numbered, and each one will be stamped with our special attack chop stamp. So right out the gate, I didn't make you wait. We dropped some hype. How
You're
am I doing on time behind the scenes producers? Courtney? Am I good on time?
It's enough time for people.
Oh, let's toss whenever we want. Right now, we have an amazing conversation. That's what they told me in the headphones. They can toss whenever you want, so I just said the same thing back. Let's toss to myself and our good friend Dennis Brown having a great conversation about his work, his journey. Pay attention to this guy when he speaks and look at the work, and because this is an inside look that sometimes is hard to get unless you're also an artist talking to an artist. So I hope to have done a good job breaking it down, but I think you'll really dig it. Check him out. He's super talented. Beast mode. Let's go. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Creatorfest 2022 here at Skybound Xpo. These expos are so awesome. They always give us a chance, me specifically, to talk to so many interesting artists, show you guys some of the awesome work that we got going on. But since it's Creatorfest, I really wanted to highlight the work of one of my good friends, Bags43, a.k.a. my buddy Dennis. And this guy, when you see his work, you're going to see what I'm talking about. We all, as artists, search for a style as we're developing, trying to find a way to stand out, to be recognizable to you guys. So when you walk by our work, you go, oh, that's an Attack Peter. Oh, that's Bags. And in that process, there's all these changes and evolutions and things that you find that you love. And then little by little, you start to hone a style. But the awesome thing about my buddy Bags is that he's kind of honed a couple of different styles that are both incredibly awesome. And I want to showcase that, have him talk a little bit about it, and show you guys some of the incredible work. So, yeah, what's up, dude? Welcome. Thank you for joining me here.
Hey, what's up, Peter? Yeah, thanks again for having me, man. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Absolutely. So if those of you who've been following me on my YouTube channel or on social media, you may have heard me talking a little bit about Dennis's work. Recently, I had a solo art exhibition in San Francisco at Spoke Art Gallery. Shout out Ken. What's up, dude? And the gallery, also owned by our friend Ken Harmon, is Hashimoto Contemporary, 2 doors down. And none other than Dennis himself, Bags, was showing his latest collection of artwork. So it was awesome to see him again after so long, and also see the new body of work, which we'll get into. But yeah, man, coming off that right off the bat, how was that for you, dude? We'll show a little bit of that work here, but how did it go for you? It was so great to see you getting back into the wild, probably like me, that you haven't gone out that often in the last couple of years, but being out there, seeing the people, showing the work. How was that, man?
Yeah, overall it was great, man. I mean, like, for one, like having the opportunity to kind of, have in a sense, it was kind of like dual opening, right? So like, it was cool that, you had the opportunity to kind of come through and showcase your work, and then simultaneously we have like the opening at the same time. So it was great, having like the shared experience in that regard. And it was also been a while since I've done like a solo show, and being that, the pandemic has been going on still, like, it was kind of an interesting kind of transition into, being at like an opening and like being social and, but yeah, for overall though, it was a great experience. Yeah. How was it for you?
Oh man, it was great. And, I was going to point to the fact that we're so fortunate that we had, the gallery's fantastic, but the crowd turned out fantastic. And I think it was kind of like this awesome, for a lot of people, it's probably their first time really getting back out into this kind of event. And after, like you said, after the years, and being able to kind of harness that great energy and have the work side by side, it was awesome. And speaking of the work, I wanted to get into this because I first met you and discovered your work, I want to say either DesignerCon 2018 or 5 Points 2019. 2 great shows. If you guys have ever had a chance to check out DesignerCon, you know what I'm talking about, in Anaheim. And if not, you should definitely check it out. 5 Points is in Brooklyn. But yeah, they're great shows to highlight independent creators and a different type of art all around. But yeah, I met you there, and you had this incredible art style. It's very illustrated, pen and ink, brushwork. Can you talk a little bit about that style and how did you like get into it and develop it, and what it's like, working like that?
Yeah, well, yeah, thanks again, man. Yeah, from what I recall, I believe we met at 5 Points in 2018, I believe. But yeah, it was like my first time doing that event, and yeah, like I was there showcasing, just a mix of my products, like everything from shirts to posters, and also selling originals. But yeah, to answer your question about like my ink work, safe to say that was just like more of an organic process in regards to kind of picking up that medium. Like I have a tendency to kind of hop around a mix of different mediums, but ink in particular, for whatever reason, it just became like one of the most natural mediums for me to kind of gravitate towards. Because I mean, I enjoy drawing, but I also enjoy painting, and I got into doing a lot of like brush ink work, and for some reason, either like the tool or the medium kind of like was like a nice mix between the two, just because, working in a brush, using the brush tool is like, how obviously there's like parallel between like, that and like doing ink work and painting. But for the most part, it was just like an organic transition into working into that, and the fact that it's something that I can knock out really fast, but also kind of get more of like a complete finished image, after kind of like putting some some effort into it. But yeah, it was just something that kind of just naturally I guess became part of my, I don't know, my range of type of imagery that I used to make. So
Yeah. So the other thing I noticed is, and I used to experiment with brush and ink stuff. I think one of the things you're talking about that I really gravitate towards is this kind of direct connection with a material, a certain medium. Like you pick up a great brush, a great, this rich black ink, and you get into a sketchbook, some great paper. And like you said, it feels like an extension of your hand almost. And it does feel very complete, very finished, very bold. And a lot of your work a lot of your work definitely is strengthened by that bold mark making. Looking at your sketchbook stuff, because you really highlight your sketchbooks as art objects in and of themselves. I don't know if you agree with that, but a lot of people use. I mean, dude, my sketchbooks, they're horrendous. I barely show any of it because it's this chicken scratch. But your stuff in and of itself, the sketchbook in and of itself is like a collection of your work. And especially in this illustrated style, can you talk a little bit about how I've noticed other artists do this too. Why do you feel like for you it's worth investing in the sketchbook and treating it like this completed, published thing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, I guess with that said, back in the day, I used to treat sketchbooks as a kind of like a mix of just writing in notes and just doing random doodles, but not really kind of taking it seriously. Maybe every so often I would do a fully rendered page, and then the next page is just notes or a grocery list or whatever, just kind of using it as just kind of I don't know, just like a notepad, I guess. But yeah, somehow over time it kind of just switched at one point where I guess once I got into the habit of doing daily drawings, I guess, yeah, once I started doing one or two pages, or how should I say, once I started doing a series of pages in a row, I guess off of the momentum of that kind of just kept me going to where I ended up turning it into a thing where, well, not necessarily a thing that I would think about, but I would just continue the pace of doing a drawing a day within the sketchbook. And then when it got to the point where I fully completed one book, I was like, oh, this is actually pretty cool that I actually, committed to the process and actually had a finished, completed sketchbook. And once you kind of, because once I got that momentum going, it just became a natural thing where I don't even think about it. I just kind of just jump into the book and just kind of go with it, and try also not to get too, I don't know, think of it. I mean, I try not to get too precious with it, and kind of just use it more as a daily practice. And it's been kind of fun just kind of experimenting with it along the way. But yeah, for the most part, like I said, once it became a daily habit, then it just became a second nature thing. And but then the upside is the end product is that I do have a finished, compiled, collection, and it's nice in that regard that it's its own art piece in a sense. So yeah,
dude, it's 100%. And it's interesting because building the habit to do it every day clearly is going to make you better at your craft. And then the better you get at your craft, the better those daily entries get. And then it gets to the point where what might be a part of your routine for you looks like, an incredibly high-end finished work of art for anybody who's enjoying them. And I have to be honest with you, I've always been so envious of that, because there's these pictures that you've sent me that we're going to show here of just all of your sketchbooks closed. They're not even open. There's page, and they're all different sketchbooks, and the years that you worked in them, the stickers on them. It is to me, those things are so exciting. I love looking at artists' sketchbook. I love artists who treat their sketchbooks like a journal, like a diary, like just a lived-in object. This is where your mind goes. You take notes, you make lists, you make the artwork. Going back and looking at those things sometimes, I don't know. Do you do that? Because I look back at my old college sketchbooks, and they're insane, but I imagine for you there might be enough cohesion there because of how habitually you worked in them that it almost is like transporting you to a different time. And when do you get that sensation at all? Do you do that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially like the more noticeable ones is like when I go back to my very first sketchbooks that I've actually fully completed, and looking at how I handled like so I guess so that's another thing too. It's like it helped that I committed to just using brush pens, and there's like a few things that kind of like morphed into kind of incorporating like mixed media stuff, like some of the highlighter stickers and stuff like we'll probably get into in a bit as we kind of show some of those images. But like I said, a lot of that just became like an organic like process, but just committing to like the brush pen and just going straight into the sketchbook, and then also kind of like limiting myself to just that medium kind of just help sustain, I guess, the focus and the momentum to kind of do it every day. So it's like one less thing to think about. It's just like open a sketchbook, use the brush pen, what comes to mind, just go at it, and then, get it out the way, and then kind of just repeat the process kind of day after day. But so yeah, like I guess to answer your question, like going back to like the older work, it was interesting seeing the transition in technique, like the way I would handle, say, like the texture of like a person's hair, or a texture of like a bird's like feathers. I used to get really into like trying to get in like every kind of like detail in the hair, and like really trying to get really detailed. And as the years passed in the process of using the tool, there was a transition in where I started to simplify a lot of those details and try to see like how can I illustrate a similar subject matter but with a limited amount of strokes, versus like how many strokes can I make to illustrate like someone's hairstyle in a less amount of strokes, versus doing like 100 strokes just trying to get all the details of the hair. So like that was an interesting organic thing where it wasn't like I was planning to do it. It was just more like as I was developing, those were the things that were keeping me interested and keeping the process fresh. Because obviously, if you do everything for the same day for like years, there comes a point where, like how do you reinvent yourself, or how do you keep it interesting, right? So so for me, I thought that was kind of like an interesting thing, where when I do look back at the older stuff, I do see how much I have grown. Like, everything from, like I said, like simplifying like line work to even like proportions, or even like subject matter, like where I think as I go, I try to kind of push things further. So I feel like, yeah, if you were to look through my most recent sketchbook versus, say something I did in like 2013, I feel like you'll start to see like some of those like noticeable differences. But yeah, and then in that regard, you get to see like how it actually progresses in time. It's pretty fun.
To me, I hope anybody who has been interested in making artwork or creating their own stuff hears that and takes that to heart. Like, part of the benefit of working and drawing and building a habit to, hone your craft as frequently as daily, part of the benefit of that is you start to realize what you need, what you don't, what you can eliminate. You're basically, as a visual artist, you're trying to communicate an idea clearly, and how you do that is different depending on the artist. But yeah, what you're talking about is, what do I actually need to include to get this across? And I think that is where I start to notice my style kind of like be born, is when I was only using what I needed, reducing it to those core elements of the image, and then playing with those on their basic elements, like breaking something down to its bare ingredients, and then using those ingredients and building it back up in a different way. It's really abstract notion, but if you think of it that way, I think that's how we all get there, in the sense that we all, in my experience, it's important to learn to work from, observation. Everybody talks about it. Like, observation is important. Understand form, reality. But eventually, if you want to stand out, you can't just stay there. You got to go somewhere else. And dude, so speaking of standing out, I look at your body of work, and yeah, those, to me, the ability to work the way you're describing, to be fluid, to be consistent, to create a giant amount of artwork, it makes total sense that you chose the medium, your style was kind of born out of that medium and that approach. But then, recently, when I saw, well, let me not get to that yet. Coming out of that style, when I met you, you had these incredible action figures, like these designer toys on display. And if anybody knows me, they know I love, 3D. I love designer vinyl, love toys like that. But those figures were so striking when I saw them at 5 points, particularly, I believe. And they feel like a natural evolution of those bold areas of solid black, clean, open areas of color. Just exactly what you need to convey a form and still have that good tactile feel. What was it like for you translating your work into that style? Did you change how you were thinking at all? Did you feel like you had to approach stuff from a different way? How was that like for you designing in 3D?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, for one, like with that project, I collaborated with a fellow 3D artist by the name of Eli. Big shout out to him for being down to collaborate on that particular toy project you're talking about. But yeah, as far as like when it came down to going from ideation to like a tangible finish, like product, yeah, it was like by far like a crazy, yeah, overall like learning process, it just from start to finish. And I mean, to some degree I've had like just in my general work experience, like I've worked within like the gaming industry, within the gaming industry to a certain degree, where I've done some conceptual art that I would hand off to like a 3D artist, and they would take those that initial concept and turn it into like a 3D image. So in a sense, I've already had like a design sensibility to understanding that process. So I guess the only difference in this particular case was this was like my own creation and my own kind of guided by my own creation, and just like I said, just going from like an ideation concept into like a tangible form. But yeah, for the most part, I guess just the general like the overall process, it was a trip to like, it's one thing to draw something from one angle, but to really consider all the angles, and like how do you find that common ground to where every angle that you kind of like look at the image, like how do you find it to where it just makes sense visually as like a whole. So yeah, so like I said, for the most part there was like a lot of back and forth with like me and Eli, where I started out with the initial like front back side kind of I guess diagram layout, to him working off of that, and then he would send me screen caps, or he would give me like a link to where I could kind of like move around his 3D sculpt, and then I would go back and do like red line or do like some drawings over that to kind of like try to hone in on some of those like minute details. And yeah, we just kept going back and forth, like for a series of months, till we got down to like the finished product. And mind you, we're also doing this in between our day jobs and such. So
I love how it feels like a natural extension of your work. And I think part of that is that your design sense is so strong. A lot of artists that I'm a big fan of, I feel like they could have made a living as graphic designers if they had to, because I look for that in the work that I love. It's not just great draftsman skills. It's not just a unique style, but also how you choose to lay things out, how you work with color. All those things are so important to me. And it is obvious because when we go to your newest body of work, the one that you were showing at Hashimoto Contemporary, it's a departure in a way from what you're doing. I mean, now you're working, I believe you're doing, these are painted in oils?
This collection of work is actually all acrylic
painting. So yeah, it's very figurative. There's a lot of exploration of form and nature, but there's still this sense of like the way you kind of stylize, and you're using like planar shapes, like big areas of color. and it still kind of has that graphic sensibility, although there are areas that are rendered very naturally and realistically. Can you talk about why you chose or why you decided you wanted to explore this different body of work? What does it mean for your older stuff? Do you feel like you're evolving into something separate, new, or do you think this is something that you're gonna like also have in your no pun intended bag of tricks? I wonder, after I saw your body of work, if there's a future where both styles start to come together, where there is that fully rendered form, and then there's, you know, maybe on top of it linear graphic stuff. But yeah, it's fantastic. Talk about that a little bit, like this style.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I guess I was already familiar with like working with the medium acrylic, but to work with acrylic at the scale, that's like a whole nother like process, because obviously you have to factor like ground and you know, like what makes sense and how you render something at that scale or whatnot. But I guess so some of the things you mentioned about like the graphic elements mixed in with the more rendered content. Yeah, that was the thing that I was just kind of just trying out within the process, because I mean there was some aspects of the painting where I started out and I kind of I started to go full render, but then I noticed once I started going that route.
For people who
a
don't know
lot
what
of
that
the
means, by the way, full render, you mean like making it look, you know, representative of the source, like looking realistic.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, when I say render, I mean like doing like painting an image and kind of like trying to push dimension within the subject matter, versus when I say flat, a lot of times it's just I don't know how else to say it, but I guess flat with lack of rendition, right? Like and
Yeah.
bold and
3D
whatnot.
versus 2D looking. Yeah.
Yeah, so so it was interesting kind of playing with that in the process of creating these pieces, because you know, like what I was saying, where I was trying to think in terms of more approaching these pieces with more of a conceptual mindset, where I wanted to spotlight of the figures within the work. So and to spotlight it when you do things of more rendered, you know, technique, and then you backdrop it with something flat, automatically it pops out. And the initial focus when you see the image is a lot of times the things that are more rendered, just because there's more detail and there's more things happening, and then you know you contrast it to like a very bold flat background, automatically is gonna, you know, make that.
Yeah, and dude, what is the idea behind the work? Is there like a concept behind this body of work? If people check it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a very loose theme, and then you know I could get into. I feel like I could also get into specifics per piece, but as an overarching, overarching narrative for the most part, I just wanted to dive back into like things that relate to my background and things that I was inspired by within like my youth, and specifically the decade between 1990 and 2000, where I mean just a quick background, like my father was in the military and we moved around a lot, and fortunately we got to live in some really unique areas, and most of those areas were like different parts of Asia. So it was like Japan, Okinawa, Hawaii, and all that within that particular decade. But also like that's when I felt like how should I say I guess when I think in terms of like things that molded me as a person, but also when I think in terms of inspiration, a lot of that came from that decade. And when it came to these images, I was trying to think in terms of like how can I depict certain things that represent parts or bits of experiences or nostalgia from that particular decade. And the pieces that you see within that show are pretty much hints of that time frame. So
Yeah, I mean, I strongly encourage anybody who hasn't checked out your work to go and follow you on Instagram at bags43. You know, a quick thing I want to mention is that Dennis, you're also an employee at Super 7. What's your official position there for people who are curious?
Yeah, title wise, I'm currently a senior graphic designer there.
Packaging that you work on is outstanding. Like, we're going to show some of it, and I want to highlight that, not because it's necessarily your body of work, you know, is represented by the packaging design and all that, but it stands to testament to, you know, when you look at Super 7 product, there is an artisan quality to all the work that they do, and it's because guys like Dennis, they're fully, you know, rounded artists with great bodies of work that really think about this stuff, that really put in their time to develop an incredible aesthetic. It goes into that kind of stuff, and it makes a difference. So I strongly recommend. He's a great follow on Instagram. The time-lapse videos he puts up, the Post-it note illustrations are incredible. Like, you, to me, highlight what a great creator it is, in the sense that you have a tremendous amount of output. You explore a lot of media, and I think there's always a thread of your style, your work, going through all of it. So it's exciting to see. I love looking at it myself, man. So, yeah, tell people where they can follow you, aside from Instagram, if there is something else you want to promote there.
I would say currently, I would say just Instagram is the most updated, I guess, go-to for me, because I literally post everything on there. So
the best, yeah. He's a great follow. Check out his work; it's beautiful. Share it. It looks. And by the way, I know your store is not up right now, but when he does merch drops, jump on them, because they go quick. The stuff looks fantastic. I still got to get some more stuff. Yeah, I love it. I love your designs, man. Amazing. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you, Dennis, again, for joining us at Bags43 on Instagram. He's amazing. Follow him. Tell me what you think. Tag him, all that kind of stuff. Amazing. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Take care.
That was so awesome. All right, back to you, me, you, me. Gabby's there. She'll make sense of this. There we go. We're back.
There we go. It wouldn't be an Attack Peter stream.
If there wasn't something. How
going
awesome is Dennis, a.k.a. Bags43? Check him out on Instagram, at Bags43. His stuff is amazing. He's got a great follow, tons of videos and time-lapse stuff, and a great dude. I just posted some stuff on my story so you can see, but go give him a follow. If you really want to be a great homie, go in one of his posts and say that you came over because you saw him over on our stuff. He's the man. And just a reminder, the Akukame prints almost sold out. I think there's like 8 left in the store. I know there's a lot of people who don't normally follow me and don't know my work. Each one of the prints, by the way, here's one right here.
Oh, so good. Yep, stand back. There you go.
It's a big boy. Each one of them is printed by hand after I carve the original image out of a piece of linoleum like this. So
look at the size of that.
If you go on my social media stuff, if you look at Instagram, Attack Peter, all that kind of stuff, you'll see more about how each one of these are made. Special thank you again to Karama and Malik for saying such wonderful and nice things about the work. I really appreciate it.
This time he deserves it.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Before we get to our grand finale here that everybody's waiting for, I know some people were asking about international shipping on the stuff. I believe we have international shipping on everything, but I'm sure someone will say something in the chat. I do want to mention that we have a brand new line of gear dropping. So shirts, hoodies, bags, mugs. First time ever dropping a tote bag, I think, and the first time ever dropping some cool water bottles. If you saw one of our recent streams, I carved this Year of the Tiger design. I know I'm not on stream yet, no, but they'll go back to me in a second. I carved this design from start to finish that you're seeing on the hoodies and the bag there. It's a great way to check out the work that we do and see the gang that we hang out every other Thursday on our YouTube channel at Attack Peter there. But yeah, start to finish, I started carving it. Took about 2 hours to finish. It was a fun hang, and then we printed it right there on the spot. And the people in the chat were able to pre-order it first. It was up for like a day or two, and it's already a closed edition. 61 were made. They've already been shipped out to HQ, so you'll be getting them soon. Same thing with the Kaiju Killer prints, by the way, for those people watching. All right. Everything has international shipping, I'm being told. Everything, okay?
Final
so
word
don't
on
worry.
that.
Don't worry, all my international friends. I see you, Terry Eaton. I see all you guys in the chat, so you know. Since we're going to go to our grand finale here, I wanted to, before we drop, have a special guest come in who's very excited for today.
What?
It is the disembodied head of Godzilla.
Oh!
Disembodied head of Godzilla. How excited are you today for the Attack Peter Mondo Godzilla figure last on 100 pre-order slots drop that's happening momentarily? Pretty great. All right, thank you so much. So yeah,
And give it up for
give it up-
Godzilla.
give it
Thank
up
you,
for
Godzilla's
Disembodied
head. Yes.
Godzilla. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, and one more thing I wanted to mention before we go. I got this in the mail. I haven't been able to talk about it yet. A beautiful zine put together by my buddy Robert, aka Octeal Tattoo. Wait, I said Robert. Matt.
Matt, yeah.
Octeal Tattoo. He's amazing. Follow him on Instagram. I posted him in my stories too. This book is a beautiful collection of like traditional tattoo designs featuring all the Godzilla kaiju from all the great movies. Adora's there. This is not a plug. He didn't know I was going to do this. I just wanted to give him some love because he's a good guy. It'll be better on Instagram. Trust me. Just go follow him. OCTEEL Tattoo. Octeal Tattoo. He's awesome. All right. And without further ado, the moment you've been waiting for, you guys.
The very moment.
The Godzilla Attack Peter Mondo collaboration. Will it focus? Will it focus?
Yes.
That's the name of the.
Get your head away from there. Oh God.
I'll do the screen from down here.
Lord God.
If you can see it better now, there you go. Right.
Yeah. Just hold it still so the
Okay.
camera has a second to figure out what's happening.
Okay. It's not working. It's not working. This works. Okay. You've seen tons of images of this online. This is the final production sample. I can't tell you specifically, but I can tell you it is very, very close to shipping. It might even be stateside already.
So again, it has not shipped out yet.
No, but it's very, very soon. I see a lot of people online. Hey, it's not. You gotta wait.
Don't be
wait.
rude.
You gotta wait 2 years, a year. It's been a few months.
It hasn't been that long yet.
We have to make the dang thing. But I'm so honored that you guys love it. So honored that you guys are excited. We only made 2,000. People were asking, oh, they just made 100 more out of nowhere. They should have made more.
Nope.
We just held 100 for some people who didn't get a chance to get it the first time, and because we know there's a lot of you who are not aware of the work that I do and may have found out from then to now. So we are releasing 100 slots for you guys. It's a beautiful vinyl statue. The thing looks like a print. It's crazy. It kind of tricks the eye. It comes with this amazing base that has the Gogeta written on the base, like etched in. It's got all the good, important bits at the bottom. Nothing will focus. Nothing will ever focus. Nothing. Everything's a blur. Okay. And the most important part for some people is that it has this beautiful magnetic nameplate that says, allegedly, if it focuses, Attack Peter. Just trust me, it says it. Attack Peter. It comes off, though. If you don't want to see my name, you don't have to worry about it. So very thoughtful of the team. Hector,
Show
Mikey.
the people the whole setup.
How
Put
you
him
putting-
on the base so
I know,
people
but
can
I'm
see.
scared of something.
Oh, because he'll just fall right off.
Yeah, he's not like
Okay, just
magnetic.
hold him
What is
there.
it? Oh, there you go. Beautiful picture. Beautiful picture.
There you Oh, thanks,
there you
guys.
go. You guys are awesome. So great merch, Akukame print, and last but not least, folks, here it is. The minute that all 126 of you in the chat are waiting for. The link to the Godzilla Museum statue, final 100 slots. Drop it in the chat, and we'll have a final word here from Disembodied Godzilla head. Pretty good. All right, so yeah, thank you so much. Let's put it in the chat. Give these people what they want. Detachable tail. Yes, it's magnetic, Nara. It is a detachable tail. It comes
Detachable
separate,
tail.
but it's like a cool magnet. It just sticks in there.
Look at that.
In
Cool.
case you don't have a lot of space behind in the shelf. Yes, go and drop the link for these poor people. Some of them are on lunch breaks. It's Friday. Not everybody has the day off.
Yeah.
You know, some of them are driving recklessly. I imagine trying to order with one
Definitely
hand,
recklessly.
steering
Please
with
do
the
not
other
drive
hand.
recklessly and do this.
We're not condoning it.
No,
but
please pull over on the side of the road.
yeah, pull over and yell out
We
your
will be
window to
flattered.
other people. I'm ordering the Attack Peter.
As they're
Godzilla."
honking,
Honk.
you holding up traffic, you're like, I'm doing something
This is
important.
very important. Yeah, don't park on the lane. Go to the side of the road.
Don't park
There
directly.
it is. The link. The
Yay.
link. Bosco got
Go,
one.
go. Bosco got one?
Yeah.
Yay.
All right, you guys. The link is live. Get one while you can. I know a lot of you. I can hear you from a mile away, from miles and miles
You
away. The
can
clicketing
hear them.
and clacketing of the keys
Clicky-clacketing.
ordering.
We
Make sure-
appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much, guys.
This
Make
is like
sure-
our lifeblood.
Yes.
Is
Is what?
is you guys supporting
Yes,
us.
yes, seriously. If you guys don't support us, this is it. It's over. They kick us out of the building. So yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm super proud of this thing.
You
It's
should be.
coming
It's
sooner than you
beautiful.
think. It'll never focus.
It will
It's like
never
a
focus.
vampire.
The poor camera is like, I don't know what to do.
What? Why? Why? It's the
I don't
one thing
know.
a camera has. There it is. There it is.
Just don't move.
Okay.
Don't stop moving.
Okay.
There it is. Look
Thank
at
you
it.
guys so much.
And all of its beauty.
It's a chunky boy.
Chunky.
Shunkless.
Thick with two C's?
Yep. Amazing stuff going on the rest of the day at Creatorfest today here on the Skybound page. Oh, look at all the awesome people.
Amazing. Thank you,
Des,
everybody.
JD, Brian. Let's see who else we got there. Com K, Victor Quintero, Riley.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much.
Latino, Devin. Hey, Kiarn. Thank you, buddy. Boise? Yeah, Boise. A lot of people. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for always supporting us and making it that this is an event that people want to attend and check out. We got a lot in store. Make sure you're following us at Attack Peter on Instagram. You can follow Gabby. Her hard to spell but easy to follow
come on
name
now.
is there at Double Trouble. Follow her on Instagram. And what else was I going to say? On YouTube, we have Attack Peter.
Yes, Attack
Every
Peter
other
on
week.
YouTube. Mhm.
Every other week, we're either
Come and hang out with us.
Yeah, come hang out with us. Super chill. Thursday night, 7:30
It's
p.m.
just a hang.
Eastern. Yeah, fun hang.
Just a hang.
Fun hang. Wonton shows up from time to time, not paid, but yeah, fun.
Not happy about it either.
We drop prints and merch and we make artwork and we design
We
stuff
just have
together.
a good time.
We had a conversation last time about what we should include in our upcoming Kickstarter, so
Oh,
I
yeah.
use your ideas for that. So it's gonna be awesome. I'll see you guys later. I love you very much. Too much to get to. Stay tuned for everything. Big clutch is coming. Showdown. All the good stuff. Robert Kirkman sighting allegedly. We'll see. You never know where you spot him. It's like that Toasty guy in Mortal Kombat. You gotta click the button when he goes Toasty Kirkman. All right. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Wow, I absolutely love Attack Peter's work. Man, you deserve all the accolades, but this stuff is going so fast. Can we get a look at the Attack Peter exclusives on screen real quick?
Woo. So
Malik,
pretty.
what do you think? Look at all this stuff that we got. I mean, this is incredible.
I know. No. First off, happy Lunar New Year to everybody. Like I was not expecting to see this, but I love Attack Peter's take on the Lunar New Year, Year of the Tiger. That's awesome. And then man, he dropped it on us, man. He dropped the Gorgira on us. And
Yes,
now I
and
find
there's only
myself
100
trying to
of them.
Well,
There's only
yeah, I
100 of them
know.
too, so you guys got to hurry up. That QR code is on the screen.
Get to it, guys. Get to it. Yeah. And the fact that, Peter, carved that block on a live stream, a couple weeks ago, that's really cool to me. That's really cool. And now we get to see the product for that hard work that he did right here in the flesh. People are going crazy for it. It looks like that. I will be surprised if it's around an hour later, if there's still any available, because
Yeah.
yeah,
No, me
it looks like
too.
people are really going after him, and that was awesome. That was awesome.
And
What
there
do
really
you
was
think?
somebody driving, because there was somebody in the chat that was like, "I'm driving. Should I pull over?" We're all like, "Yes, pull over. What are you
Well,
doing?
yeah.
Do not hurt yourself." Now I really also liked his conversation with Bagger. I'm racking my brain because I was at 5 Point Fest in 2019, and I think I maybe might have passed his booth and didn't realize it. Had no idea that Bags 32 was Dennis Brown in real life. I did not know his government name. Do you know his? Did you know his work? Malik,
Oh
did you
yeah, man.
know?
Back.
Did you know Dennis's work?
I'm familiar with Dennis's work, mainly because of the MF Doom stuff. If you
Right,
uh,
right.
yes, if you remember, the late great MF Doom, he did a lot of work as a tribute to him after Doom passed away a couple years ago. I think it was the end of 2020. And yeah, I just remember seeing all his work, and that got him on my radar. But the guy's like, long tenured in the comic business and has been around for a while. So it's kind of crazy that was like my first time actually recognizing his work, because it's so distinctive. Even with the, I think I said to you something in the chat, the Doc with the high top fade reminded me a lot of Bobby Brown with the Scouter.
Ah,
And
yes.
just, it's so distinctive seeing things like that. I'm surprised that, the MF Doom tribute was like some of the first work I saw. But man, that guy Bagger, he's got a lot of good insight for any aspiring artists out there. So I hope people were able to take
Incredible.
all those nuggets that he dropped.
Yeah, and I love how they discussed his progression of work as an artist, and the fact that he's a lead designer at Super 7 now makes perfect sense, because they sell incredible
Yeah.
designer toys and collectibles and stuff like that. I gotta ask you, what are you more of a fan of, animation or gaming?
I mean, for me, it's gaming, but I mean, I feel like there's a tier of animation in gaming anyway, right? A game that is well animated is probably going to resonate better with me than a game that where the animation isn't as focused on. So I guess I love animation in gaming. I like when they are fused
Okay.
together properly. I'm gonna take,
Okay.
the diplomatic answer there and just say both.
Okay. Well, before I introduce our next panel, I want to give our listeners and watchers one more reminder that if you want to get in on Attack Peter's other work, remember, not everything that he's
Yes.
dropping today, if it runs out, you get his other products at bit.ly/Attack Peter merch. And then you can also sign up for our insiders list on skybound.com for all of those notifications about new launches, exclusive content, everything. Again, QR code on the screen. If you become an insider, if you get on that list, you will know ahead of time. You'll know before these conventions what is going to be available, and you can just have your credit card ready to go. So definitely use a QR code or go to skybound.com/join. I also want to make sure that everybody understands we have so many more amazing panels coming up today. Like he said, big clutch schmodown. But up next, we have an animation panel. And I was
Mm.
asking you about gaming versus animation for that reason, because our next panelists have worked on everything from Invincible to Hair Love.
Right.
And the panel is called State of Animation. And I'm really a fan of the fact that they got Monique Henry Hudson to moderate this panel because she's co-founder of an organization called Diverse Tunes. And it's really all about getting Black and brown voices in rooms to work on a lot of these animated shows. So I'm really excited. So up next, State of Animation, the panel.
Okay, welcome everyone to Creatorfest, the State of Animation panel. I will be your moderator today. My name is Monique Henry Hudson. I am the host of Simple Robotics, the podcast. In short, it's a podcast exploring the animation industry. I am also the co-founder of Diverse Tunes, which is an organization just highlighting Black people and people of color in the animation industry by doing similar events to this and also sharing resources. But it's not about me. It's not about what I do. Today, we are here for our panelists. So if we can start, I'm going to start with Pearl. So I know I already said your name, but you can say your name, your pronouns, and just a little bit about what you do in the animation industry.
Sure. My name is Pearl Lowe. I use they, them pronouns. I am currently a storyboard artist at Cartoon Network working at Craig of the Creek. And I kind of wear many hats. I also do comics. I've just completed my second graphic novel adaptation of the series of The Adventures of the Bailey School Kids. So the second volume is Frankenstein Doesn't Plant Petunias, and that's coming out this summer with Scholastic. And I also do illustrative work. Yeah, but I mainly storyboard in the film and TV sphere.
Then we will pass it to Gary.
Hi, I'm Gary Anthony Williams. I'm super tall. I'm the fifth tallest actor in LA. I'm like 9'13", something like that. Pronouns he, him. I'm a voice. Well, I'm an on-camera actor for this panel. I'm also a voice actor. Probably Uncle Ruckus is probably my most well-known character from the Boondocks. I'm doing a lot of new stuff now. I wish I had the talents that Pearl has. So there you go.
Being 9 feet tall, that's so much talent right there.
I'm so huge, guys. I had to have the roof taken off my house just so I can walk around. I'm very tall.
Okay, next we'll do Chaz.
Hey everybody, I'm Chaz, he, him. I am currently a story artist at Netflix, but like Pearl, also kind of wear many hats. I'm also a founder of a small boutique animation studio out here in LA called TBA Studios. I'm also currently producing a short film titled Batu, an animated musical that's also currently being developed with Cartoon Network as a TV series.
And last
Wow.
but not
I'm
least,
a little surprised though that Chaz didn't mention his height. I'm a little,
oh.
and I know it seems like I'm all a heightist right now, guys.
You know,
It seems like he's hiding something from us.
you know, I'm actually this small. The size that I am on your
Oh,
screen right now
oh,
is
okay.
so it was hard to get this laptop set up.
Yes, Sapphire.
It's me. Hello, my name is Sapphire Sandalo. I use she, her pronouns. I do a lot of different things. Mostly right now, I'm actually not super focused on animation, but I'll share what my history. It's a little all over the place. I used to work in the studio system as an animator, character designer. I quit that to work independently at a YouTube company, and I had an animated web series that I did, and then I quit that and I'm doing that independently. But I'm also doing freelance animation for another digital series. But I work primarily in the paranormal field, and I do paranormal TV shows and things like that.
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm also, oh, sorry, I forgot one thing. I am also a part-time professor at Loyola Marymount University, teaching a class called Animated Perspectives, where we talk about less of the skill side of animation, excuse me, and more about the less tangible skills. So, how do we make our work more inclusive? How do we make the best work that we can? Things like that.
It's cool. A nice eclectic panel we have here. So, one thing, or to start off the conversation today, just something I've been personally observing is that we're seeing a bit more mature content within the animation industry in terms of like subject matter, things being addressed within the TV shows or films. And we're also just seeing a little bit more like adult animation. And I'm a person that's very big on like adult animation doesn't exclusively mean like sexually explicit things, just like mature content in that. So we have shows or movies like Soul on like the Pixar kind of side, more childish things, childish. And then you have content like Invincible and Harley Quinn. And Invincible is like almost too graphic for me to watch. I'm very sensitive. So I wanted to have each of you just give your 2 cents and like, how do you feel about seeing this kind of, let's just say, leaning more into adult content, and if it's creating any impact on the work that you do?
Shall I go first? I don't know if we're all in the same. I'll go first. I feel like for me, I'm also kind of sensitive to, like violence or kind of graphic imagery. So for me, my ideal definition of adult animation is actually just kind of being able to expand on ideas that are more, I guess, layered than, themes that are talked about in kids animation. I think that kind of work is really impactful for me personally, just because I think that nuanced storytelling is really something that is not really done a lot with older audiences, even older audiences being teenagers, because I feel like young adult spaces is also somewhere where animation hasn't really gotten like a huge grasp on. It's usually really like aged down, or it is, like aged up where it's like graphic and gory and stuff like that. But I think that one of the things that is exciting about animation that is for adults is that, yeah, those themes are just, expanded on, and you get to see character development in a different way, at a different stage of life, because usually they're older as well. And so I think for seeing that, I think has affected how I would like to storytell. I think I'm definitely keeping my eye out, and currently developing a series that would probably go in the young adult age category. And I think there's a huge gap there. I think a lot of people tend to, when they kind of get into teenage years in general, a lot of Western cartoons don't really have any storytelling that kind of fills that need. So they either watch really, really, like adult stuff that could be just, graphic in a violent sense, or they turn to like anime because the spectrum is a lot more defined and there's a lot more options in that way. But anyway, sorry, that was a long-winded way to say that just the nuanced storytelling really does impact my art and how I would like to personally storytell too.
Since I really started in anime, I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, so I did a little bit back there with Turner, but out here it's a whole different ball game. But since I started, there's always been that part of the animation with that adult tinge to it. Even the old days of Warner Brothers Looney Tunes, like there's stuff now that luckily we don't do anymore. But then I'm also a huge Looney Tunes fan. So I will say right now, like the new work that I'm getting in, it's a pretty good split. There's definitely more adult stuff, and it's on the gory side too. Like I'm in the new The Boys presents Diabolical, and that's it's like the TV show The Boys. It can get pretty graphic, but then there's still a lot of kind of like Pearl was talking about for the teens and the young adults. There's a couple of those coming along too. They definitely have a way more mature voice than the stuff that I do for 5-year-olds or 6-year-olds. I welcome it all because the greatest joy for me, especially now after COVID hit and I have a booth in my house, like the variety of things that I get to do on a given day is fantastic for me. And I get to tell stories that I wouldn't normally tell if I was only in just more adult animation centric or just kids. So I just appreciate the variety of it. And it's going very hot and heavy. Like, I guess everybody on this panel can attest. Like I don't remember animation being this hot in the last any time. Like this is the most animation I've ever seen coming out.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. So much activity, and it's exciting to see how many new projects are coming out from different folks with different perspectives. Because I think people are starting to also do their own stuff, and studios are starting to pick up different
Pay
types of
attention.
projects. Yeah. Hmm.
I think part of that also had to do with the pandemic, right? When everything became remote, live action couldn't carry on, but animation could. And so
hmm
studios that were primarily doing live action, they decided to make that switch. And I feel like that also made people realize, oh, we should be doing more animation.
hmm
I think.
The pandemic it did change. It changed animation in every way.
Mhm.
Like I started carrying my gear on the road with me. I was like out of town doing some other work on something else. I started carrying it on the road, and there were certain things they just start accepting, or they would set you up with a kit. It was like a whole different world. And if you were lucky enough to have something in your house where you can really record broadcast quality, then it just blew the lid off of what we usually think of as how we work, how much you can work, where you can work, and when.
Okay. Well,
I'm
to
not saying that I support COVID. By the way, I know I see that look on your face. Like, Gary, you invested heavily in COVID. You made all your fortunes in masks.
How did you know? That's exactly what I was thinking.
Because I did. I really did.
you startled me. That's okay. I'm all for it. I like to be kept on my toes. To bring it back to Soul again. We've been seeing, and we know like animation takes a long time to make, or enough time, but it seems like within a specific amount of time, we got Soul, the Mitchells versus the Machines, and Kanto. So we're starting to see a bit more diversity and inclusion. Now, with that being said, do you feel like things are actually starting to get better, or do you feel like things are still pretty superficial with all that's transpired in terms of race and gender during the pandemic? Again, just a free for all. What are your thoughts about all that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no,
Go
go ahead.
ahead. Okay. I really feel like you forgot to mention Into the Spider-Verse. I'm just gonna say.
No.
We forgive you.
I love it.
But it's all good. But yeah, no, I feel like, animation, it takes a long time to make. So I feel like we're always a little bit behind the 8 ball when compared to like live action, where, I definitely would feel like more with TV probably than features right now, that like I think we're seeing a lot more of the new kind of diverse voices in the TV space. And I really just kind of feel like with the shows that are coming out and the shows that are in development, I feel like the networks are making a more concerted effort to at least have some authenticity added to it, whether that be through bringing on different co-directors or writers, or even having like a cultural trust of folks that they really include in terms of the story and character development. So in my experience so far, it's been getting better, but it still isn't happening fast enough in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry. No, please.
personally, and I feel like it is almost impossible for very large studios to be truly authentic. I think because they're trying to reach the largest audience that they can without feeling like they're alienating anybody. So when you have, I'll take Disney for example, they'll never do something specifically Filipino or specifically Vietnamese. They made Raya and the Last Dragon, which was just a mishmash of a bunch of different cultures, which are very different from each other. And also the fact that the directors of that movie were two white men who had never directed a feature film before. And if a company as big as Disney couldn't make the effort to bring up, find a Southeast Asian person who had never directed a feature film, given them that chance, to me, that says, how much are you really investing in the people that you claim you are representing? That's just my opinion.
I definitely think it's a big, slow moving machine. And I agree with everything that you just said. Anytime you get a big company, whether it's automobile or animation or movies, if your job is, I got to go make money, so I got to put it in front of as many faces as I can, they're not necessarily thinking about minorities or, or gender. They're just thinking about how do I make my wallet fatter. That said, I think my prime example of that is, I don't know how many of you know Chris Nee, but she created Doc McStuffin. And when she went to sell that, she had just created it as a character, this young girl who's an stuffed animal doctor. It was actually Disney that pitched her, what if she was black as well? So they did at least go out on that limb to see that that character was represented. And that blew up in such a way that the work that's coming down the pipeline for me, I can see them chasing after that now, chasing after that young female market, chasing after that more person of color market as well. Like I can see it, like what's out there. Because of that, they took what they thought was a chance, which is like, kids are going to want to see it. There's nothing that makes a young black boy not want to see a black doctor on TV. That's not going to happen. So may as well shove it out there. I can definitely see the changes happening. Obviously, very slow. And unless you kick people in the butt, they don't just make the changes that they should be making without a reason, I think.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of that, definitely noticing, like, I think the Transformers franchise and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles franchise have started to shift to like the humans being black protagonists or brown people of color protagonists as well. So definitely starting to just slowly see that shift happening.
And what did you say? I'm sorry.
Oh no, sorry. Go ahead, and then I'll chime in after what you're saying.
Whatever I had to say could not have been important.
Oh no.
It literally couldn't have been. I said my last important thing 2 days ago.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'll just say something quick then. I think it just comparing to my experience when I first entered the animation industry about like 6 years ago to now, the shift has been really great. I think obviously it needs to be more, because I think there is something to be said about, statistically driven, kind of racially inclusive moves that we see with films, including different characters that look like people that are not white. I think that is interesting to see, but also the people behind the scenes are really important as well, because you can see something on screen, but then the people who are creating it don't reflect the type of stories that they're trying to tell, which is not authentic in general, right? So I think the shift on seeing different folks who are, from various backgrounds behind the scenes at every level still needs a lot of work. And I think it is changing, but sometimes you go into spaces and you're like, wow, this has not changed. This is the exact same. So it really depends on the company. It depends on the place, and the project too. I think it is really important to have people who vouch for the culture of cultivating an actual authentic experiences through and through, through every level, so that the storytelling is authentic and not just kind of at one level they're like, okay, well, we got our check marks, a quota of how many people we need for this to make it authentic or whatever. I think that obviously is slowly changing, but it's interesting to see for sure.
Can you guys think of any studios or projects where they're definitely doing it right or have done it right in terms of race and gender inclusion?
I mean, this is truly my unbiased opinion, even though I work on the show.
I was about to say.
But Craig of the Creek is a really great example of an environment that tries to loop in everybody's lived experience so they can tell authentic stories. I've been on tons of projects that just have, we're telling a story about a Black family and no one behind the scenes is Black, and except for me. and then it becomes weird. Like, why are we trying to tell the story? But on Craig of the Creek, even though the two creators and two directors are, white people, two white men, they also have Black people at every level, starting from directing, supervising directing, boards, design, every level, voice acting, writing, every level there are Black people, and every level there are Asian folks. They're just we're everywhere, at every level. And I think on even on our Slack, for example, we have channels that are for our Asian crew members, for our queer crew members, for our Black crew members. And it's also for us to talk to one another in that kind of space, but it's also somewhere where we can talk about, hey, this character has this kind of story trajectory, and I think it would be more authentic if we did this, because that's my lived experience as a Chinese person, and I could vouch for this being true, from my lived experience. And so that kind of stuff happens, and you watch the show and you feel like it is authentic and not trying to be something and make stuff up. And you're like, no, these are kids with real backgrounds and real lives, and you can feel that.
On my a current show I'm on is it hasn't started yet, but we're in production, is Marvel's Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. And
So
Lawrence, yeah, it's really good. And definitely Lawrence Fishburne is producer on it, and they really do well in representing the lead character, from the lead character on down, the whole family, from people behind the scenes, which is the important thing. We see that now in NFL football, the people behind the thing are also people of color. Not everybody, which I don't have a problem with, but if we're telling a story of this Black girl and her family, and then let's have it represented back there, and that is happening. It feels very good. It feels very comfortable, authentic, and it's one of those good production companies too, where they're very loose with if you see a change in a script that might want to happen in a couple of words or a line or something, they're definitely open to that, from your experience, that they're open to it. So I will give them kudos on what they're doing over there.
Yeah, I just saw the first 2 episodes of the new Proud Family last night. They had their virtual premiere.
It was so much fun.
It's so great. It's beautiful. And
great.
Just having colleagues who kind of have worked on that show, the designers, the production coordinators, the directors, everybody at various levels. It feels very authentic. The episodes are great, and it just it's so nice to just kind of see kind of like a wholesome animated like Black family, kind of really authentically like in the modern era. You know, I think they're really successful with kind of bringing it back and being like, oh man, this is everything I love about the characters, but it still has a very fresh modern kind of spin to it.
Okay, so Gary, earlier you mentioned, COVID and having like a whole recording kind of setup in your home and a mobile setup as well. So I would like for everyone just to share a bit of like what that transition was like for you and how have you adjusted to your work from home setup, and maybe even what is your work from home setup like?
It for me personally, it's made all the difference. I think since COVID, I may have left my house to do animation maybe twice. I can do it all from here. It takes up one of my bedrooms. It's a big metal booth, like a walk-in freezer, with a really great mic and a little interface that feeds out to my computer. Originally, I taught my son to engineer for me. He's a teenager now; he's off at college. And then my girlfriend also engineered for me in the early days of COVID. Then my son hooked up a monitor inside the booth and a keyboard inside the booth, so I can do it all myself. Maybe because he was sick of engineering for me. But that allowed me to do so much more in a much more relaxed way. I'm not worried about running around town at all. Hotels are different. Like I literally go to a hotel, find the best room with a walk-in closet, and I recreate a booth in there. It's nothing like I have at home, but I do take my best mic and the interface I need for my computer, and I'm able to recreate a sound booth in a hotel room.
I mean, Pearl, Chaz, I know you said you
Yeah.
have your your indie boutique studio. So maybe just speaking from even on a smaller scale, like how was that transition for you?
Yeah, so you know, we were founded in early 2019, so this was pre-pandemic, and I felt like we were always kind of designed to be a remote studio. I was just coming off of a freelance gig where it was kind of my first production that was remote, that had people in kind of spread out throughout the globe, so in different countries, in different parts of the United States. So really just kind of seeing how that operated and how it really just kind of opened the doors to being able to work with really great, talented artists from all around the world. That was a really kind of appealing idea to me to, you know, just kind of give people a chance to do the thing that they want to do in animation that they might have a harder time finding work at like a bigger studio. But you know, it can be a little challenging, I think, kind of for artists maybe working you know, in the same place that you live, because I think it really forces you to, I think, have boundaries on just kind of like when you are working and versus when you're not. And you know, for artists, like typically, like I want to draw, but after working all day, like sometimes I have to like kind of make sure I step away from my computer for a little bit and go on a walk, or you know, just like zone out and go do something else. But you know, I think like it comes with, you know, I think its own set of challenges, stuff like making sure that everyone has the same version of the same software, or you know, making sure that stuff can get lost in Slack or communication, or just setting up video calls. So I think, you know, it took a while to kind of find that healthy balance of all of that. But, you know, I think really just kind of, you know, setting your work hours as a normal kind of like 9 to 5, 9 to 6. Sometimes you might have to work a little bit late. But for me, a lot of it was just kind of experimenting and figuring out like, okay, this is the best setup. So for me, you know, I went from COVID actually forced me to go from a desktop to a laptop. I was tired of kind of being stuck in one spot. And so, you know, I have my laptop, I have my Wacom Cintiq, and, you know, I also got a one of those standing desks that like come up and down. So I was able to actually start standing. So, you know, just kind of like finding ways to really break it up a little bit so you're not just kind of sitting at a desk all day drawing. And deep into the night.
Yeah, I feel like setting boundaries has been a really big lesson from COVID and the pandemic and all that kind of stuff that's been happening. I think one of the nice things that has come out of it for me has been that I've been able to kind of control the rhythm of the day for myself. Whereas in the studio, you know, I've worked in a lot of toxic environments where they're like, "Why are you out from your desk? Like, how come you're not sitting? Like, I haven't seen you for a few minutes. I don't understand." And it's like, bruh, I just need to go out for a walk. Like, I'll be back. You know, like as long as I finish my work, it shouldn't be a problem, kind of thing. So I think one of the nice things about the pandemic is that I do get to have that rhythm. I do get to step away from my desk and go stretch and not be kind of like looked at weirdly by my production coordinator, not on Crooked the Creek, but in the past. You know, just being like, what are you doing? How come you're not working all the time? So that's been really nice. Like Chaz mentioned, I do have a standing desk. I've gotten more ergonomic furniture, I guess. Yeah, furniture for myself that's been able to like support the way that I work. It has been more expensive because I have been doing a lot of freelance work, and I'm based in Vancouver, BC, and I'm working for a client in LA, and I'm contracted. So a lot of these things aren't covered for me. So that has been an interesting kind of way of working where I'm like, okay, I gotta like have my own back on software and the chairs and the Ethernet cables and all these different things that the studio would just have. So that's been interesting to kind of engineer my home in that way. But yeah, I think the biggest and the nicest thing has just been controlling the rhythm of my day for the most part.
I've been working from home since 2016, so nothing changed for me. I just kept coasting the way I've been.
So then, with earlier when everybody came down on me for starting COVID, you were ready to go. So I have questions. I'll take my questions offline. But I got questions.
Well, I want to know then, how was it for you, Sapphire, please, I'm saying your name correctly, right?
Sapphire, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You're right.
So how was it? Because you were already working from home, and then now like the whole world works from home. What were just some of your observations with like, I don't know, having to deal with like newbies in that sense?
I guess, well, I'm also one of those people who can be at home for an entire week and never leave the house and feel completely fine, which I know a lot of people are not. And it was just really interesting having friends ask me for advice on certain things, like, like what type of chair is good, or desks, or things that I do from home that I just never had thought of because I'd been doing this for so long. Yeah, I don't know if I answer that.
Oh, no, it's fine. And that whole like working from home is so real. I had to get like a vertical mouse, and I actually have it
What?
I actually have
Wait.
it for my left hand because I got like tendonitis in my right hand
Oh,
from
wow.
using the mouse. So it's like it's
Don't
very
you have?
real. I'm
Why
sorry.
didn't you just hire someone to press your mouse for you? I
I
don't
know.
understand. What's the?
That's what siblings are for, and little cousins.
Yes, those tiny little hands do amazing work on those mice.
Yeah, I'm just sharing that to like Pearl's point. It does get like expensive, like you're getting the keyboards and like things to stand on for your feet and like all sorts of stuff like that.
I
But
do think with that though, it's such an investment that we're making in ourselves.
mhm.
Like, yeah, that initial one, which Sapphire, you don't even remember, it's 2016. You have no memory way back then. But and you've probably been adding stuff little by little. But initially, that initial setup costs a lot. But it definitely, like, that's something that you're going to be using for a while. Like, it's a wise business investment. It is definitely a different way of doing things, but it's yours. You can do with it what you want and how you want and make your life more comfortable. And it does pay off for you, in the end.
So I also want to talk a little bit about like software and like independent productions. I'm on a film that's using Blender right now, and I'm being exposed to so much of just like, you know, I don't know how customizable it is, how accessible it is for people. You don't have to pay for licenses. There's things like Unreal and the amazing work that's coming out for people with iPads and Procreate. So, have any of you embarked on like independent side projects, passion projects using that type of stuff? And do you have any predictions about like the future of indie animation with all this like open source software? Loaded twofold question.
I feel like we're about to enter this. I think that we kind of are already in it, because I think I experienced a little bit of this learning animation back in high school, of like there's so much accessible information now by a lot of like industry professionals and really just like seasoned vets. And just the amount of like tutorials and just being able to see what people are able to do in Blender. Like I feel like once a week I see like a cool 2D but also 3D like hybrid piece that's just really dope, and being able to design your own sets relatively quickly. And then also just like with Procreate, like for $10 now you have access to literally Photoshop, like, and it's a one-time fee, and they keep adding more and more features. And I know another dope one is Clip Studio Paint for animation and drawing and making comics. For me, I see it as like you're really empowering the next generation of artists to be able to tell their stories without needing anybody's permission. Being able to have access to these tools, I think, is really, really important. And I really wish that they started teaching some of these skills in like elementary schools and middle schools across the country, because I also think exposing, because they're so accessible, I think exposing younger kids to art and being able to produce their own stuff like in the way you can is really important.
I have no dog in this. I don't know any of these. You're using names. You're probably making most of them up.
Yes.
Of these programs. Clearly, they do not exist. I'm so fascinated, literally, by what you guys do. I 100% am. I am a huge lover of art. I'm a crazy lover of animation as the art in animation itself. I'm fascinated by what you guys do. And I've never known. I knew that, like, when we're making these new cartoons during COVID, that everything's getting done from every place. And I was so curious as to, like, what are you using? And yeah, I think you just answered kind of this, Chaz. Like, is everybody on the same software? Like, how are they making all of that match? Because it's obviously working. But like those programs that you guys are talking about,
Yeah, and I think it's fair, just like what you're saying, Gary. There's probably people watching that it's all just mumbo jumbo to them. So there's a lot of software that kind of gatekeeps people from just getting or exploring the industry in like creative paths. So the cool thing is that you have things that are low cost and or free. So Procreate can allow you to do a lot of the same stuff that you would need to pay maybe hundreds of dollars to experience with the Adobe Creative Suite, which is also a reoccurring fee at that. Blender is a 3D software which is becoming very competitive with industry standards such as Maya and all sorts of other stuff, which is also now subscription based and expensive. And most times people won't be able to experience that unless they go to like art school or film school or something like that. So you don't need any kind of training. You don't need a .edu or anything like that. And Unreal is used for like gaming. So if anyone wants to explore just stuff like that or whatever, there's a lot of tutorials and resources, and it's free and like open source. So just for our viewers that are watching, you can start with there, just researching from those three, and you'll find a whole bunch of other stuff that's pretty similar. So just to learn a little bit more about y'all as well, can you share your favorite animated TV shows or films that you're just like passionate about? Chaz, you said Spider-Verse. That I forgot it. And you can't see the full thing, but this is a Spider-Verse poster. And above my head are like 4 Spider-Verse Funko Pops. I'm like a huge fan. So that's something I'm passionate about, can always talk about. But also for you guys, just like any other things.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just breathing because I was thinking.
Oh, by the way, I don't breathe anymore. I learned I'm anti-yoga. I do not breathe. This will tell you how much I love animation. Every night before my girlfriend goes to bed, she goes, "Let me turn the cartoons on for you," because I watch cartoons every single night. Like my personal favorite right now, just in that in that vein itself would be Bob's Burgers. I don't know what it is about Bob's Burgers, but it makes me happy in every way. Maybe it's because it's a weird family, but they still all just really love each other. And in movies, I don't even know, because I would name one and then I would think of a different one. You know, from way back in the day. Still, the original Lion King is still one of my favorite from way back when, but we've come so far now. Obviously, the look of Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse. I mean, the look of that thing was just, that blew everybody's mind. So it's hard for me to name, because I really am a junkie of animation. I truly am. Not just working in it, but I love to watch it.
I kind of feel
Burgers
the
is
same
so
way.
pure.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's like my show too.
I feel like I kind of have favorite films at different stages of my life, I guess. Like when I was a child, I think Kiki's Delivery Service, made by Studio Ghibli, was like my ultimate favorite. And I think I guess still when I was younger, and something that I always go back to, Satoshi Kon's Millennium Actress. I really love his nuance, directing and storytelling and just artistry in his films. So I feel like that's one. But one that like really ignited my fire for like, and it like reminded me why I love animation is Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, because I was just like, this is so refreshing watching someone who like looks like me on screen, and like, you know, just like having something that's so uniquely that film really reminded me that like, wow, I love animation a lot.
I remember sitting in the theater with my son watching Into the Spider-Verse, and literally going out loud, "What's happening? What's going on?" Like, not completely understanding what was, because it was so different than anything that we'd seen up until that point. Just going, what is this? Like, you know. But I was Black, so I could talk in the theater, so that's fine.
Yeah, no one could tell you anything. Like,
No, they can't tell me nothing. They can try, but I won't listen.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm a lot like Gary in that, like, yeah, I watch cartoons every night before I go to bed. So it's definitely.
But my girlfriend doesn't come in and turn them on for you, does she? Okay, hey, we cool, man. Hey, we cool.
We'll talk about this offline.
Yeah, no, it's not even. We good. We squash. It's all squashed. We good.
No. But I think, like, you know, one that I always kind of go back to, that I always just like am just amazed at the level of artistry, is Akira. Just always kind of feel like there's always like 10 or 20 new things I pick up each time I watch it. And a lot like Into the Spider-Verse, you know, it's just one of those things that the story is such a like it's really mature without being like super, you know, graphic or like sexual innuendos, but you know, it's just like, again, I've always just been picking up on something new every time I watch that movie, and it's just a work of art, really.
For me, so I think one of the most influential shows for me when I was a kid was Pet Shop of Horrors. It's an anime that was based on this manga series. It was really creepy and scary, and I think because I do like, you know, animated horror stuff now, so I think that is what made me realize, oh, animation can be so much more than just cutesy, bouncy things. It can be really scary and also teach you lessons. I highly recommend that. That one's really cool. I also really love The Little Prince on Netflix. I've seen it twice and I cried both times just because the stop motion sequences in that movie are probably the most beautiful things I've ever seen. There's just something so serene about them. And I think stop motion specifically is the type of animation that really makes me feel something more. I love all animation, but like stop motion in particular, like anything Leica puts out, I'm just like bawling because it's just so beautiful to picture like a physical thing moving. Yeah.
I think you just said the words cutesy bouncy things, and if one of us does not create a cartoon called cutesy bouncy things, we need to be kicked out of this industry. I would watch that at least 4 episodes just on name alone.
Well, we are coming to the end of our panel, which is so sad because I definitely want to learn more and hear more from you all. And I'm sure our viewers would too. So if you guys feel comfortable, can you share like your social media platforms or websites or anywhere where people can learn more about you?
Sure. Yeah, you can find me at pearlow.com, pearllow.com. I have all my like social media handles there, and I have my personal portfolio there, so you can see some of my artwork that I do.
I'm on Instagram at Gary Anthony Williams, on Twitter at Gary A. Williams, and I suck on TikTok. I don't even remember my name there. But yeah, I don't have a website like Pearl, you know. Pearl's got it all. She's loaded. She knows a website guy. I don't have any of that.
And I'm Chaz Bottoms. I also have a website. I don't know if me and Pearl have the same website guy, but chazbottoms.com. Links to all my socials, my Instagram, my Twitter there. You can find out more about my boutique animation studio, as well as Batu and just kind of all the happenings that's going on with that.
And my website is my name, sapphiresandalo.com. But if you want to learn more about my podcast, I have a paranormal podcast where I share ghost stories and also speak with people who've had experiences. It's really fun. It's storieswithsapphire.com.
That's so great. Well, yeah, thank you everyone for attending. Thank you, panelists, for your time. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of Creatorfest 2022.
That panel was
Hey.
robust with big
That was
facts.
fire.
Such good takes on representation in the world of animation and navigating their careers through this, as you said, Karama, panini.
Right.
I love the
Personal
way you
pan
always put
pizza.
that. Thanks
Personal
so
pan
much
pizza.
to Monique, Pearl, Gary, Chaz, and Sapphire for the very thoughtful discussion there. Really enjoyed that panel. Also, just want to say real quick, Attack Peter's Godzilla is gone. It is sold out.
Gone.
Anybody who was seeking one of those, you missed your opportunity, unfortunately. But I will say that Akugame Strikes print is almost gone. There's still a chance, so make sure you get your orders in on that ASAP or you'll miss out. And you know what? That panel was great. But speaking of animation, we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the Amazon original show, Invincible. And Skybound has a new design coming in March to celebrate the season 1 finale. In the meantime, check out some super sweet Invincible deals out on the Skybound store right here. As you can see, all your favorite heroes on that bag. I like that bag. I'd rock that bag. I'm a man who's not afraid to rock a bag when necessary.
I would like to rock that bag. I would also like to rock that aqua colored Invincible bloodstained t-shirt. Yeah, all of the stuff looks amazing. And again, that QR code gets you everything on the screen. And you know what? I also think that Gary Anthony Williams might also be doing a voice on Invincible as well. One other thing about Gary Anthony Williams, besides the fact that he's incredibly tall, he is the voice of Pops in the upcoming Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur series that Lawrence Fishburne is producing opposite Alfred Woodard, right? A little bit trivia, a
Right.
little bit trivia.
Right. Some more nuggets in there. I love it. That guy's immensely talented, yo. But yeah, I'll be happy to hear him on Invincible, see the character he's voicing there. And you know what? Something else we're celebrating this year besides Invincible is the culmination of the Walking Dead series on AMC. Season 11, the final season, returns on February 20th. Starting next week through the finale, we will be dropping special limited edition merch to celebrate this momentous occasion. In the meantime, check out the cool merchant deals by scanning that QR code right there. You see the nice Clementine graphic novel we got there. Also, the statue. Oh my goodness, man. I love that statue of Ezekiel right there.
With that,
Shiva, I love it.
taking out the walker. That's awesome.
Yeah. as a fan of the comic, kind of makes me a little sad, to be honest, if you know how it plays out. But I would love to have
Yes.
that statue right back there.
We're not going to spoil
with
it,
the
but
rest of
yeah.
my collection. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No, absolutely. Now, yes, people in the chat have been asking for this. Yes, Big Clutch is up next. And yes, he's going to be here with another episode of Comic Vault Live. And you are correct for somebody who had said it. He's also going to be doing a Whatnot stream later today where he'll be auctioning off even more merchandise. So you're not wrong. You're getting 2 doses of Big Clutch today, but the new one will be coming up very, very shortly. He's got all of these amazing books, including the CVL variant for Stray Dogs Day 2. And then according to Clutch's Instagram, I stalked it earlier, there's going to be a beautiful homage to The Walking Dead 48 by Tony Fleeks and Trish Forstner. Plus, there's a Raphael Albuquerque variant Invincible 1 that's signed by the man himself, Robert Kirkman.
Ooh.
And there's so much more. So yeah, there's tons of comics. And you know that Clutch always brings it. So up next, let's check out Comics Vault Live and see all that he has to drop for us today. We'll be back shortly.
Oh.
Welcome to Comics Vault Live with your host, Big Clutch.
What's up, everybody? How are you? Creatorfest, Expo, CVL's here. Mega thanks to the hosts today, to all the panelists. This has been a great time. We're super pumped. It's going good. Hi, what's going? I feel like it's been a minute. It's only been about a week since I saw a lot of you guys over on Whatnot, and so here we are. We're back. Our monthly CVL here with the good folks. So we're pumped. We got some great stuff for you guys today. We'll put up in chat. We'll throw that stuff on there. If you guys got questions or whatever, hit me in chat. I can read it here on the side. The beard, yeah, the beard is. Thanks, Dwayne. Beard's coming in. It's a little bit. I tried to trim it up a little bit, and then it just keeps coming. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, but it's I can't get it lit. Okay. I looked at some photos from earlier in the year over the summer. I think when we went to the first preseason game for the Rams, and this thing was massive. You guys didn't tell me, and I'm really surprised you didn't say, like, you look like a gigantic homeless Santa Claus. And please let me know these things. I really appreciate it. So today we got some stuff. What do we got? What do we have today? Walking Dead Deluxe Eats. The second prints, we're finally catching up on that series after we took a little bit of a hiatus. So we got the gold foil, the red foil. I think we've got 175 of those. They're $99.99, free shipping, of course, domestically. And I think our international shipping is discounted, or it's at least cheaper. That's always good. We've got The Walking Dead #1. This is the Raphael Albuquerque variant. That's going to be here in a second. That is signed by Robert Kirkman. We got 40 of those. Those are $124.99. Walking Dead Deluxe #1, black and white, signed by David Finch. Got those done earlier this year when he had a signing over at CGC. So those are super cool. And then, Stray Dogs, Dog Days #2, The Walking Dead 48 homage, which is super cool. So excited for that to be here, to be with you all, everyone hanging out today. So good times. Let's do this. First one, let's throw it up. Screen. Walking Dead #8 Deluxe. So as you guys know how this works, usually it's one per order. You can place multiple orders if you're interested in that many. We are doing free shipping domestically. These are all ready to ship now. So everything's set up at our shipment facility. So this stuff will be able to go out to you starting Monday. So bam, bam, bam. Those of you in the south of the U.S. will get these, I would assume, probably Tuesday or Wednesday. So it's going to be a quick order. Link should be up in the chat. If you guys see it, I believe they'll be posting that here shortly. I know that the team has got links for you guys. So there's usually going to be a master link to the entire collection. You guys want to refresh that and you'll see these pop up, or they'll put the general links in the chat. So the collection link I now see in the chat, so that should be good to go. Anthony says, I thought the hiatus would be helpful in my wallet, but there's been so much other good stuff. Lots of good stuff. We've got tons of cool stuff that we're trying to put out all the time. And man, we are getting ready. A lot of cool stuff. Collection link is in the chat. I see it posted there. Folks are seeing no link yet, so we will let them. I think it says. I'm going to click the link. I don't know if my computer goes on. My computer. Oh, I see it. There it is. Yep, it's in the chat, guys. It is ready to add to cart. So good times. There's that 15% pop up. Always there. Never leaves me alone. So yeah. So again, like these, you guys can see it here. I've got the books here with me too, so you can see I just cover my big face. All the glare, all the shadows. CDC 9.8s for these. This awesome. I like to call it the Deadhead covers. It's inspired by Sarah. She knows. But Deadhead covers. These are awesomely put together. Dave Finch is a master. Just even look at these. You can see like the detail that comes across. Dave McKagan on the colors. It's so good, so amazing. And so this is awesome. And this is our guy Dale. This is one of my favorite dudes ever in The Walking Dead. And man, we got to do. Remember we had do you guys remember the Dale hats? We did like little bucket hats at San Diego, like a decade ago, it feels like. But we had like black ones and tan ones, and it said Walking Dead logo on there. I think I still have one or two tucked away in storage somewhere. But those were awesome. I loved those so much. Love them so much. So again, there's 175 copies of this one in CGC 9.8. So yeah, grab them now. Grab them now before they're gone. And then let's go ahead and add the next one. Let's make it live. Let's make the black and white. This is the sketch variant with the red foil. You guys know how these look. These look great. I've got these. I've got a collection of these myself, and they are super sweet. The cool thing about the sketch ones too, and this is what I really like about what they've done. Hey, what's up, Victor? How you guys doing? This one you can see like the blue line from the art pages on the side over here. I can't see my fingers. My fingers are this way. But it's really cool. You can see like the actual art board and what he's done in there. And sometimes if you can see like the whiteout that's been done to kind of fix up, some inking stuff. And yeah, these are super sweet. I could stare at original art all day long. I've got a pretty good original art collection, and I love seeing techniques, and I love seeing what people are able to pull off and how they can do it. It is so cool. So cool. And we got a Clement. I shouldn't say that. That's for later dates. We got cool stuff. We have more. We have the Deadhead stuff. We love these Deadhead covers. They're rad. We will try to do more if we can. So much good stuff. So much good stuff. What do you guys got in the chat? Anthony says he's been waiting for months for these. I know we had to shuffle some stuff around. I mean, there's been so many cool releases that we've had, and we had to just toss them in there. So, good times all around. We've got, what else we got? Yeah, Jane Cook says, love getting original art and commissions. Me too. Commissions are always a tough one at times when you go to, especially when you're trying to do a commission at a show. You and dozens of other people are all trying to get the artist to do the same thing, and then he's going out at night having drinks with his buddies, and then he doesn't get back to his hotel room until super late, and then he doesn't get it done in time. Sometimes it happens, but for the most part, it is good. What are we at here, guys? We've got should we toss up the next one? Let's toss up the Finch. Let's go. More Finch. More black and white love. This is awesome. Walking to Deluxe #1. This was one of the very first Skybound Comics Vault Live variants that we've done. This is the Dave Finch Virgin, black and white version of his cover, which is kind of the next minute, the minute after the original Tony Moore cover. This is kind of like what happens when Rick sees the zombies. I got to shoot him with my shotgun. But we got these signed by Dave Finch. You can see most of them have a little silver signature right in here. Looks pretty cool. Yeah, these are great. I think we have a limited amount of these, which is really fun. We've got 60 of these. They are $124.99. These were done. I mean, we had Dave Finch sign these back almost a year ago, which is crazy to think that he did his in-house signing over at CGC. So these are great. I love this series. I love all the new covers, like these cool like reinterpretations and remastering of covers that Dave's doing for the entire Walking Dead Deluxe series, and it's just super cool. I love seeing the new colors on stuff. It's really neat to kind of see how Dave McKagan kind of makes things pop a little bit on Charlie's old covers and artwork. It's awesome. It is super awesome. And again, these are one per order, but you can order multiple times if you'd like. They are all ready to ship, so they'll be shipping out probably on Monday, which is great. So, yeah, this is really good. Love this. I love it so much. You guys doing good on this Friday afternoon for most of you? I guess it's a technical afternoon here too, so I always kind of forget sliding off the thing. So thanks for grabbing these, everybody. Really appreciate it. We've got let's do some Invincible, right? Invincible. Everybody loves Invincible. This is a really sweet one. This was when this came across our desks to do earlier this year or this past year. I was really surprised because I'm a big fan of this artist, and so this is for GalaxyCon. These are Raphael Albuquerque did the cover, and this awesome image of Mark flying through the air. You definitely kind of get the vibe that he's tearing through the skies. We got these signed by, we got a set of these signed by Robert. I think there's only 40 of these available in CGC 9.8, and Robert was kind enough during our hiatus to sign some stuff for us, and that was really cool that we could get that done. So glad that we can offer these up to everybody right now. This should be live in the collection as well. Yeah, and Raphael is one of those, American Vampire was a book that I loved. It was really cool when that first came out, and I really just gravitated towards his art style. And yeah, Rafa's a beast. So love this one. And this is GalaxyCon happened last say on here. I think it was last summer. It was maybe August or September, I believe. And good folks over at Cadence Comic Art also helped put this together too. So really cool stuff. So yeah, once again, only 40 of these available, $124.99. These are going to sell out because these are pretty tough to track down. So but we got them here. And there's also, don't forget, this is super cool. I always forget about these, the CGC labels. This is the Invincible label. This is a custom label you can get for CGC books when you submit them. You can get them you can get them to put on here for, I don't know what the charge is, like $5 or $10 or something like that, but They're really cool. They make all your books pop, which is really fun. So I've got a lot of ones for my my Spider-Man books and my Walking Dead stuff, and we're working on more Walking Dead ones too. So hopefully that'll come together soon for all you big collectors out there. So that'd be great. Yeah, and so I don't know what else we got today. I think we can close this off. I'm kidding. I know you guys are really here for. I know you guys want like dogs. You guys like stray dogs. Stray dogs. Stray dogs number 2. This is Stray Dog Days number 2. Oh, the guys are just saying the Invincible sold out. So thanks everyone for grabbing those. Really appreciate that. So yeah, Stray Dogs number 2. This is the Walking Dead number 48 homage. This is super cool. When I started, my buddy JJ, JJ's Comics, who will be doing Whatnot today at shortly, about an hour from now, he'll be on Whatnot Live, part of the TGIF crew. So come check us out all day on Whatnot. But he put me in touch with Tony, and we talked about doing variants for Dog Days, and we were one of the multitude of folks who did it. Alex is right. We need to fix that 15% pop-up. That thing is annoying. Take note. So Dog Days number 2. So Tony was like, we were like, hey, let's do a Walking Dead number 1 homage for issue number 1. And that, of course, I mean, that's a no-brainer. I think he wanted to do it. He'd been wanting to do it and had people ask him about it for a while. Excuse me. He'd been wanting to do it for a while, so knew that was going to be at some point we would work together to do it. And so we're like, well, what can we do for issue number 2? And Tony was like, he's like, I've always loved issue number 48, just the stark colors, just the red, the black, the blue tones of the look. It's just really, it's really cool. So, and then he did it. So this is it. Look at this thing. This is super rad. I'm sorry, all my screens and shininess. It looks like I'm in a Star Trek film by J.J. Abrams, right? Like with all the lens flares and everything going on. So this should be live in the collection now. I think this is $99.99. It is really cool. I love it. Victor says I should drink some water. Drinking. So yeah, check this out. It is super great. We have 100 and what do we have of these? Let me pull up the sheet here. 150 of these available, and this will sell out if it's anything like the first one. These will be gone. I am sorry to say that there are no 99s. We did not get any 99s in this entire print run. The first print run for Deluxe number 1 was amazing, and number 2 was a little bit, didn't have the crispies, like we say, the crispy 9.9. So yeah, pick this one up. Again, 1 per order, free shipping domestically in the US, and then discounted shipping internationally. We have a great shipping partner for international shipments. It is super good and super cheap. I love how they do it. It's really interesting. Yeah, this is our run, guys. We've got these 5 books. The Invincible is sold out. No 99s on the Invincibles. The upgrades were pretty low on this one, guys. So we will hopefully have something else later. People are saying, let's see what people are saying about this in the chat. If there are, I think the links are working, guys. They should be working. I'm going to pull it up here on my screen too, and let's see what we got. Yep, Stray Dogs is there for me, showing $99.99. There's that 15% thing. I'm a member, guys. I'm a member. Remember that I'm a member. We got a little bit of time. We're going to hang out here for a minute. We'll go back over this stuff so you guys can see. There's also a little QR code in the screen, which is super cool. You guys want to check that out and use that to get into your stuff. So, oh, Mr. Bolo, Jack is up. What's up there, guys? Got Jack in the chat. We got Eyes in the house. We got a lot of cool folks. Gennaro's in the chat. What's up, guys? If anyone has any questions you guys want to chat about stuff, like, let's talk. We got a little bit of time. We got a ramp. We got to fill. We got to fill it up a little bit. So let's go over the books again. The Walking Dead, The Invincible is sold out. I'm sorry, folks. This is sold out. But we'll try to get some more at some point if we can ever get Robert back in town to sign. Of course, he knows that every time I send him a text message, he's like, Clutch just wants me to sign stuff again. Great. What a friendship we have. just wants me to sign stuff. What a jerk. We've got some copies of the #1 Walking Dead Deluxe #1. This is the Dave Finch variant. This is signed by Dave. This one's super cool. This is one of my faves. And then we've of course got our Walking Dead Deluxe second prints of #8, the cool Dale covers. This is can't hear me when I block the microphone, but these are rad too. So pick those up. Let's see, chat. What do you guys want to say? Oh, PA Scotty Young Invincible cover is what we need. That is absolutely what we need. I should reach out to Scotty and see if he's up for something fun. That would be really rad. I love it. Weekend is great. Super Bowl was fun. We had a great time out here. The city was crazy, which was awesome. I love it. Randy, what's going on with CVL? You had said a while back there were changes coming on how often they happen. Any updates? That's what's going on. So today, CVL is started out with you guys monthly. We would do these slabs and just really cool sales and stuff like that. Things have expanded a little bit. So we started doing some stuff with Whatnot on the app there. We started there last April. So we're coming up on a year anniversary of selling the first comic book on the Whatnot app, which is really cool. And so now Comics Vault Live is now taking our Whatnot stuff and making it a weekly show, which is really cool. So we'll be doing weeklies at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll be doing our shows there live. That'll shift things a little bit for CVL, the broader CVLs. We'll figure out what date and time we'll be doing those. But those are still going to be happening every month, which is exciting. So we're not leaving this format, but we're also expanding the other format. And Whatnot is also, we're moving into a new studio too, which is really awesome. So sometime in mid-March to late March, early April, we'll be in a new studio space with a bunch of other awesome and extra cool people, Invincible animation team and our digital media team. So we're all going to be cohabitating this really awesome space that's being almost finished being built out right now. So Dan and I will be housed out of there, and so I won't be in my house all the time, which is kind of a relief. My cats won't be bugging me for snacks and treats all the time. But we'll be doing CVL from there, and we'll be able to kind of just turn stuff around a little bit quicker and probably do more. I think the idea is to expand and do other streams and other fun stuff beyond just comics, but see Collector's Vault Live. So as that comes together, that'll be really sweet, and we'll let you guys know how that goes. But we also have again, with our Whatnot stuff, we have a really great group of sellers on our TGIF crew. We've got JJ's Comics, we've got Wanted Comics, we've got Big Leg, we got Brian McClay from Flipside, and we got the Hive Comics guys. So a really great 6-hour chunk of awesome sellers on Whatnot that we'll be doing every Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 or 7 p.m. Pacific. So join us. It's going to be awesome. We've got some really cool stuff we're doing. You know, it's a lot of auctions. It's a lot of wild stuff. We try to find cool pieces that we can pull out. And you know, it's always going to be a little different than what we do in our normal CVL, but it's all here for all of you. So should be a good time. I love it. The Adam Eve cover, the Tyler Kirkham one was great. We're working on getting some of that stuff maybe graded, and then we can maybe offer up on normal CVL at some point. So I've been waiting for our first 3 books to kind of get out and put into the world before we figure out how we can do that. But we're looking for some fun stuff. You guys love these Saga number foils. Oh my gosh. Saga number 1 foils are great. Wait, oh, Jack's dropping some news. OBS and Whatnot now. You gotta talk, man. You gotta give this information a little bit earlier in the day. I love it. That's great. Grab these books here. I think I got a few minutes left to go. So if anyone's got any quick questions you guys want to toss in chat, I'll jump through and see if I can find stuff. Teasers for the next CVL, and we'll have the next Walking Dead Deluxe number 9. Second prints foils for you guys and a couple other things. I don't know if I can say what we've got coming up. Another cool Invincible retailer variant that hasn't been seen very often. That'll be available too, so that should be fun. We got a couple awesome other books down the line too for later this year. You guys know that Lego Ninjago is happening, right? So Lego Ninjago Garmadon is going to be coming out later this year, and we will have a CVL variant for that. There's a lot of other really cool variants for that book too, so if you're interested in that one, hit up your local comic shop. put in your pre-order. Let them know you want it on your pull list. It's going to be rad. I think we got another Firepower. We've got an Oblivion song coming up too. Lego, Jono, what's that one? Oh, we got I Hate This Place. We're gonna do a variant for that, but we're gonna be calling it the F This Place, the full word. Try not to cuss. I want to be good on stream. Oh, some other cool. Oh man, I saw a cover that we have coming up from a project from an actual Skybound creator, but his own creator own book. He's gonna be doing an image, but we're gonna do a variant for that, and it is super cool. So if you guys are out there and you're excited about some wrestling stuff, we got some great news for you. Yeah, we've got a lot of great stuff. What do we got here, guys? I can rap. Big Clutch in the house. Yeah, thanks. Oh, yeah, John, appreciate it. The hat is the I think it's a San Diego based like minor league team. It's a California burrito. Well, it's got French fries in there because Californians were weird. But yeah, it's good stuff. All right, everybody. Again, thank you all for coming out to CVL. Again, the books are available now, and they'll be available through the weekend if they're still available. So I know that the Invincible has sold out, and I'm sure the Stray Dogs will sell it shortly. So pick them up now if you can. If not, we will see you on the next time. So 4 o'clock, if you guys are hanging out too, join us on Whatnot. Catch you then. Bye.
Hey, welcome back. I actually think Big Clutch might be the hardest working man in comics right now because he just
Oh yeah.
did this live. He's got another whatnot later. But for those of you who just saw CVL Comic Vault Live, we are keeping the products available for the next few hours, unless they sell out. So check them out. Let's get that slide up so everybody can see what they can get their hands on for the next few hours.
The
All of
Invincible
these.
cover's gone, right? That one's sold out, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, you're right. Invincible, I think, is gone. I don't know about the others. We're gonna have to see what Mission Control says. And again, he's got his weekly show tonight. You got to check that out. And in addition, we've got more limited edition prints and canvases of the Walking Dead deluxe comic book cover art, and they will only be in the store to the end of season 11 of the AMC show, so do not miss those. I believe we have an image of that as well, but you don't want to, I mean, listen, the entire series is coming to an end. You do not want to miss out on those. So do we have an image of the limited edition? Okay, so take my word on that that's coming. But that is Walkers. I think we should talk a little bit about vampires though. So Malik, what
Yeah.
do you think about the new, or what can you tell us, I should say, about the new Impact Winter project?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure some folks heard us talking about Impact Winter earlier, but for those who didn't, it's a post-apocalyptic vampire thriller, and we have a scripted podcast coming to Audible very soon. And the creator and cast are going to be here today at the Expo to talk about your next audio obsession coming from Audible and Skybound. If you guys are fans of post-apocalyptic stories that take place in the winter with vampires, you don't want to miss this. It kind of gives me the what is it, 30 Days of Night kind of vibe. I don't know if you remember that. It's like an old Josh Horne movie where he's pretty much running away from vampires, but they're like in Alaska. So it
Right,
reminds
because
me
cold.
a lot of that. But I'm a big fan of audio podcasts. Or scripted podcasts rather. Audio podcasts.
But you've
Well,
got
that
the
makes
you've
no
got
sense.
the voice
Oh.
for it. You've got the voice for it. Have you ever done scripted podcast yourself?
I haven't done a scripted podcast. That would actually be a lot of fun. That would be a lot of fun. There's a lot of good ones out there too that are hailing from the comic book realm. So I mean, if you haven't taken an opportunity to like try to jump into some, you should check out. There's one called Alice's and Dean, Wooden Overcoats, Moonbase Theta. I
I'm a fan
mentioned
of,
Wolverine, The
and I'm
Long
a fan
Night
of
earlier.
Archive 81, which just got turned
Yes.
into a series. So maybe that's what will happen with Impact Winter.
Yes, definitely. I think this one is definitely worth checking out. And we also had earlier it's like some merch and some other things to show, but I don't know, do we still have those slides maybe to show some of that Impact Winter merch that folks
There it
man, click
is.
that QR code. You can't really click it, but scan it. Scan that ASAP. And also scan it twice. Get one of those hoodies and send it to me because I would really like one of those. Very stylish. I'm all about the fashion and I'm all about representing brands and representing stories that I really like. So
You're
with that
also
said,
all about the hoodies. So
oh yeah, I mean, as you can see, I mean, if that hasn't been obvious to you guys yet, so yeah, I think that we're about ready here. If you guys want to know more about Impact Winter, we're going to be joined by the writer, director, and creator himself, Travis Beacham, along with Carolyn Ford and David. I don't want to slaughter his last name, Gaezi. I hope I said that right. But these guys are going to be here to talk about the upcoming Impact Winter scripted podcast on Audible, brought to you by Skybound. Check it out.
They came after the impact, when the sun went dark, like they'd always been there, waiting in the shadows.
If you hurt my sister, your last moments will be excruciating.
A stake to the heart only incapacitates it. How you kill one is you cut off its head.
Hello, everyone. My name is Grant Hermans, and I am here with the cast and creators of Impact Winter, the exciting vampire thriller from creator Travis Beacham, and the second major scripted audio project to come from the first look deal between Skybound and Audible. As I mentioned, we are here with creator Travis, as well as stars Caroline Ford and David Gyasi. How's everybody doing today?
Very good. Although my name is Jesse. David Jesse. Yeah.
My apologies.
No, but it's good.
David Jesse.
I like it because we get it out there. We get it out there early, and there we are. So yeah, Jesse is me. Gyazi is another guy.
Well, we want to make sure we're talking to the right person. So
Yeah.
good to know that we got the right one here.
Appreciate that.
I appreciate you helping me out. I don't like getting people's names wrong. Did I get everybody else's names right?
Yep. You're correct. Yeah.
Okay, great.
It was
Perfect. Well, I'm excited to dive right into this one. I have been hooked since I started listening to it. Travis, I will start with you. You are, of course, no stranger to creating fantastical worlds between your work with Carnival Row and Pacific Rim. But how did the concept for Impact Winter really come about?
It was a concept I've always sort of had floating around for a while now. Just the connection of sort of an impact event blotting out the sun and what sort of creatures might be amenable to there not being sun, and but I really I always have a lot of ideas like that are just sort of concepts. I don't quite know what to do with them. I think it was a few years ago when one of my managers was talking about podcast and asked if I had any ideas that might work as a scripted podcast. Although this thing has sort of grown so much that I sort of shrink from calling it a podcast because it is so sort of like lush and big and expensive sounding. So I tend to call it like an audio drama, but anyway, yeah, so my manager was talking about it, and this idea that I'd had floating around sort of jumped to mind. And I think what I liked about it, or what spoke to me about it being a podcast, is I think I was thinking of like old sort of gothic epistolary novels like Dracula, like that are sort of told in letters. And it just in my head sort of made this connection to this vampire idea that I had. And yeah, it just sort of grew from there. There was something very interesting about having to fill in a world and working from a space where you couldn't see the world, because I think in the industry my reputation is for like world building and that sort of stuff, which is I love it. But what I really love is character stuff. Like I'm happiest when I'm just writing two people in a room talking or arguing about something. And so there was something very appealing about setting this idea in that space and making it sort of a more character driven story, a more dialogue driven story. And I think it's paid off really well.
So then with that, what would you say were some of the biggest creative challenges for you building up this new world and these new characters?
Well, it's the biggest creative challenges I think are just sort of like learning the new medium and the limitations of it, and learning to use those limitations as opportunities. I think I learned sort of very early on in the writing that what some might think of, some coming from screenwriting or screen storytelling, might think of as audio's biggest weakness, which is the fact that you can't see anything, is actually in a horror story sort of a strength, because you get those sort of great moments where the characters are seeing something and you're hearing that they're seeing something, but you don't know what it is, and you're sort of like on the hook waiting to find out what's going on, like who won the fight, or what's out the window, or what do they see. And that's sort of like ambiguity, that sort of like not knowing, can be mined for interesting tensions. So that was fun. Also, action scenes are very difficult to do in audio. It just ends up being a lot of grunting and punching sounds. But again, I think I liked that because it meant that nobody could give you the note like, this needs more action scenes, right? Like you had to make things work with character and with dialogue, and that's always more fun for me than action scenes, because action scenes, they end up being coordinated and directed by the stunt people anyway. So it's like you write something on the page and it's going to be totally different on the day. Whereas with dialogue and character, those are the words that are going to be, on screen or in the story.
And action scenes, as exciting as they are, can definitely not be as engrossing as characters and dialogue. And I think Impact Winter has certainly captured both of those elements really well, from what I've heard so far. Now looking towards Caroline, David. Caroline, if you'd like to go first, and then David. You've of course worked with Travis before on Carnival Row and The Curiosity. So when it came to Impact Winter, did you find that your past relationship with Travis was the biggest draw, or did you find it was the writing itself that really hooked you to want to be a part of it?
Ooh, it's definitely both for me. I loved working with Travis on Carnival Row and The Curiosity, and we also worked together on a show called Hieroglyph, which never happened in the end. But so I've worked with him for years, and actually I remember talking to him about what is now Impact Winter. I mean, it must be about
years ago
now, and it sounded so exciting because he was talking about the idea of creating this sort of vampire world, but originally it was through just broadcasts and sounds, and it was brilliant. So that I love the opening, which is still that broadcast, because it really brings you into the world, but through not through dialogue, actually through I don't know, the news medium. So it feels really real world, and really exciting. So I was interested, and I really wanted to be a part of it from about 6 years ago because I love Travis's world building, and I had no doubt that he would be able to create something brilliant with in an audio format, because actually, like you're saying, his strength is writing amazing dialogue and creating actually very well-rounded, in-depth characters. And it was an awesome challenge to be able to do that with him. And I think we did. I think because we already have that established relationship, Travis and I, because we've done so much together now. We love delving into characters and, the subtext and the meaning behind every single line and what's happening in every single moment. I love that. And Travis is so brilliant because his attention to detail is so specific. You can literally ask him about any little tiny line and he will know the exact story behind it. And so that's so exciting for an actor because you get to put so much into it. You can really go into your imagination. So both. The writing was brilliant, but also I knew that Travis was lovely to work with. And I'd worked with him as a director on The Curiosity. So I knew him both as a director and as a writer already.
Oh, shucks.
No, don't tell him I said that.
So much love felt right there. That's amazing. And I'll be sure to keep your secret. Don't worry.
Yes, thank you.
And then David, how about yourself?
Yeah, so I worked with Travis on Carnival Row, and then almost worked with him on Hieroglyph, but he didn't cast me. But I've let that go. I'm fine with that. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. I don't even know why you brought it up, Grant. I don't know why we're going over this point again and again and again. Let's let it go. Just let it go.
Let's let it go. Let's let
it go. Don't even mention it. We'll edit that out.
I won't mention it. I swear. Fingers crossed.
Thanks, man. So, in all seriousness, and Travis doesn't know this, but he wrote, and I've been in the business a little while now, but he wrote one of my favorite characters that I've ever played in Aggress in Carnival Row. So what happens when someone does that and writes a character like that with as much detail as Caroline has just explained? You try and be cool, but when you get the call from Travis saying, "Hey man, I got this thing, just have a look. If it's your thing, let's do something together, but no problems if not." On the inside, you're going, "Sign me up. Where do I sign?" And then I was like, "I'll try and be cool. Let me let me read it. Let me see if there's space in the diary." But of course, I didn't need to read it. But then when I did, do you know what? Actually, what was frustrating about it is he's kind of created this brilliant, freaking involved, complex world. And I'm like, how long has that world been living in your head? And he was like, yeah, I had an idea some years ago. And then when the pandemic happened, I thought, oh, let me just delve into that world. Bang, here's a script with however many episodes. And you're just like, yeah, I tried to learn French. And I still don't speak French. So yeah, just echoing what Caroline said, really. I think it's, in terms of world building, one of the most intricate and interesting brains that I've come across. And it's it was a joy to get involved.
And speaking about both of them, because I really love working with people who I like over and over again. I like the idea of sort of building a family and that kind of thing, like a working kind of troupe, of people that you can depend on. And both of these people are they're incredibly reliable actors. They're very inventive, very thoughtful, really digging in to the character and the story. And both Caroline and David just bring kind of this level of reality and groundedness that I think makes genre work really well. Like, because I think when you think of like Empire Strikes Back, right? Like, which has a lot of great moments, but you're thinking about those character moments like Han and Leia's banter at the beginning, which is just, you know, brilliant. And I think that's the kind of humanity that both of these actors sort of bring to genre, like making it real and making it relatable and making it human. And I think, you know, especially for a story told in audio, to have these two actors who are just so thoughtful about character and dialogue, which is just the driving force of the story. You know, I couldn't not call them, you know, and ask them to be in it.
Now, do you want me to keep that a secret from them? How much you love them?
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought they were gone. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're down there. Okay.
They're still there.
They're
They're still hearing.
Because you know the fees go up, Grant, and then where are we?
They're fine. You know what? They're fine. They're all right.
Oh well, now you two know he loves you just as much as you love him. So
Yeah, it's just no secret. Yeah.
one big happy family.
This is a good day.
So Travis, you mentioned that you just mentioned you like to build a troupe around you. Is there anybody from your past projects that you hoped to bring in on this one that you just couldn't quite get?
Let me think about that. Not really. I've been very fortunate in this project, because I think from the beginning, from casting through editing and post, even to like picking the songs that play, like the needle drops, like I've been very spoiled. I've gotten almost everything that I've asked for and everything I wanted, you know. The process has been incredible. So yeah, no, I would say there's no real like disappointments, you know. You know, they're playing like exactly, you know, the people that I wanted them to play, you know, and it's really come together in exactly the way that I always pictured. I think of anything that I've done, Impact Winter is probably the thing that is closest to the way that I first imagined it. Because, you know, with any sort of, especially a big sort of world building genre thing, a lot of compromises, you know, are made along the way. There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen. This was a very, it was a very big story, but it was a very sort of intimate process that I was fortunate to have a lot of sort of creative control over, which just, yeah, I no complaints at all. It's what you're hearing is what was in my head.
Well, that's always a pleasure to hear come from a creator, because I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, so many compromises can be made, things watered down, but this definitely feels wholly intact just from what I've heard so far. So that's amazing to hear. Caroline, I'll come back to you. I know that David, of course, has some experience in the voice acting world, what with Chuggington, but this is really sort of your first major dive into voice acting. What was that like for you making that transition? Did you find that allowed some more creative freedom in your performances, or did you find that there was an extra challenge in getting to the heart of your character with that format?
I think there was definitely an extra challenge, because it is completely different. I think I put a lot of pressure on getting a lot out in my voice, and I don't know, maybe doing more than I think you actually need to. And I learned that in the process. Actually, you do just still need to be natural and real to the moment and to the scene. And I think in this, Travis very much pushed us to just be as natural as possible. So actually, in the end, I found it very freeing, because there's just not the pressure of the camera and, you know, other things you have to think about when you're on a film set. You can actually just be very much in the moment of the scene and say the words. And I loved it in the end. I think I did have to do some fighting scenes, the ones Travis was talking about. So that was the most challenging part. I had to do that, and I had to do another sort of thing that is very much, the sounds make the moment, which was a really cool scene in the end, because actually it was just complete imagination. You can just completely be, that childlike imaginative person again, where you just are in that moment and making the noises like something's happening, which was really, really fun.
I think I had you do that scene like a ton of times. If it's the one I'm thinking of, just to get that like exhausted kind of feel. Like, no, it's fun. Like the natural sort of like organic thing. These are the people for that.
But it is a challenge, because when you're on set, you have all the costume and you'd have the sword in that particular moment and all those kind of things. But here you just have your voice.
Yeah, because if it's like you're running or like walking or something, like on set you would actually be running, you would actually be walking, and in audio it's like you have to sort of build up that kind of like just effort, like it's hard to get the first go around. You have to sort of like
absolutely, whilst still making it seem real and believable and not forced. But it was a really fun challenge. So I hope to do more audio things after this experience.
Well, that's awesome. It was a good. Sounds like it was a good leaping off point for you into this world. And so, David, for you coming back to this kind of genre in a totally different way, I mean, what was that like for you? Really exploring Rook and sort of getting to the heart of his character through the script and the imagination and Travis's direction.
Firstly, you should do more audio because your voice is incredible, Caroline.
Isn't it?
Really,
yes.
Brilliant. Yeah. So for me, I think when we recorded, when we laid down the track for this, it was in the middle of sort of one of the lockdown pandemic type scenarios. So I, like a lot of other artists out there, had things that were stopping, that had been put back, that were coming and going and whatnot. And I was quite enjoying being at home with my family, to be honest. I absolutely loved it. I should get them on here to tell you what they thought, because I'm not sure what they thought. They might be like, gosh, it's great, he's working again. However, anyway, I digress. So arriving at the studio and sort of air hugging and air elbowing young Caroline and other folk, it was just lovely to see creative colleagues again. It was really amazing. And actually, I would liken it more to like a radio play. Back in the day, we used to do radio plays, and they're like can be the funnest things. But even there, you'd all be sort of in the green room together, and then you would record. If you were with someone, you'd record that scene together. So that idea of play, like Caroline was saying, really comes to the fore, and they're quite freeing environments to really explore and test your voice. And sometimes in radio play, and we had with Impact Winter, I believe some of the sounds were being created off. So sometimes you would see these artists doing that, which was kind of mind-blowing. But I'm not sure, we didn't have that on Impact Winter?
We didn't.
I'm conflating two jobs.
The closest thing we had was like there's a moment where Holiday playing Darcy is actually like mad at a Caroline about something and sort of goes in and ends up knocking a glass off of her stand where she has the script on, and we kept the sound in of the glass because it was it made sense. But other than that,
other than that, we did. It's all done post.
You never know it though.
You never know. Well, for me, that being in that environment again and getting to play it was kind of bittersweet, because I remember at one stage Caroline was next to me in the studio, but we couldn't couldn't actually touch each other. Or and Holiday, I was working a lot with her, but she was down the pipe to somewhere else in the country. So that was like I say, bittersweet. You know, you'd have people away from you, but it was nice to be in a room creating, using our voices and indeed our bodies and our sounds and our energy to try and create something. So I haven't heard any of it yet. And if it was half, if it's half as good as the fun it was to make it, if that sentence even makes sense, but you know what I'm talking about, if it's half as good as the fun it took to make it, then I can't wait.
I think one of the things that would surprise you, like listening to it, is that you really feel like everyone's in the same space. And you really feel like there's a sense of world, there's a sense of space and texture. Like when you put the headphones on, you're there and they're there. I mean, and in scary moments, it actually led to some really cool things. I remember like reviewing cuts, and there were moments where I'd be in the room with my headphones and I would think someone had literally come in the room behind me, and I'd turn around and there wouldn't be anyone there. So there's a lot of like sort of binaural like audio mixing and 3D sort of audio. It's really quite an immersive sort of experience. So even though, you know, a lot of the kind of like sound design was done in post, it all kind of feels of a piece when you listen to it. It's really like a 3D sort of audio story.
And I hadn't heard, I don't know if you remember, I hadn't heard of podcast dramas before getting this script. I didn't even know they existed. And then suddenly all my friends were like, oh, I was looking for a new one to listen to. So
BBC does it all the time though, right?
But they don't call me. So you know,
they will now. They will now.
But yeah, so it's it was just really exciting to be involved and be in that playground.
So now that we have Impact Winner in some form of medium with the audio drama, can we expect to see it leap into other mediums, hopefully with Caroline and David and everybody else coming back?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, that's my goal. Well, I know there'll be a comic book coming out this summer that's already written, and that won't have any of the actors in it, sadly, because it's all drawn. But beyond that, there's another story that I want to tell that's specifically about Rook. That would be a lovely other sort of graphic novel to do.
Tell us more, Travis. Tell us so much more.
We're all ears.
I mean, we've got time.
I'm just starting to think about the second season right now and what shape that would take. And of course, always with these things, there's talk about other mediums, television, being the sort of primary like next step, I think, in something like this. All very early conversations, but yeah, I think Impact Winner is a world as much as it is like this first season of the podcast, and I think you can sort of expect to see more things that take you to that world.
Because it feels very filmic, I think, from the bits I've heard. It feels filmic, feels like a TV show already, just through this medium. So easy to.
It does. I mean, and we had, so in sound design, like we had this company called Sound Department do our sound design, and they don't do podcasts, like they haven't done podcasts or audio dramas before. They're mainly what they do is mixing and sound design for film and TV. And so that was really, that was the sound that I think we wanted this to have. Like I always wanted it to sound sort of as full as if you like had a TV show playing on the TV and you just happen to not be looking at the screen, like that kind of like, shotgun mic, really textured sort of a full sound.
Yeah.
Well, having heard what I've heard so far, I would say you have nailed it because I mean, even in that pilot alone, I remember sitting there listening to it while I was working on something else and thinking, I can picture all of this in my head. I can totally see the direction, the performances. I can see it as much as I can hear it. So so kudos for everybody here for that work because yeah, it's phenomenal. And I can't wait to hear the rest of it. And then also if you've got a graphic novel in the works, I mean, you have likenesses. We could always see these two faces appear there if not actually their voices.
Yeah. I don't want to say who's going to be in it, but it is a prequel. It is a prequel. And it does have it. Some
Our
of these
characters are
people
both
down
quite
here.
old.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I knew I liked you, Grant. I knew it. From the I said, that's a guy with taste, is what I said.
But yeah, I mean, it's, and especially like, you know, I think, and I did in doing the graphic novel, like gave the artist sort of like, you know, here's the people who did the voices and that sort of thing. Because I think, you know, everyone, you know, it really got to a place where everyone had taken such ownership of their characters that it's very difficult to see anyone else like in these roles. For me, like creatively, and so it's yeah, to me it's like it is, and that's always why I sort of like hesitate like mentioning like TV, you know, and that sort of thing, is because while that is sort of like that would be lovely like to do in the future, I think a lot of screenwriters maybe think of like podcasts as a backdoor to like getting IP out there that they want to do into TV shows. And for me, this really became like audio, you know, it wasn't just sort of like it wasn't just a thrown away sort of effort. It really became like, oh yeah, no, there's merit to this medium, you know, and there's merit to this form of storytelling, and we could really do something very special and unique. And while, you know, I'd be happy to see it go on into other mediums, it really lives very comfortably in the audio space, and I'm enormously proud of the final product.
Well said.
Well,
Yeah.
Travis, Caroline, and David, I want to thank you all so much for taking the time to be here, to talk with me, to answer all of my burning questions, and hopefully some were also fan questions as well. And people can start listening to Impact Winter today on audible.com. We have a QR code here in the window that if you scan it, it will immediately take you there, and you can dive right into every episode. I believe there are 13 of them, all
12.
of which 12.
Yeah.
Even better. It's you'll fly through it and you'll want to go right back through it again.
It's 12, and one episode is just the credits. Honestly, like one episode, like just the credits for all the episodes, but like 12 of story. Yeah,
those are just as important. A lot of people outside of the three here put in some good work.
Absolutely.
So yeah, they deserve to be heard as well. My name's been Grant Hermans. I can be found over at Screen Rant as well as on Twitter and Instagram. Does anybody else have social media accounts here that people can find you at?
Yeah, so I'm at the David Jesse. That's it, I think. At the David Jesse. Yeah, and that's on Instagram and Twitter. And that's the best place to go to find out what I'm in, because I rarely know. And then people go, "Oh, I saw you on that thing." I'm like, "Oh, yes." So that's good.
Yeah, Instagram's best for me as well. I'm Caroline M. Ford. Just, I wish it was not. I wish I didn't put the M in, but I did a long time ago. Now it's there.
What does M stand for, Caroline?
Magnificent.
Come on.
Magnificent. Mary,
yes.
which actually is quite sweet. I don't mind Mary.
And very regal.
It's very regal.
Yes,
it is very much so.
And
Okay.
and I'm just Travis Beecham at both on Twitter and on Instagram. Although I'm on Instagram way more than Twitter, which you know, Twitter. What can you do? But yeah, I really like Instagram best.
Instagram's a good place. Instagram's a much more peaceful place.
It's harder. It's harder to get into arguments on Instagram. It's harder to
Yeah,
get into.
it is, isn't it? Because
true.
if all else fails, just pick up your dog
Yeah.
and
Yep.
just be like, "Hey
Yeah.
guys."
There you go.
All good.
Easiest way to quash any argument. Pick up your
Diffuse,
dog.
yeah.
Yeah. Can't argue with that. Can't argue with that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again all very much. And everybody stick around. Skybound Creatorfest Expo is continuing right after this.
What's
All
up?
right,
What's
of course.
up?
That was the
Sorry.
director and cast of Impact Winter, which is available to check out on Audible right now. Big thanks to Grant, Travis, Caroline, and David for taking us into the process of making Impact Winter possible. And I gotta say, I never really considered how hard it is to implement action scenes into these audio stories.
That's what
But
I'm saying. It's like old time radio shows. Like they've got to run and they've got to, they've got to do, they've got to move. It's kind of physical.
right, yeah, I know, and you have to convey so much of that emotion and that feeling through just your vocals. And they seem to have found it. Travis and the crew, they seem to have handled that whole aspect with care, and they just seem like they have so much fun making this. And you can have fun listening to Impact Winter if you scan this QR code, which we're going to show on the screen right now, because I really want you guys to all check this out. They put a lot of love into bringing the world of Impact Winter to Audible. So yeah, that was such a great panel. And
It
I'm
was, and it was, and I'm actually really excited about the fact that there's like a comic book coming out, and the fact that they're looking to adapt this to live action, because comic books really are like the storyboards now. They're like the major source of TV and film adaptations. And also, I'm sorry, I just blanked that Travis Beachman, like the same person who wrote both Pacific Rim movies. I just blanked on that until the middle, because I was like, Travis, that name sounds familiar. And in the middle of the panel, I was like, oh my God.
It's him.
Yes.
This guy knows world building. He knows world building.
Just a little.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely recommend everybody to check that out if you have not already. And also, of course, we do have links going up in the chat of the Impact Winter merch, which is available. I'm still putting out that ask on the hoodie. If anybody wants to, scan the QR code, maybe hit that link real quick and send me one of those fresh hoodies. I don't know, just asking. Maybe I'm asking for a friend, not myself.
No,
Anyways,
you're asking for you.
I'm asking for me, straight up. I just might as well just cut to the chase. All right. Anyways, coming up next, we have the latest edition of the Black Cinema Schmodown. 4 trivia titans will go head to head for a shot to take the crown away from our reigning champion, Janine the Machine. But before we get into it, Karama, I have to ask you real quick, what's one Black film that stands out to you above the rest of the pack?
I guess the one that I'm thinking of off the top of my head is Us. I think it's just because I saw the trailer for Nope again, earlier today, and that's also Jordan Peele. The other thing I'm also thinking of is and I don't know why horror is in the head, but I just think that Jordan Peele, if you said the comedian Jordan Peele of Key and Peele was going to turn around and be like this big horror movie director, nobody would have believed you like a decade ago. So that's what's so incredible about that. And also, you said another Black Cinema Showdown. Have there been others? Because I wasn't aware. I am in shock. First of all, I'm so excited to see Winston Marshall, Jay Washington, who are going to be the hosts. Those are my dudes from Blurs in the Hood. They have a weekly show right here on YouTube that's amazing. Janine is awesome. Chance Ellison, Clee Wiggins. This is going to be pretty fire.
Yeah, it's gonna be fire. There's actually been 3 Black Cinema Schmodowns, and like we were saying earlier, Janine the Machine, she's the one with the title right now. So everyone's gonna basically be trying to best her today. and rise above the
Singles
pack. I like the Jordan
champion.
Peele name. I like the Jordan Peele name drop, by the way, or the reference rather. You didn't really drop his name. You were telling us a film.
I was gonna say
look at that
he's
movie.
not my friend, but
I know. I get you. I look at the movie Nope, though. I'm really looking forward to whatever that is, because I feel like what he does often with his movies is he puts, authentic Black characters in these very classical horror situations, and we get to see how they play out, but something that's a little bit more relatable and realistic to our true life experience. So can't wait to see that. I guess, and I'll just go ahead and mention mine real quick, was The Last Dragon, which the last Cinema Schmodown, they talked
Show
quite a bit about
enough.
The Last Dragon. Yeah, of
Show
course. Show
enough.
enough. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. That one stands out definitely in my head. But anyways, let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and kick it over to our hosts, Winston Marshall and Jay Washington. This is the Black Cinema Schmodown.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Black Cinema exhibition of the Movie Trivia Schmodown. I am the Swaggy Blurred Winston A. Marshall, manager of Swag, and I am joined, with my co-host, the resident supervillain, and I guess former commissioner, current commissioner. I don't know what your job is right now, Mr. Jay Washington. What's up, Jay? How you doing, dog?
All I know is as long as I get my W-2s to file my taxes, that is all I care about. I told you, I just want to file taxes off this, man.
Wait, you're getting paid for this?
Oh, that's a whole nother story. Listen, I'm glad we get to do this again. We'll talk about payment after this show. Like, that's between you, the departments, and Jesus.
All good.
We get to talk about Black movies, Black cinema, if you will, like the contributions it makes, the wide array of what it covers, dude. And like having been a part of this for both you and I, it's always fun competing, and now it's fun calling these. Like I get to actually see if you know how to spell. Like it's dope.
Well, first of all, that's rude. Don't put me on blast. Second of all, it is something that me and you actually started seasons ago. I called you out.
Yes, we did.
Your name, and then we went and we scrapped, and it came down to the wire, and then it started this age-old tradition now that we are on. I believe this is like our 4th overall Black Cinema exhibition match. We've seen a number of champions, starting with yourself. Then we had none other than Miss Clee Wiggins coming up from behind, snatching that title from around your waist. And then after that,
first of all, I don't like the way your enthusiasm said that. I really don't. Coming on the behind, snatching the title.
And then Miss Janine the Machine is now the current Black Cinema reigning champion. But we have 4 competitors ready to mix it up. Former champions, people still hungry for that Black Cinema cookout title. So we are here to make it happen. So Jay, you ready to start popping these questions off, man?
Man, you made it seem like you're ready to start talking about popping bottles, especially with that jacket on.
Hey, bro, you know what it is. It's time for that VIP section, and it's time for the Movie Trivia Schmodown. All right, Jay, why don't you introduce our first competitor, dog?
Can I do it like Christian does it? Introducing first. She is the number 41 competitor with a 1-2 record, 1 KO. Her exhibition record is 1-1, and she is the former Black Cinema champion. Ladies and gentlemen, Sweet Tea Clee Wiggins.
Hello. Hi.
You did do it right. I'm just curious where you got that information from.
Because there was an email sent out that you need to be consistently checking. I can do them all.
I do see that. No, I see that. I see that one. You can get them all, bro. I believe in you. You get them all. Go ahead. You got that.
How you feeling? How you feeling? You ready for this? You ready to reclaim your time?
I took a nap, and I feel great.
Wait a minute, Clee. When did you go from my cousin to my auntie, girl? What happened?
I'm good. I done took a nap. I got some greens on the stove. They cooking slow. All right. Well,
Yeah, I ate some lentils. I took a nap, and I feel great.
All
right. Well, let's get our second competitor introducing next. He is the number 7th ranked competitor with a record of 7-5 and 3 knockouts. His exhibition record is 1-3. He is the Pixar champ because he's 12 years old. He represents corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cobra, Chance Ellison.
Hello.
Chance, how are you?
I'm good. Happy to be here.
Man, you know what? We're glad to have you dressed like D-Nice's stunt double. Appreciate you taking time out of club quarantine to come kick it with us.
Of course, always.
You were not dressed like a 12-year-old. I hear you dressed like you about to go collect your ends with Wayne Brady when this is over, dog. But you excited for this? You ready for this match to get that belt, bro?
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I missed out on the last one because I missed a random Bruce Willis movie. But you know what? I'm back. I'm ready to play.
Chance is ready and dressed like he is going on the Alps to get all of the snow bunnies. Our third competitor, ladies and gentlemen, introducing next. She is the current, reigning, and defending movie trivia showdown champion of the world with a record of 8-1. Her exhibition record is 1-0. She is the champion of Meryl Streep, who supposedly has never made a bad movie in her life. She represents corruption, ladies and gentlemen. Lady Justice Marisol McKee. Impressive, wasn't it?
I'm here to say you could be as racially ambiguous as you want to be. In my case, just as long as you stay black. So that's what I'm here to do.
This is for everyone questioning the one drop rule, ladies and gentlemen. And
oh wow! I don't think I am mentally prepared for this match.
And our final competitor. She is the number 3 ranked competitor with an 8-8 record, 4 knockouts, and her exhibition record is 4-4. She is experienced in rom-coms. She is the Black Cinema and the final girl champion, ladies and gentlemen, the Machine, Janine.
Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome. I tried to do that. How are you feeling? You are about to defend your crown. You ready for this?
I'm feeling good. Ready to keep that crown and talk about some black movies. So let's go.
Winston, how do you feel about that? You have any questions for the queen, the reigning champ?
I mean, girl, we've seen this belt not be defended by a single person. It has passed around like the aux cable when you played a song that shouldn't be played. So I gotta ask, are you concerned?
How did you go to that old to a radio with the aux cable, sir?
Bro, come on, the aux cable is still here. So my question for you, Janine, the thing I gotta ask, knowing that this has never been defended, do you think that you will be the person to break that curse?
I mean, I'm damn sure gonna try. I'm not trying to lose my job, so let's go.
I feel like that was a shot at me. I really feel like that was a shot at me. Just a little bit. Real quick before we get into the rules. The Cobra, Chance, are you ready?
Let's get it.
What?
Marisol, the champ, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Clee, are you ready? We doing this black. Janine the Machine, are you ready?
Let's go.
Then let's get ready to Schmodown.
That's
round number 1.
That's totally out of order, but that's fine. Round 1.
I just said, did you hear me just say we black? We doing it our way?
10 questions.
Don't give me no rules. Don't give me no rules.
Categories. All the competitors will have 15 seconds to write their answers on a whiteboard or notepad, whatever they got in their crib. And each question is worth 1 point. A perfect round for any of the competitors will trigger a 1-point bonus question. Now, competitors can request a JTE or a repeat 3 times during the match. So, question 1 in round 1 is in the category of horror/thriller. All right, y'all. Who plays Daniel I'm not going to be able to do it, Jay. Just say it for me.
Daniel Robitaille in 1992's Candyman.
Look, man, it's a French-ass name.
I gave it to you because I knew you were going to screw it up.
Of course you did, because you are not my friend, and you don't look out for me. It is so disappointing, bro. Like, for real. 4.
It is
3,
2-1.
2-1. Pens down.
Pens.
All right, we start with the Sweet Tea Clee.
I don't know. I just wrote a question mark.
All right, that is incorrect.
I don't remember his name.
Moving over. All good. Moving over to the
trying to
Cobra.
remember.
What you got?
Sorry, Todd.
That is correct. All right, Marisol.
Tony Todd.
That is correct. And finally, the reigning champ, Janine.
Tony Todd.
All right,
Correct.
Jay. It
Oh,
looks
my
like you've
God.
got it knotted up at 1 with the exception of Miss Sweet Tea, but it is early. Why don't you go ahead and hit it with that second question, dog?
Man, look, remember, Clee came back in the match I played. And that's how she came from behind. But listen, in the category,
you ain't even in the match.
you know, we don't need to bring that up. In the category of the 2000s, the year the Chance was born, this bad boy starred alongside Bill Duke and Robin Lee in the 2003 buddy cop action film National Security.
Okay, see, mine was a French name. You can't say the word action or film, dog. You just stuttered.
Say though, you know what? Look, I was reading. I don't need you to judge me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What? Pens down. Who do we start with, Winston? Since you're the smart one on this one.
Oh, it's all good. We just keep it moving. Now we're on to Chance.
Martin Lawrence.
Correct. Janine.
Martin Lawrence.
That is correct. Clee.
I said Sam Jackson.
No, and Marisol.
Martin Lawrence.
Martin, that is correct.
All right.
I would have
once
loved to
again.
see Bill Duke and Steve Zahn. That probably would have been a better clue to give, but
All
because
good.
Steve Zahn is in it.
That's true. Steve Zahn is in that movie. I love that movie. That movie's actually
Only
pretty
black
good.
people
though.
matter in this match, Jay.
What the problem is? All right, the
Let
problem
go and
is.
let God. Well, question number 3 is in the world of dramas. So, this 2004 biopic about a legendary soul musician stars Jamie Foxx, Kerry Washington, and Regina King. Now,
Did you like this movie?
Oh, I love this movie. I thought that this movie was absolutely phenomenal. I would say more, but I gotta wait till they answer the question. 5.
I mean, absolutely.
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. All right, we start with Lady Justice.
That is Ray.
That is
Yes,
indeed
it is.
Ray. Janine.
Ray.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
it is.
Clee.
Ray.
She on the board, y'all, and Cobra.
Earning that Oscar, Ray.
There it is.
I'm gonna
That's
make it do what it do, baby.
I'm
gonna make it do what it do, baby. I was gonna actually bring up the part where we found out how Ray Charles was a pimp by just rubbing the arms in the back of women's hands.
Oh my
He was a
lord.
pimp. All right. Category 4 in the category of question number 4, excuse me, in the category of directors.
Oh wait, before
Who
you ask the
direct-
question, I just realized that's who Chance is cosplaying. He's cosplaying Ray. It's all coming back to me now. There it is.
Question number 4. Who directed Michael Fassbender in the 2008 historical film Hunger about the 1981 Irish hunger strike?
You know, I'm kind of hungry right now, dog.
You really gonna bring it up when we talk about an Irish hunger strike? Out of all the man, let's just 5, 4, 3, 2,
movie called Hunger.
1. Pens. First up, Clee.
I didn't. Steve McQueen. I didn't write his whole thing out.
I mean, are we gonna give it to? She knows who it is.
She didn't get, but
I was just late. I should have said a JTE. I should have asked for a
Unfortunately, we
JTE.
cannot give her that point because she did not get it on the board. But that's okay. We'll move on to the next competitor. Chance.
Steve McQueen, the black one.
That is.
I'm glad you said that because there people were like, wait a minute.
It is reclaiming the McQueens. It is Steve.
Yes, it is. And
Janine.
Steve McQueen.
All right, y'all. It is 4, 4, 4, and 1. All knotted up. So far, the 3 of our competitors are still in contention for a perfect round. But let's see what happens with this next film. 1990s. Hype Williams directed this 1998 crime thriller featuring DMX and Nas about a pair of friends who turn to street crime.
I would like to just credit and talk about the writer of the question who could not spell Nas correctly. I really am upset about this. They wrote N-A-Z.
Leave that person alone. 5, 4, 3, 2. They spelled it phonetically. 1. Pens down. All right, let's start with the Cobra.
This movie slaps. Banger. Belly.
Yes,
Belly
indeed.
is correct, and we're on to Lady Justice.
This movie also seems like it ran out of money about 3/4 of the way through it, but it's
really true story about Belly.
It was a hot music video for like the first hour, and then like 30 minutes are like, all right, ran out of money. Let's keep it going.
Janine, your answer.
A belly.
That is correct. And finally, Clee.
Belly.
That is correct. 5 to 2. And I
Especially when you get to the part when you got Nas doing the voiceover, and then I looked up, it was Africa. You were like, bro, this is what this is? Okay.
But I would just like to point out that the question writers have gone in and changed that Z to an S.
That was
All right. Fast.
Like we weren't gonna notice it. We saw it get changed. We were watching it happen. Question number 6 in the category of comedies. Chuckle. Nick Cannon with all his before all his
chuckle. Hold
yes,
on.
I did because I don't want to be like
say comedies again. Go ahead. Say comedies.
Comedies. He just wanted y'all to see that jacket. He just really wanted y'all to see that jacket.
If we doing the black
Let me ask the question.
Running around the room.
Nick Cannon before all his babies, Christina Milian, Kenan Thompson, and Cal Penn feature in his 2003 remake of 1987's Can't Buy Me Love. What? This is before Nick Cannon had his own Wild 'N Out team coming out of his as tax dependents, bro. Like,
just count down.
4, 3,
JTE.
2.
JTE. Sorry.
All right. That is Clee's first one.
Clee, yes.
All right. I'll read it again. Nick Cannon, Christina Milian, Kenan Thompson, and Cal Penn feature in this 2003 remake of 1987's Can't Buy Me Love. Okay. All right. Again, you cannot list Nick Cannon's kids because they weren't in it. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pins down. We start what I think is Marisol's time, correct?
I'm mad the J-Lo song wasn't in it, but it's Love Don't Cost a Thing.
That is correct. Chance.
Love Don't Cost a Thing.
Correct. Janine.
Love Don't Cost a Thing.
That is correct. And Clee, let's see if that JTE rule paid off.
Love Don't Cost a Thing.
That is correct. Absolutely correct.
I mean, I couldn't say it at the time because we can't reveal the title. But when you said that, I was like, I think Nick Cannon found out that love costs a lot. 8 babies, dog.
Love costs quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, according to Kevin Hart, got him a vending machine full of condoms for Valentine's Day, and everybody was like, he ain't gonna use that. All right, let's go to the next
Category
question.
7 comes from the world of sports. This sports film, 42, follows which legendary baseball player played by the late, great Chadwick Boseman? Rest in peace to the king himself, man.
Oh, man. See, this is the part of the show where everybody just gets sad now. Just, man,
I mean, we've lost some legends, man. I'm sure we're going to do it a couple times.
5, 4, 3,
2, 1. Pens down. We start with Janine.
Jackie Robinson.
That is
correct.
Sweet Tea.
Jackie Robinson.
That is correct.
That is correct.
And the Cobra.
Jack, I Rob, I Son, Jackie Robinson.
That is correct.
Boy, if you just put it that phonetically, I said you were wrong.
Lady Justice.
It is Jackie R.
All right.
Yes, it is.
Now, here's where we're at. We got a few more questions left, but we are all knotted up for McKee, Machine, and Ellison at 7, but Clee at 4. Now, again, she can make a comeback, but the other 3 are up for a perfect round potentially. Jay, hit him with question 8, man.
This is where we might start separating the pack real quick. In the category of action-adventure, Well, we probably won't with this one. Who plays the contract killer known as Ghost Dog in the film Ghost Dog: The Way of the Samurai?
So you're gonna jinx somebody. Why would you do that? Just straight up.
I said we want. I changed it because I was like, when I realized what the question said, I was like, nah, they gonna get this one. 4, 3, 2, 1. Pins down. Let's start with who do we start? Who do we start with last time?
Sweet tea. Now we started with Janine.
All right, we started with the machine, Janine.
No. It doesn't matter. Janine, go ahead.
You just said we started with Sweet Tea.
I said we started with Janine. See, you don't listen. Go ahead, Janine. What's your answer, girl?
What's your answer?
Forrest Whitaker.
Correct. Who's next then? You just do the one.
Clee, go ahead, girl.
Forrest Whitaker.
There you go. Go, bro. What's going on, man?
Hit him with the Forrest Whitaker eye.
See, I still have a prominent career in acting and want to work with that man. You're not gonna mess this up. They be like, "Hey, Forrest, you want to see this black dude in orange? Talk about your eye? Nope." And Lady Justice.
I could see Chance's Forrest Whitaker eye through his shades. That's how strong it was.
Jesus, correct. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna tell you right now,
deception.
The way Lady Justice is playing the dozens, I don't think anybody's confused that she is black as hell.
Wait. Her we like to rewind the tape on her blackness. I want you to hear this Forrest Whitaker joke she did.
Question 9 comes from the world of famous actors and actresses. Which king of comedy portrays officer self-hatred and don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood? Bro, I can quote this entire scene. I
can't.
Bro,
I hate your black lips.
No. Don't give him a clue. Don't give him a clue. Do not give him a clue. Bro, at the end. Bro. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. All right, let's start with Chance.
He hates the back and forth with his neck. Bernie Mac.
Yep.
Lady Justice.
Janine the Machine. Oh, you doing Lady Justice?
I got it. I will call my question, Lady Justice.
But most of all, he hates that black ass Wesley Snipes. It's Bernie.
He also hates black pepper.
Bernie Mac. It's Mr. Bernie Mac, RP.
I hate the black Whoopi Goldberg's lips. I hate black people.
I hate the black keys.
Hey, the black keys on the piano.
Black keys on the piano.
Okay.
Oh my Jesus.
Before we ask this last one, here's where we stand. The 3 competitors that have not missed the Cobra, Lady Justice, and the Machine are all up for a perfect round if they can get this 10th question. Clee, if she can get this, will not get that, but we'll stay very close to them going into round 2. So, Jay, hit him with this last one, bro.
Question 10 is in the category of blaxploitation. Now, Chance, this is something we need you to really think about. You dress like it, so you should know it. All right. Who portrays a nurse seeking revenge against the people responsible for her sister's heroin addiction and coffee? Again, blaxploitation, man. Look, we don't give blaxploitation the props overall that it deserves. I mean, granted, you might see a boom mic in the frame sometimes.
One pens down.
Repeat the question, please. Repeat the question.
All right,
she got it off.
Question repeated. All right, I got you. Yes, she did. Who portrays a nurse seeking revenge against the people responsible for her sister's heroin addiction in coffee?
You see boom mic, you see crossing the line.
You see people looking at the director like, is you going to tell them to cut? No, you're not? Okay.
See flames cut way too soon.
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We start with Lady Justice.
It is the effervescent Pam Grier.
Woo,
that is correct for the perfect round.
There it is.
The next one would be Sweet Janine.
The best lady fro in the biz, Pam Grier.
That's correct.
Yes, indeed. Perfect round as well.
On the Clee.
Pam Grier. Check out Ed's Instagram. He just drew a painting of her.
Oh, no, we're not
Yeah,
going
he
to take a
just
pause,
did-
Jay. We got to finish the match and then we'll get the payment. And find out.
3 hours. Yeah.
All right, and Chance Ellison. Go to Chance. Just go to Chance.
Nah, I put Pam Grier.
All right,
that is correct.
3 perfect rounds. All right, so Clee, you will sit this one out, but I will need the 3 of you to still write this down since we have multiple people answering. Your bonus question: who plays the loan shark, Lester Wallace, who Ice Cube's Calvin initially sells the barbershop to in the film Barbershop? Man.
Let me tell you something. I'm so grateful for Barbershop.
Yeah.
I'm grateful for Barbershop because of how many black comedians in Chicago it put on at the time.
3.
Dude, it is
2,
legendary for that.
1. Repeat.
Did you say repeat, Marisol?
She did. All right, here we go. Who plays the loan shark, Lester Wallace, who Ice Cube's Calvin initially sells the barbershop to in the film Barbershop? So that is now everyone has used a JTE except for Chance. So everyone has 2. Chance has 3.
Ice Cube, when he running like, I don't want it. I don't want it. When he's trying to get back the money in the movie. I don't want it. I don't want it.
3, 2, 1. Pens down. We start with Chance.
Bro, no lie. I was just watching this before we started rolling. Keith David.
That is
correct.
Lady Justice, did the JTE help? Let's see.
It did. It's been a minute, but I just need him to come back to me. It's Keith David.
He is
Yes,
in everything.
indeed.
I
And-
totally understand. Janine, what you got?
And Janine the Machine.
David.
He is the man who I want to play my father in my sitcom that I had the pleasure of interviewing and lost my soul because I was like, oh my God, you are black excellence. Yes, Keith David, indeed.
That is correct. So here's where we stand, y'all. It is 11 to 11 to 11 to 7. Meaning that
we should play these. It's craps numbers or something, right? Ain't this lucky numbers or something?
I would love for you to buy a lotto ticket and pick 11 3 times, Jay. It sounds like something so let's go ahead and get the rules of round 2. Each competitor will spin the wheel and land on a category. Questions are worth 2 points, and they are allowed to drop to multiple choice if need be, but it is then only worth 1 point. And opponents will be able to steal for any incorrect answers. Repeats are still in effect, and again, everyone has 2 except for Chance, who has 3. So, based on the score, since it's all tied up, we go with who is the reigning Black Cinema champion and what she would like to do. So, Janine, would you like to spin first or defer?
I will defer.
All right.
She
then
defers,
we
so
move
it
on
goes to the
highest
next rank.
Highest rank. So, it would be Marisol. Marisol, would you like
Yes.
to spin first, or would you like to defer?
Yeah, let's go. I would love to spin.
Take that blackness. Take that blackness. Go get it, girl.
Take it for a ride.
Get it,
Let's
girl. All right, let
right.
us spin the wheel for Marisol. Real quick while we're spinning.
Yeah.
We got 5 questions on our list here. Is it 5 or 4?
That's a good question. It's 5. Okay, so
5.
pardon me
Yeah,
for the rules. It is going to be 5, not 4. That is my apology.
I
for
want to
messing that
make
up.
sure.
So we landed on sports. Marisol, would you like to
Sports.
keep that or spin again?
I guess my resolution is crappy. I'm trying to see the other categories. Okay, I see him. I can make this out.
Okay.
Let's just spin it again. Let's see what happens. Let's spin it
Spin
again.
it again and see what happens. Hope she doesn't get sports. You know what's the bad part about having to spin again? Like your opponents all know which one you don't want if it lands on opponent's choice.
But what if they're just messing with you? What if they're like, I could easily do sports. Ooh,
I'm sorry.
Thanks a lot, Jay.
I'm so sorry.
Jay clearly told us what to do, guys. So.
Nobody would ever have
gonna
thought
give-
of that strategy before he said anything. Trust me.
We'll give 15 seconds for the other 3 competitors to decide what category they'd like to give. And since, just to make sure everybody knows what's on there, because I do know that the resolution's a little bad, your categories are dramas, biopics, 80s movies, comedies, sports, 90s movies, horror, and famous actors and actresses. And, is there more than that? I guess there is. Damn. Wait a minute. Directors, action adventure. There you go. That's everything. It goes on forever, y'all. It goes on forever. So plenty of categories here. I know what you're going to do, but 30 seconds. Y'all 3 talk it out.
What do you guys think?
You know
Dan?
what, Khalil, you told me a lot about loyalty last year, so
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
live action, mate.
Not loyalty. But Janine, what do you want to do?
Let's just go with sports. I'm fine going with sports.
Yeah, let's just go with sports.
She's
Fuck
gonna
it.
get
And that is one for Cleo already.
Remember,
Sorry.
I'm not really comfortable with us taking out our own kind here. I'm not really comfortable for this infighting.
All this horizontal oppression is awful, but I will go ahead and administer your questions, Marisol. So
You got this,
5
girl. Let's
questions
go.
in the
Feels
category
like black
of
on black
sports.
crimes or whatever.
Here we go. Stephen James plays Jesse Owens, who won a record-breaking 4 gold medals at the 1936 Berlin Olympics. In what 2010's film?
Race.
That is
Didn't even
correct
blink,
for 2
dog.
points.
I want to
Didn't
challenge
even
that.
blink.
Stefan James.
First of all, hey Chance, let me say something. Look, so first of all, Chance, we all know that my co-host can barely read names. Let him say what he said, and you know what it was supposed to be.
Let me live. Is this Star Wars, dog? Is this the Star Wars exhibition?
It ain't Stephen Curry.
Hey man, I just call that boy stiff. Anyway, question 2. This sports film follows the true story of a Richmond High School basketball coach who made headlines for suspending his undefeated high school basketball team due to poor academics.
This will be, I'm trying not to quote this movie, but it is Coach Carter.
Man, one of my favorite absolute films. That is correct for another 2 points. McKee up to 15. Excellent. So here we go. Question number 3. Which comedian plays the lead role of Coach Roy McCormick in the sports comedy Rebound?
Did you see this movie?
I did not.
I did.
I watched it and kind of deleted it from my mind, but it's Martin Lawrence.
It's correct.
It's correct.
You ever have a movie you saw but you don't remember crap about? Because that's Rebound.
That's how bad it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a little blank spot on my mind. Question number 4. Who plays the role of Tech, who is a frontman of his street ball team Enemy of the State in the 2006 basketball film Crossover? I do have a question. Why are a majority of black sports films about basketball?
Because what else do you think the black people play?
3. All right. Is it A, Anthony Mackie, B, Michael B. Jordan, C, Don Cheadle, D, Terrence Howard?
A, Anthony Mackie.
That is correct for a point. Marisol.
Also, can I say something? Marisol's voice also sounds like she black and sultry, so we can't question this no more. She didn't win in on Forrest Whitaker's eye. She didn't win in with the sultry Anthony Mackie. Like, her blackness is confirmed, okay?
Can we
I was a fan of 2000's Anthony Mackie. I'm a fan of 2010's Anthony Mackie. I'm a fan of 2020's Anthony Mackie, all right? I'm very twisted.
Jay, we going to be here longer than church service on a football Sunday. Can we try and get one joke in per round, sir? Thank you. Now, your final question, Marisol. Which NBA star plays Preacher, Uncle Drew's former teammate who is now a church minister in Uncle Drew?
I'm going to go to multiple choice.
All right, we can do that. Is it A, Shaquille O'Neal, B, Reggie Miller, C, Chris Webber, or D, Kyrie Irving?
I only laugh because the writers wrote just Shaq, and I know you were like, no, I'm going to say his whole name.
His Christian name, sir. 5, 4, 3,
let's go
2,
with Chris Webber.
1. And out of nowhere at the buzzer, like she Michael, drains the multiple choice answer of Chris Webber. That is correct. Marisol McKee comes out the other end with 19 points from round 2. Excellent job, Marisol. So,
all righty.
We do exactly
it is
what we
on
did before.
Janine.
If you would like to go or defer,
Right.
Janine.
defer.
All right.
All right, Suave Ricky. Suave Ricky, it's up to you. Would you like to go or defer?
Let go.
All right, let go. All right, let him sound like a Chris Brown track in 2004. Let's spin the wheel for Chance.
All right, let's see what we got. But I mean, like, man, we play hella sports. I just ain't no.
It's always basketball.
Looks like
what is that one?
Horror. It's a little blurry for me. Is that horror?
Is that?
It's horror.
Yeah. Do you want to stick
Horror.
with that, or
Chance,
would you
do
like
you
to
wanna-
spin again?
Let's roll the dice. Let's go. Go again.
All right. Woo. Chance say let's roll the dice. 5 questions in the category of horror. Here we go.
No, I meant roll the dice, spin the wheel again.
Oh, you mean spin it
Oh,
again?
I was like,
Yeah.
I was
When you
going
said
to
roll
give
the
you these
dice, I thought it
questions.
was like, I guess I'm just gonna try. Like I was in the same thing. I scrolled down the horror, dog. That's
we are in between
1990s.
lines.
No,
it's
it's
1990s.
the fatter
It's
parts
90s.
from the 1990s. So
It's 90s.
Five,
All right.
5 questions from Mr. J. Washington from the 1990s before Chance wasn't born yet. So this ought to be interesting.
It's going to be interesting. Let's see which VHSs his mother owns. All right, question number 1.
I was there.
Which actress stars in the lead role of Sarah Matthews in the film Made in America?
Whoopi Goldberg.
That is correct. I actually like this movie. There's a young Nia Long and Will Smith in this movie as well. All right. Question number 2. Michael Boatman and Ice Cube star in this 1995 film about police officers who uncover a conspiracy around the arrest of a suspect named Teddy Woods.
What was the name of this film? Multiple choice.
Multiple choice. All right. Is it A, The Glass Shield, B, Deep Cover, C, Dangerous Ground, or D, Trespass?
The Glass Shield.
That is correct for 1 point.
All right.
I have not seen The Glass Shield. Man.
I haven't seen it either, but Chance is holding strong after 2 questions. He's up to 14, only behind Marisol by 5.
All right. Question number 3. Omar Epps, Richard T. Jones, and the man who follows everybody on Twitter, Tay Diggs, star in this 1989 coming-of-age film directed by Rick Famuyiwa. All right.
Repeat the question.
Repeat the question. All right. He is
First one.
his first use, his first JTE rule. Omar Epps, Richard T. Jones, and Tay Diggs star in this 1999 coming-of-age film directed by Rick Famuyiwa.
Brown sugar.
That is incorrect.
You mean Famuyiwa, son?
That's what I said.
That is not what you said, but it's okay. We're going to go ahead and give the ladies an opportunity to steal. Jay, if you'll repeat the question.
Okay. You know what I meant. Omar Epps, Richard T. Jones, and Tay Diggs all star in this 1999 coming-of-age film directed by
Rick Famuyiwa.
Rick Famuyiwa. Now, you know how I was telling you something phonetically earlier? Should have put it here for the same thing. Anyways,
You probably could have
5,
done it phonetically.
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. I'm going to start first with Lady Justice.
Is the wood.
That is correct. Janine the Machine.
The wood.
All right. And Sweet Tea Clee Wiggins.
The wood.
Hey now. Oh, that's Inkwell, I think. Anyway, that's...
Jay, that's a huge 2-point steal, especially for Clee.
Yes,
That could
it
really
is.
Bring her back into this.
It's a very big 2-point steal. All right. Chance, let's get back at it. Question number 4. Keenan Ivory Wayans wrote, directed, and starred in this 1994 action comedy that also co-starred Jada Pinkett Smith.
I'm going to get you second.
That is incorrect. I will read the question one more time for the ladies. Boy, another big steal on deck. Keenan Ivory Wayans wrote, directed, and starred in this 1994 action comedy that also co-starred Jada Pinkett Smith. Dude, have you seen this one, Winston?
I haven't. I've seen I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker, which Chance said previously, but I haven't seen this particular film.
Oh, dude, this
5,
movie is,
4,
for what it is worth, it is amazing.
3, 2,
2,
1. Pens
All
down.
right, pens down. I got it. Janine the Machine.
Didn't have it.
Didn't have it. Sweet Tea Clee Wiggins.
Low down, dirty shame.
Ooh. Yeah, no, she got it. She got it.
I'm gonna have to, but hold on. I'm gonna have to check with the judges on that one for a reason.
Well,
I'm gonna see what Marisol has. Because that article, there's a rule about that. Remember, Marisol.
No, I don't think.
No. I just named another Jada movie. I just said Jason's lyric.
So are we gonna? Because the movie is called. Yeah, I'm asking because the movie is A Low Down Dirty Shame. That is the actual name of the movie.
No.
I'd give it to her.
So the A in that
matters.
For real?
But on this,
Yes, it does.
When you
only
file that movie, it's filed under L, not A. So I'd give it to her.
Let me see. I'm gonna see if there's another movie named Low Down Dirty Shame. Then it does matter.
I think there is. That's why I literally started typing, and the only thing that comes up is the movie.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I appreciate it. Thank you for caring about the rules. I know Bibiani will love you for doing that, so we appreciate it. But we will give Clee the
Yes,
steal.
we will give to
Clee. That is huge for Clee. She has now made up
Yes,
all
it of the
this
is.
ground in round one by these 2-point steals. So we've got one more question for Chance on deck.
All right. Question number 5, your final question in the category of 90s movies. Who stars as a titular character, Blank Man, in the superhero parody film, Blank Man?
That would be Keenan Ivory's brother, Damon Wayans.
Oh, Lord, bro. I thought you were saying Keenan Ivory.
What? That is correct. Because I thought you was going to say it was Keenan again. I was like, oh, Lord. Whew. All right. Chance has that one.
So at the end of Chance's spin, Chance ends with 16 points, but Clee with 4 points in a steal, Marisol with 2 points in a steal, Janine with 2 points in a steal, so it's 21, 16, 13, 11. So now, Janine, one more time. Would you like to spin or would you like to defer?
I will spin.
All right, Janine spins the wheel. Spin that wheel. You remember that from the first Ninja Turtles? Spin that wheel when they was in the warehouse.
Menthol or regular?
Sam Rockwell. People don't realize that.
Action adventure. Looks like we landed on action adventure. Janine, would you like to stick with that or spin again?
What the hell? Let's spin again.
All right. Here
One
we go.
more spin for Janine the
lands on.
Machine. Round and round it goes. Where it stops, it will land on the drama.
All right, here we go, Janine. Who plays the role of Andre Dr. Dre Young in Straight Outta Compton?
That is the question. What is his name?
Jesus.
Right. 4, 3, 2,
Corey Hawkins.
1. She got it at the buzzer. 2 points for Janine. Wow.
Pull that one out.
I wish Chance would do something like that during a regular match and see if someone does.
Yeah. Try to play.
That is the question. Oh, my God.
Bet, bro. Bet.
Oh,
question number 2
question
for Janine.
2. I got it. Terrence Howard, Bokeem Woodbine, and Clifton Powell all appear in what 2000s biographical drama?
Not the buzzing. No, that ain't it.
Multiple choice, please.
Is it A, Ray, B, The Pursuit of Happiness, C, The Great Debaters, or D, American Gangster?
D, American Gangster.
That is incorrect. So I will repeat the question and the multiple choice answers for the other competitors. Please write down. You can just write down a letter on the thing. So Terrence Howard, Bokeem Woodbine, and Clifton Powell all appear in what 2000s biographical drama? Is it A, Ray, B, The Pursuit of Happiness, C, The Great Debaters, or D, American Gangster?
Have you seen American Gangster?
Of course. I've seen all 4 of these movies.
Don't act like you. Don't act like I should be surprised and astonished.
You
Like,
should
oh my
be.
God,
5,
you're appalled.
4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's start with Chance.
Great Debaters.
That is incorrect. Marisol.
Ray.
That is correct. And Clee.
I said The Great Debaters too.
All right, so that is a 1-point steal from Marisol, who missed a steal opportunity earlier. Janine still has 3 questions left. Let's get into it. Which rap artist plays the role of Tommy Buns Bundy in the 1998 film Belly?
DMX.
I think the dog was trying to give an answer.
I was literally like, the dog was trying to give you the answer. I got upset for a second. I thought I heard. I was like, yo,
No, it was a real dog.
That's correct for 2 points.
That is the greatest thing ever to happen as an assist.
Gave me the answer.
Oh my God.
A dog is a dog.
I want to challenge on Janine's dogs. Not Smith.
And the dog was, yo, we gonna get the spirit down. We get the answer. Yo, let's go. Read the question number 4, okay? Read the question.
Which actress plays mathematician Katherine Goebel Johnson in 2016's Hidden Figures?
Taraji P. Henson.
That is correct for 2 points.
That is correct. Also, Chance needs to put money in the swear jar because Chance was cussing in that outfit.
And your final question in the world of dramas, Janine. F. Gary Gray directed this 1996 heist drama that features Queen Latifah and Jada Pinkett.
Set it off.
That is correct. She wasn't Smith quite yet. So there we go. So at the end of
this is I got a question for you real quick. Hey, I understand what you're saying. She wasn't Smith then, but we always typically acknowledge her now by her married name anyway. So it's just weird.
No, of
Go
course.
ahead.
I just started calling it by the time she was in the film. It doesn't matter. Janine does extremely well with her round, only misses 1, and nobody could steal except for Marisol, so she ends up with 21 points. Our score currently, Marisol with 22, Janine with 21, Chance with 16, and Clee is up to spin. Let's see what she gets at 11 points.
And she will remain with us.
No, I mean, look, man, the fact that she pulled herself up, she hasn't answered a single question on her wheel yet, and is tied to where the oh no, she got opponent's choice.
Stop talking.
Winston, stop talking.
Both of you. Every time either of you say opponent's choice.
Winston said it wasn't me.
All right.
Now it is up to our 3 competitors to figure out what category they will give Clee wins. Now here's the real thing. They don't have an advantage of seeing a category she passed up on, though.
That's true, but we will give them the remaining categories because, again, I know it is cut off for most of us. You have biopics, 80s movies, comedies. We did sports already. Horror, famous actors and actresses, directors, action adventure. Those are your options. You got 30 seconds to deliberate. Y'all speaking telepathically, or
I mean, just mental signals.
Directors.
I was actually kind of thinking directors too. So I mean,
Boy, the corruption love does not exist during Black History Month.
Well, she's not on the team. She's not on the team no more. So.
Wow, that was quick.
Also, is that common knowledge yet? Is that common
We
knowledge?
need y'all to pick a category.
All right, so directors is your final answer. All right, Jay will give you 5 questions in the world of directors, Sweet Tea.
All right, question number 1. Who directed Four Brothers?
John Singleton?
That is correct. The late, great John Singleton. All right, question number 2. New Jack City was the directorial debut for which actor?
Mario Van Peebles?
For 2 points. Let's keep it rolling.
Hey, so far, it may have been a
Question
terrible choice. Let's see what
It may have
happens.
been. Question number 3. Who directed Eddie Murphy Raw?
Robert Townsend?
That is
2 more
correct.
points. She is on a roll, Jay. My God.
She is on a roll with 2 more questions. Question number 4. Who directed 1997's Eve's Bayou?
Casey Lemons?
That
Jay,
is correct for another
somebody
two.
wants her belt back, bro. Somebody wants her belt back.
Bro, it seems like them picking directors thinking they were gonna screw her over is actually screwing them because Clee is on a roll. If she gets this next one right with a 2 points, she falls just 1 point behind Marisol and ties up with Janine. Your final question in the category of directors. Barbershop was what filmmaker's directorial debut?
Multiple choice.
Multiple choice down to 1 point. Your choices are A, Ryan Coogler, B, Tyler Perry, C, Tim Story, D, Malcolm D. Lee.
Tim Story.
For 1 point, that is correct.
She doesn't miss, but here's where we are. After Clee doesn't miss, she has to check multiple choice one time. She has 20 points, which puts her in third, passing chance, but within a stone's throw of both Janine at 21 and Marisol at 22. So now we jump into round three. Round three is the final round of Death, Doom, and Destruction. As I think what Mark Ellis normally says. Fight. Competitors will pick 3 numbers that will correspond to 3 different categories. Each competitor will get 3 questions. The questions are worth 2, 3, and 5 points respectively. You'll be able to answer those questions within 15 seconds, and you can use your JTEs, which everyone has 2 of, but there is no stealing or multiple choice in this round. So today, the numbers will be through 1 through 12. So we start with the person in the lead. That would be Marisol. Marisol, what 3 numbers between 1 and 12 would you like?
3, 4, and 10.
3, 4, and 10. Next up will be Janine the Machine.
1, 2, and 9.
1, 2, and 9. And next would be Clee.
5, 7, and what's the upper number again?
8, 12.
If you wanted 8 or 12, yeah.
12.
And Chance, that leaves you with
Well,
6, 8, and 11.
Yeah, 6, 8, and 11. What order would you like that? It doesn't
What
matter.
order do you want them in?
That order. Let's go.
6, 8, 11. All right. All right. So that would mean, Chance, you are up first. I will ask you your 2-point question. Comes from the world of the 2000s. For 2 points, Terrence Howard and Taraji P. Henson star in what 2005 film about a pimp trying to make it in the rap game?
Hustle and Flow.
A white man definitely wrote this question. That is correct. All right. All right. Chance still has to get his 3-point question. His 3-point question in category 8 is in the category of dramas. All right. Chance, who plays the role of Quincy Q. Powell in 1992's Juice?
Omar Epps.
That is correct.
Absolutely.
Woo,
Wow.
now he has tied up a machine. So go
we
ahead, my
jump
friend.
No worries. We jump over to Clee for her 2-point question. Comes from the world. She picked number 5. It comes from the world of the Oscar-winning actress Halle Berry.
Who is still finer than good wine. Good Lord Jesus.
Hell yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, man. Anyways, your 2-point question in the world of Halle Berry. Halle Berry plays the villainous secretary Sharon Stone in what 1994 film that is an adaptation of an animated TV series?
The Flintstones.
That is correct. 2 points.
Oh, no.
All right.
Oh, no.
So we now bounce over to Janine first to answer her 2-point question. That is, she chose the number 1. So Jay will be giving her a question from the category of
Malcolm D. Lee. Your 2-point question. Malcolm D. Lee directed Ashley Tisdale and Simon Rex in the 5th film in what popular spoof franchise?
Date movie?
So close, but incorrect. Scary Movie. Scary movie 5.
So we stick with
All right.
Janine. She picked the
For
number
her
2. So her 3-point question will come from the world of action adventure. Wesley Snipes made his big screen debut in what 1986 sports comedy that starred Goldie Hawn?
This is action adventure.
Yes.
Action adventure.
Okay.
That is a weird question. It is weird to be that category. That is correct, but I agree with Chance. For this to be an action adventure.
I didn't write the question.
The category action adventure.
All right, so now we have to go back to Chance. Chance has to hit his 5-point question if he wants to stay in this. His 5-point question in category 11, 90s movies.
Okay.
For 5 points and to stay in the game, Chance. Who directed the 90s film House Party? Five, four, 3. Chance has his repeat the question.
This is the second one.
His second one. Who directed the 90s film House Party?
Doesn't make House Party like House Party 2 is my question. Repeat the question.
And his final JTE one. Who directed the 90s film House Party?
Reginald Hudlin.
And he pulls it out with JTE. Reginald Hudlin directs, yes. Chance with 26.
Can't take them JTs with you. He jumps to the lead for now. So we jump over to to Marisol. Marisol has not answered a question yet, and she is tied with Clee. So Marisol, you chose category 3, which corresponds with black exploitation. What 1997 film pays homage to the black exploitation era and stars Pam Grier and Samuel L. Jackson?
Jackie Brown.
One of the greatest movies ever created. Yes, indeed. Jackie Brown.
She did not blink, y'all, sending her to 24 points. And now we go back to Sweet Tea to see if she can pull it out. She chose category number 7. Jay, what does that correspond with?
Category number 7 is in the category of comedies for 3 points. In Barbershop, who plays the character of JD, who stole the ATM? Five.
Repeat the question.
Repeat the question. This is her second. In Barbershop, who plays the character of JD, who stole the ATM? Ooh, she's thinking. And 5, 4, 3, 2. Are you calling it?
Yeah.
1. All right. So she misses.
Anthony Anderson. Anthony Anderson. All right,
so
Clee, we go to your finals question.
Yeah, her 5-point question. She chose category number 12. That comes in the world of horror. Who plays Frank Armitage in 1988's They Live?
Keith David.
She is still in it, ladies and gentlemen. She jumps up to the lead with 27 points, and we are here. Now, we are tied at 24, so once again, the reigning champ is technically the higher-seeded person currently. So Marisol, it doesn't matter. Marisol has to answer a 3-point question anyway.
Right.
And as well, that's another big thing that I didn't even do the math. Chance does not have any more questions, so that officially knocks Chance out since he cannot catch up to Clee. Chance, thank you so much.
Chance, we want to thank you.
Of course.
There is a young bingo hall that is waiting on you, full of soccer moms to call numbers
And we also have a gift bag for you with a little bit of Murray's hair cream. So that's waiting for you as well.
Which is a lifetime supply.
So glow or nothing. So glow or nothing.
All right.
That
Thank you
is
so
fair.
much, Chance. All right. So, Marisol, your 3-point question. You chose number 4 is the category of the 2010s. Jay.
All right. It is.
It's a 3-point
It is
question.
your 3-point question. Who plays the role of Colin Hoskins in 2018's Blind Spotting?
Daveed Diggs.
That is correct.
All right. So here's where we are at, Jay. Clee and Marisol are tied at 27. Janine has her 5-point question, which she has to hit, which would give her the lead. Otherwise, the reigning champ will be eliminated, and we will have a new Black Cinema champion before this is all said and done. So, Janine, you chose category 9, which corresponds with Eddie Murphy. James Garner and Chi McBride appear in what 1990s Eddie Murphy film? In 5, 4, 3,
Repeat the
2.
question.
That is her second
This is
one.
her second.
James Garner and Chi McBride appear in what 1990s Eddie Murphy film?
It's getting thick out here now.
4, 3,
Repeat the question.
2. Last
Her
one.
final one.
James Garner and Chi McBride appear in what 1990s Eddie Murphy film?
Beverly Hills Cop 3.
And Janine misses her 5-point question, which eliminates her and unseats her as Black Cinema Champion. The title will change hands one more time. But now the question is, will we have a new champion?
The answer for that question, the answer was the Distinguished Gentleman. The Distinguished Gentleman.
Was the correct answer. All right, so Clea is out of questions. It comes down to Marisol and her 5-point question. She chose the category number 10, which corresponds with what, Jay?
The category of directors. For 5 points and the game. Who directed 1971's Shaft?
It's supposed to be fun, but now I'm sweating. What happened? You get some more black jokes in here?
4, 3,
okay,
2,
it is Gordon Parks.
And your winner! And new Black Cinema Champion! She is a double belt holder now, ladies and gentlemen, Lady Justice, Marisol McKee.
Wow.
Wow.
Out of nowhere. Doesn't have to go to her last 2 JTEs. Marisol, first of all, lets everybody know that she black as hell by getting a match and then winning the whole damn thing.
With the Shaft question, bro. With the Shaft question.
While wearing the Jim Kelly
He's
t-shirt,
a bad mother.
dog.
I have to get it right.
Man.
Wow.
I would like to say before we have your Thanksgiving your speech, Marisol, we would like to say on behalf of the Movie Trivia Showdown and Black folks everywhere throughout the internet, all 12 of us, we salute your blackness, Queen.
Marisol, you have come into this league and you have been a tour de force. First being the first woman singles champion, the first Black singles champion, and now hosting up another title of Black Cinema Exhibition Champion. What do you got to say to the people? I mean, can anything stop you is my question.
That remains to be seen. No, I'm just look. Black is beautiful. We are all beautiful, and I hope this sheds a little bit of, just continues to shed a little bit of light on all these amazing people and all these amazing, some crappy, but mostly amazing movies that exist out there. Yes, never forget.
Some of them ain't very good.
But no, this is I'm really happy to be a part of this. This is super dope, super fun. And everybody watch a lot more Black cinema, because there are a lot of amazing stuff out there, a lot of talented people and amazing competitors that come from it.
Absolutely.
All
That
right.
is 100% correct. And I just want to talk to Janine, Clee, and Chance real quick. You all fought very hard. Clee,
Wait, Chance
and
still
Janine-
here? Wait, Chance still here? He didn't go get his pit mobile?
I'm still here.
He didn't have a Cadillac waiting outside? You don't say with a diamond in the back, a sunroof top?
It's out there.
He
It's gonna wait. It's gonna wait.
It's gonna wait. Wait for him. You wait for the pimp, not the other way around. So, real quick, to all three of you, obviously 2 former Black cinema champions, 1 still hungry for that belt. Anything you'd like to share with the people about Black cinema before we get out of here?
I'm just bummed there weren't more questions about class act. But
You got a point. You got a point.
What was the name of the bully? What was the name of the bully that tortured Duncan, aka Blade Brown?
Jay, the match.
You don't
is
even know
over.
the answer.
Yeah, of course I know, but
See,
the match is over. We're not gonna do this. The
No,
match
I
is
thought
over.
Janine knew it. I was saying Janine knew it. She wanted class act question. I gave her a class act question.
Okay, you know what? Unless Clee or Chance has anything else they would like to say, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. So I want to thank each and every one of you that is watching this right now for the Expo. Thank you so much for joining us for this special Black Cinema Exhibition match. There's lots of cool, amazing matches of all types of cinema that will be happening all year round, so please do not miss it. So for Jay Washington, Janine the Machine, Sweet T Wiggins, Marisol McKee, and Chance the Cobra Ellison, I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I'm the Swaggy Blurred Wednesday Marshall. We'll see you next time.
Whoa. I was not ready for Marisol to come out of the woodwork and just grab that. Look, I don't know what was better. Jay and Swag's banter, Clee's rapid fire answers, or Chance looking like somebody owe him money. Like
I know, right?
I couldn't keep up. But Marisol in the end, and she's been the singles winner and the first Black female winner, and now she is the new, taken away from Janine the Machine, the new Black cinema Schmodown champion. But don't go anywhere. We still have some Schmodown loot to show you just in time for season 9. Let's take a look at what we have. Schmodown has a new theme, Reboot Let's Go, and there are changes coming. So make sure you get your Reboot shirt now and keep an eye out for more to come. And if there's something that you want that you don't see in the store, tell us what you want. Not us, but Skybound, because I can't help you. And they might try to make it happen. And also, don't forget, Schmodown has a pay-per-view event on February 26th. And it's Kevin Smets versus Chandru Dhanapani. And we are really happy to see Kevin Smet returning, rather, after his battle with cancer. So that's just amazing, because I know we all had him, you know, in our prayers and everything. So watch Schmodown via the Schmodown Patreon, and that's patreon.com/Schmodown. So
It'd be good
Malik,
to feel Kevin's
what
energy once again.
it will be. It will be. What
And-
what did you enjoy about the expo this time?
Oh,
actually,
no,
your
no,
first
the whole
time.
thing's. Yeah, this is my first time. The entire event's been great. I feel like this is definitely emboldened me to dive deeper into Skybound's library of comics and just offerings in general, Impact Winter being one of them. And yeah, all the creators, all the knowledge that they were able to drop for us, I feel like I can take a little bit of all the brilliance and apply that to all my creative endeavors. Even if I'm not one penning a comic book or writing a story for an audio pod, or excuse me, a podcast that's going to be hosted on Audible. I feel like there's a lot that I could take and apply to everything that I'm doing. So yeah, it's been great. And then that showdown was awesome, yo. I was sitting there answering all the questions, yelling like, no. I got a lot of them wrong too, though. So I probably would have lost.
I did too, but I was obviously like yelling at the screen and stuff. But that's when you know it's a good episode. And shout out also to Swaggy Blurred and Jay Washington. They're always a lot of fun. But don't believe anything that they say about pronunciation. Don't listen to them. They still can't say my name. So don't forget
Karama.
Please. So don't forget, we still have more. There's more merch. Yes, more merch. I know that we have a few more things that we can show everybody that are available for some of our insiders. Let's see if there's anything else that we can offer, because there's so many things that ran out today. Here we go. We got Impact Winter gear. We've got
we have some
and I'm so excited that Attack Peter's making like water bottles and everything. Like, oh, I can coordinate.
Yeah. And also just a dope tribute to the Lunar New Year and the Year of the Tiger right there. I think Attack Peter straight up killed this. I love it.
Absolutely
So
did.
if you have your phone in hand or nearby, you might want to scan that QR code and take a look at some of that merch, because it's great. And yeah, this has been so much fun, yo. I really appreciate all the Skybound family for having me here today. And Karama, you've been awesome as usual. I'm glad I got to work with you for once.
Work for me? No, work with me. I ain't paying you.
With you,
Talk to
with
them.
you. I got to work with you for once.
Yes,
I know, right?
me too. And I can't wait. I cannot wait to do it again. And also for people who are like missing out on stuff or just came in late, slept late, whatever, just got off of work, sign up for our insiders list. That's how you can get your hands on the new launches, exclusive content, merch, everything. Again, I have a QR code for you there, or go to skybound.com/join. That's skybound.com/join to get on that list, and then you will get access to all the early drops and everything. But you know what? I'm really happy, Malik, that you were able to like come in and introduce yourself to the Skybound family, because the next expo will be May 20th. And it's Skybound Games. And that is right. That is your wheelhouse. That is your wheelhouse. I think there's going to be, I don't know if it's there or not, but I believe they're putting a link in the chat for the next expo, May 20th. You've got to definitely, yes, I see it. So get that link in the chat, sign up to be an insider, and you'll won't miss any updates. And I hope if there's anything left at the back, Malik, we got to ask the crew. Maybe there's some, I know most of the Attack Peter stuff is gone, but maybe there's something left that we can get. And I think the one thing that I learned today is that when I grow up, I want Gary A. Williams' home setup. Because that entire bedroom that he walks into when it closes around him to do the recording for VOs. Yeah, I want to be him when I grow up. Malik, please tell everyone where they can find you, where they can see you, what you're up to, because I want everybody out there to know where you're at.
Yeah. Well, you can find me more prevalently on Twitter at Malik Foreplay. I'm pretty much hanging out there most of the days. Also on Instagram by that same handle. So the handle that's right there.
Right there.
Yeah. But one thing I have been doing this year is I started an advocacy group and a media outlet by the name of New Meta last year. We basically cover games, but from a more street level perspective, and we have been doing our thing over on TikTok. Yes, I got into the world of TikTok recently. So check out New Meta on TikTok. You can just go tiktok.com/newmetagg. and that's where we are. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm working on, and playing all these games because there's just been a lot of games coming out. This has been a crazy month for video games. For anybody who plays, you probably know that, and I'm waiting to see what Telltale Games has coming next. I know the 10-year anniversary of The Walking Dead is coming up in April, so I don't know what that will mean for what's going on here at Skybound. I hope there's something down the pipeline. We'll see.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna be looking.
Yes, absolutely. And you know me, I'm always on the interwebs all over the place. I'm the Blurred Girl everywhere. TheBlerdGurl. I have so many things going on. Let's see. This weekend.
What can you talk about?
I know. Sunday the 20th, I am going to be doing this again, live hosting Urbanime. They have their mixtape sessions, and that is a comic book media company, and they're honoring Black women in STEM, and I'm so happy to work with them. That's twitch.tv/Urbanime. I have my live stream Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesday nights is Blurred Girl Live, where I interview some really cool people in geekdom. So that's twitch.tv/The Blurred Girl. Thank you, because you were on it.
I watched. No, I was on it, but I watched you.
I gotta have you back.
Yeah. Your
And
episode with Matthew Cherry was great.
oh yeah, he's awesome. And that's Tuesday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And yes, the thing I can't talk about is a book I wrote, but you will hear more about that actually in the next week or so. So follow me on the interwebs.
Nice.
But I just want to thank the Skybound family again for having me back. This is a lot of fun. I'm always impressed by everybody. Like I said, Big Clutch, Attack Peter, all of the panels, the animation, the comics, all of the people that had stuff to share today was amazing. So please follow us, follow Skybound everywhere, and don't forget to become an insider. And we will see you in May. Thanks a lot, everybody.